Good morning, good afternoon. Can I tell you that Rita, who's been helping us out with Host Week this year, we were talking yesterday and we were both so excited about Host Week starting at noon since neither of us are morning people. Because personally, if I was in charge of conferences, I know I would never have anything start before 10:30 or 11 in the morning. So I know all of you non-morning people that are in the audience out there are cheering at your computer screens for this. And that's probably why we are not in charge of conferences. But this is why you can start your own business, so you can do stuff like this. So happy Thursday, everyone. We are in day 4 of 5 for Host Week, and we have another wonderful day of events for you. I'm Stepsl, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and I will be your tour guide as we go through Host Week. So Mary and April from the HAR team are hanging out in the comments, so you can drop any questions in there. We are streaming to LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube, but YouTube is where the majority of people are and kind of where the comments are. So hop on over there if you're not there already. And then you may also see Rita pop her head in every now and again to the comments as well. But you know who won't pop their head in? Juan, our super producer, who we like to talk about a lot, but the audience never gets to see. So one thing is for sure, I may be the MC, but the Host Week definitely would not happen and would not be possible without the entire team at HAR, with April and Mary, and pitching in with Rita and Juan's help. So thank you. And thank you to our sponsors. We're very, very, very grateful for our weekly sponsors, the Adventure Travel Trade Association, Nexion Travel Group, Runway Health, Tour Radar, Travel Planners International, and then our daily sponsor today, Exotica. And I would be remiss if I did not give credit as well, where credit is due, to the people that are watching. So thank you so much for tuning in. Host Week could not happen without you as well. It is a commitment of 30 hours of content. So for those that registered and listened in, thank you so much for coming along for the ride this week. I'm also just going to let you know now that tomorrow is our Luminary Awards, Friday afternoon. You really don't want to miss it because we have really big plans for it. And last year we had a Star Wars theme. And this year it also has kind of an astronomy theme, but it's over the top from last year's Star Wars. So that's all I'm going to say. Now, if we move back today, what do we have cooking up for you? So much fun. So before we get started with our keynote from David Chait from Travelify, I want to show you some cool new site updates that we launched this week. So let me pull up the site really quick. All right. So let's see. Our developers just launched this yesterday, so I'm excited to show everybody. So there's 2 things on the host agency page I wanted to show everybody. So the first thing is we kind of had a map for a really long time that was off the site, where we just essentially uploaded an Excel sheet of the information. But now we have a map on our site where you're able to see all the host agencies that are out there and can click on them for information. So that's over here on the right-hand side. And then we added a bunch more filters for you. So you can see on here, you're now able to say, okay, so here's our Luminary Awards winner if you want more information on that, or you can click this button and it'll show you everyone that has won a Luminary Award that year. Or if you're looking for, say, military discounts, you can definitely do that. So we added the focuses, we added languages spoken, we added business attributes, the GDS. If you're into the GDS, you can search by the different GDSs. The corporate tools available, the education available as well. So if you have anything else that you're looking for in the search filters, no problem. Let us know about it in the comments. We would love to see that. So today is already off to a fun start. We're only a few minutes in, but I have a big surprise for you. So we've been talking a lot about pets this week. And so imagine my surprise when I woke up this morning to the cutest darn picture from a viewer, Carol Shirley's. I hope you're out there because it's so adorable. Carol sent us a picture of her mini pig, and I'd like you all to meet Bacon. Isn't Bacon adorable? It's a mini pig. And so Bacon just sits inside this cute little wagon, and I don't know, I want a mini pig now, is all I'm saying. So Carol, thank you so much for sharing that. It is adorable. Love it so much. And for those of you that think we were exaggerating when we say we email pictures back and forth of pets, we don't, and we love getting them. So thank you for sending that. So today we have got our keynote, as I said, with David Chait on, and it's called Technology is Personal. So if you've never talked with David, he's really fun to sit down and chat with. So it's going to be great to sit down and pick his brain. And once that wraps up, we are going to do our Meet the Consortia interview, where we'll be hearing from Ensemble's David Harris. And then right after that, we get a little crazy. We go off our normal schedule, and we've got a segment from our Canadian friends across the border, Avery Campbell from ACTA, and that is the Association of Canadian Travel Agencies, which is ACTA's counterpart in Canada. They're going to give 10 minutes and give some great information to all of the advisors across the border. And after that, set your alarms for 1:30 Central Time, because that's when we're going to jump into our Get to Know a Host segment, where April is interviewing today Fora Travel, Incentive Connection Travel, Independent by Flight Center, Nexion Canada, Outside Agents, and Travel Edge. And then once you've had your fill of hosts, we are going to change tracks and jump into our EduSpot sessions for the afternoon. Those are 30 minutes jam-packed with insights for travel advisors on how to grow their business. So here's what we have for EduSpots today. We have one on finances, fast track your finances, 5 expert tips to get ready to prepare for tax time. We have personality selling, gain control from the beginning. Then we have wow your clients with their own vacation photos. And then a foundations and fundamentals for starting your own travel agency. And lastly, we have how and why to build a fee-for-service travel business in 8 steps. So this whole event is free, as most of you know. If you haven't registered already, make sure you register at hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek, because then you'll get the email for tomorrow with the link where to watch it. But if you have colleagues that you think would love to tune on in, please send them over and send them to the registration page. And yes, we are recording these. So if you missed a segment, no worries, no need to cry. You can always check it out on our YouTube channel under the Host Week playlist. Well, I can't wait any longer, and I know you can't wait any longer. So let's bring in David to this, and we can get started. Hey, David, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me. This is so exciting.
Okay, so what did you think about bacon?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, what a tough act to follow.
I know.
It's adorable. I need a mini pig. And we can also just change the topic and just talk about mini pigs the entire session. I'm okay with that.
I am too. I don't know. I know the audience would be okay with it, but I feel like after this, there is going to be a surge in mini pig pets in the travel industry.
Yeah.
Carol started a trend.
Tourism. There's a new category. We can, someone's got to be running with that right now.
I know, exactly. Well, thank you so much for joining us. You know, we had jumped on a call, David and I, prior to this, and kind of discussed what we wanted to talk about during the keynote, because I actually met David randomly in a Las Vegas taxi line or something.
Yeah.
And I was like, hi, I'm Stepsl. Like, I've seen your product. I love it. This is so great to meet you. And they were like, we need to get going to the airport, Stephanie. No, they were really nice, but it was really fun. So when David and I were chatting, we were kind of like, let's talk about technology, but talk about how, like, what's actually important for advisors. Because I know a lot of you are new advisors out there. A lot of you are not going to have huge budgets to pay for every bell and whistle. You know, if it's $15 a month, but if you have 15 of those, that starts to add up over time. So how do you kind of decide between which technologies, and how is technology affecting our industry and travel advisors going forward? So we have a lot of things to talk about. So my first question, David, is, can you thrive without using any tech or very little tech as an advisor?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really, really important question on, you know, can you use no tech? Can you use little tech? And I think that the answer is something that's evolved over time. And at a high level, at this juncture, I'd say no. And what I mean by that is, if you go back 15 years, 10 years, maybe even 5 years ago, using technology in your business could have been a competitive advantage. You could have been automating certain processes that maybe others were doing manually. You could have been, again, finding ways to create some advantages in the way you flow, the way you reach customers, all of these types of things. Mm-hmm. Today, I think that's changed. I would say today, technology is table stakes, because so many of the other advisors that exist are using them, are using technology as ways to help their businesses flow, that if you are the person that's not, you might be inefficient in the way that you operate, and you might actually yourself be putting yourself at a disadvantage. So what I always say, and what, I think is a really important thing is, and it goes with the whole Vegas thing where we met online, it's table stakes. I do think you need to invest in technology to help your business. Now, the what is something that is very personal and really comes down to you, yourself, and your business.
Yeah. So off this question now. So we know that it's table stakes. You have to have a certain amount of technology. And this is not including like having an email account, by the way, just to clarify for people.
No.
This is having a little bit more bells and whistles going on. So is there, and you obviously have a tech company, but is there an essential tech tool that every travel advisor should have?
Yeah. And the answer to that one is no. And I, as you brought up, obviously I come from a technology background, but I am literally not here to talk, sell, or specific anything to do with Travefy. And in fact, the answer is no, there is not one specific tool, including Travefy. And that's really the key, is there's going to be a lot of people that might tell you this is the thing. And that might be it for them, because the whole point where, again, what this comes down to is technology is personal. And what that really means is every person on here listening, you have your own business, you have your own unique things that you sell, your unique ways that you operate. And so what that essential tool is really depends on the way you operate. And so what I would say is, what are the things that you do work on that maybe you do something very manual that you could automate? If you're spending all of your time making things up, sending individual emails about things that you know or have expertise, or in trying to cull business that way, maybe what you need to invest in is an email marketing platform. If maybe you're spending all of your time cobbling together itineraries or things, maybe what you need is a platform for that. There is absolutely no right answer. The point is, what's going to add the most efficiency to your business? And you will then see that you'll have more time and abilities to invest in client services for your travelers, to invest in whatever other things might be. So no, there is not one essential tool. It's knowing yourself and knowing your business.
Exactly. So off that, so for the newer advisors that are out there and newer agencies, how do they balance that need for technology when they don't have the larger budgets that more established agencies can have? Should they just be hacking things together until they have the budget, or what do you recommend?
What I recommend is, as with anything, I always use the phrase escalating commitment. And that's where you also, at the same time, we've all been there. I've been there, starting a business. Obviously, Steph, you've been there. Absolutely understand that in those early days, every dollar counts, and you try to stretch every dollar. You need to stretch every dollar because it's the realities of starting a business. And so what I wouldn't recommend is finding some enormous, incredible, expensive technology stack and buying it all. Because honestly, what will happen is you'll be spending a lot of money on things you might not be utilizing. You also honestly may not have the revenue at that time to support that. So, to kind of what you said, which is cobbling systems together, but also, again, it goes that understanding of your business. And when I say escalating commitment, starting out, number one, knowing what you're doing and saying, hey, what is the one thing that, again, I might be spending a lot of time on that I can get some efficiencies out of by having? Maybe it's a CRM to help keep track of all the customers you're reaching out to. Maybe it's your web presence with a website. There's no right or wrong, but if there's something that you go, I need this to operate, invest in that first. Maybe you get that CRM to start communicating with your customers. And then maybe as you get all of, more customers in a book of business, maybe you invest in something more midstream to serve them, maybe some sort of a tool to help with payments, think credit card authorizations or data capture. Maybe it's itineraries, maybe it's something else. Again, it's escalating commitment and knowing there. But the point is, as you add each piece, it should be something that you don't go, should I be investing in this? It should actually be that, oh my God, I'm spending so much time on this thing. I will immediately get value out of employing this. And so I need that tool. And if you kind of operate with that mindset, you'll only be spending, again, those dollars you have to stretch on things that you really need, and you'll immediately feel the value and you'll immediately be utilizing them.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think if there's advisors out there that money isn't an issue, you can do this. But I think that's a great tip for newer advisors, that when it comes to the point where you're like, oh my God, I've been like, so for instance, the other day so this fall, we learned about this new technology at the Young Leaders Conference by the Travel Allies. And it's called Textblaze, BLAZE. And it's where you can like do these shortcuts. You'll do like a / and then I'll do like maybe host or something. And then it pulls up automatically a template, because there's all these template programs for emails right now, but you have to click like 4 times. And this is essentially like the GDS where you're able to type and not stop at all. So it's this great free program, but it was like, I was realizing I was spending all this time linking the word host week or, whatever it is. But now if I just do / HW, it always types in host week and it's underlined. And so things like that, whenever you have something that you're like, this is such a pain, look for a tech solution for it.
Exactly. And with that, because I know a lot of the questions have had to do with, is there an essential tool? Is there a specific thing? And the point on that is, your pains and your bottlenecks are going to be unique, because every one of us are different people with different strengths and development areas. All of our businesses and who we serve are different. And so again, you have to look inward to understand, to make sure you're getting the most value. Now, having said that, on the flip side, one of the things that I love about our industry is how collaborative we all are. I've worked in other industries that are very, elbows out. That is not our industry at all. Everyone is working together. Everyone is sharing best practices. Everyone wants to help, because we all know that, we all grow and thrive together. The more people that work with advisors, the more people have incredible experiences, the richer it is for our entire industry in terms of experiences. And so with that, while we're all unique, there absolutely are commonalities or correlations in what those pain points and bottlenecks can be. So it's actually great to learn from others in what are things that may have helped them. How did it help their business? How did it save them time and add efficiencies? But also add that critical layer on there to not just go, okay, great, well, I'll grab that. Say, okay, that helped them with that issue. Is that my issue, or do I have a different one?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Well, let's see, because one of the things we've talked about, which I actually have not talked about with a lot of people in the industry, but like not all agencies, but for a lot of agencies, travel is a lower profit margin business that's out there. And so it, if you add fees and everything, that can really help, but it still is a lower profit margin business for a lot of agencies. So can tech help bridge that gap that can make it so they can do more and earn more to make it a higher profit margin?
100,000%. So super high level, yes. And so really what it comes down to is even the question itself, let's even take out the words, lower margin, higher margin, just in general, any product, anything has its margin. And, that margin is what it is. Now, the question is it valuable to sell? Is there a return on investment? Investment meaning our time really comes down to, is the return on that, what you're receiving for that margin, or is it sort of equate to the amount of time, effort, and thing put in there? So now when you say, if you're doing everything in your business manually, if you're spending exponential time on tasks that don't take advantage of your expertise, well, then there might be a misalignment in that margin, in what you're getting, and the time put in. And so that's where technology can make so many different things that may not otherwise have the right ROI, that might not have the right value for your time, to become incredibly valuable. And so with that, I'd say step number 1 is knowing, what is your value? Why do we all work with travel advisors? It's your expertise, it's your knowledge, it's the incredible service you provide. It's not how the email is formatted by you, or whatever the other thing might be. So that's where technology can start automating some of your communications, maybe can start automating the way in which you capture information from me about my passport number and other things and preferences that can reduce the amount of time you're spending on individual sales and spending that time focused on the things that need it to be you, that can't be automated, like your expertise on where I should be going, what providers, what to do. And then suddenly, absolutely to that, it can make, for lack of a better word, lower margin things that might not have the right ROI incredibly valuable because you've put the right amount of time into it. And to the other point, there are other levers in there. If you think about how do you get the right ROI on, whatever X might be, one can be the appropriate amount of inputs that has the right margin on it. But the other thing can be actually increasing that margin. And that's where the fees conversation, which I know is a perennial conversation, but particularly in the last 3 years, and especially amidst COVID, has become a very big, very important topic that has come up time and time again.
Yeah, I want to touch on that in a second. But before we do, there's been a lot of headlines about ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Or GPT, excuse me. And actually, I had this conversation with it the other night. I was asking about Host Week and seeing what it thought of it. And it was like, I don't know what Host Week is. I'm sorry. I have a machine learning. I don't have opinions. And I was like, well, I don't know what to say to you. But there can be this thought, I think, in maybe travel advisors' heads, that technology is this threat to their being, that soon there may be AI at the online travel agencies that's answering back and helping book tickets or do whatever. So what's your viewpoint on the technology that's out there and the technology that will be coming out in the future? Is that threatening the livelihood of travel advisors?
No. I think ChatGPT or whatever form of AI that, emerges as the winner, because there's going to be a lot coming out in the next few years, is going to be your friend and is going to enable you in a lot of the different things we've talked about. Do more, be more efficient with your time. And again, having more time means you can service more travelers, you can grow and scale your business. And I think that for a lot of reasons. Number one, we've all been there and we've all heard and seen the technologies coming to kill us sentiment that might be out there, and it's wrong. Time and time again, anytime that's happened, we're all still here. You're all still here. You're all growing and thriving in that. And what is the reason that, yes, there are specific things that used to be processes that were gated. There's a reason that we say travel advisor, not travel agent anymore, because an agent is a gating thing to something, and someone can go buy a ticket online now. They don't have to go through someone, but why do they? Because the issue isn't the actual putting in the credit card and buying the ticket or the tour or the thing. It's your expertise, your knowledge, your duty of care, and all of that. And so in the same vein, yes, a ChatGPT and an AI can answer questions people might have, might be able to automatically book something if they say, go ahead and buy this thing. But what it can't replace, because it is not a sentient being, it has not had experiences, it does not have a wealth of knowledge, is your expertise. And the reason that we all love, thrive, and work with advisors. So what does that really mean? You can potentially employ this to help with a lot of those things we've talked about, capturing client information, sending out things. All of that can actually be tools to help you grow and scale your business. Because at the end of the day, your value, and this is what I constantly say, know your value. Your value isn't the email. Your value isn't the form to say, what is your seat preference? Your value is your knowledge, your expertise, and your duty of care. And that is something that no piece of technology can replace. And it's why every time there's been the rise of the OTA, the death of the travel advisor, rise of VR, no one wants to travel, the death of the travel advisor, it doesn't happen. Anyone who's heard me speak knows I always go back to the quote, again, Mark Twain woke up, picked up the newspaper, saw the headline, Mark Twain's dead, and said, the reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. That is the travel advisor. I think the travel advisor industry is going to grow and thrive in ways it never did before, because the pandemic was a masterclass in the need of a travel advisor. There were so many horrors out of the last 3 years. Number one, the loss of human life, which I know we all recognize it as terrible. The challenges to our businesses, again, we've all seen some really tough things. But in everything, I always try to look at what are the key takeaways of, glass half full on something. Not that, again, you would ever want this to happen, but what's a takeaway or thing? And to me, it is, again, the masterclass in the need of a travel advisor, because people who were stranded, they got home by the travel advisors, not by others. The people that needed help figuring out what do I do, you all help them. I think the industry is going to boom even further than it has. And I think tools like this can be a real asset to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talked about travel advisors booming, and we have definitely seen that on host agency reviews. And the Keynote Monday, we talked about how traffic 2020, I'm like, what year is it? 2022 was our biggest year on record in terms of traffic and interest on the site. And January, when I ran the numbers year over year from this year to last year, traffic was up 66%, which is like unheard of. And so I definitely think that's coming down the pipeline. And I know because you have Travefy, you have all this data on advisors. You know where they're selling, how many are with a host agency, what they're selling, if they're charging fees. So I was wondering if you could share any information, if you have any data that can maybe help us glean some insight on things.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so, number one, just again, because Travefy, I think can really be a good proxy for industry trends, because of course we're a software tool that a lot of advisors and agencies and hosts use. And I'll say, just at a super high level, we had a record 2022, because we definitely have seen that resurgence, that growth, that reinvestment that really aligns with sentiment that I think we're all seeing the industry back and booming. And we're also seeing growth in a lot of different areas. So to your point on hosts, we see that there is a real growth of hosted advisors right now on Travefy. About 2/3 of advisors on the platform are hosted, which is really incredible. And again, I think speaks to a lot of the trends and shifts that we've seen in the industry over the last decade or so, from the model in which advisors grow, and the model in which again, you're all business owners, we're all entrepreneurs. The entrepreneurial model, how that's really taken over and become pervasive. And I think that's really cool. I'm inspired by everyone who works with Travefy, but I am so inspired by ICs and folks who you're building a business. That's so cool and so neat. To the other question that you asked, which had to do with fees, we've seen growth in that too. So the most recent data we have is from this time last year, and we kind of do this on a yearly cycle. And we saw a pretty big growth that now over 52% of Travefy users charge some form of a fee. And I highly suspect, based off of conversations we've had, trends and things we've seen, that's going to be much higher when we get that data this year.
Okay, this is really fun, because we also do our annual survey, and our report last year, we break it into hosted advisors, independently accredited advisors, and then employees. But with the hosted advisor segment, we had 49% charge some sort of fee.
Okay, so that's pretty close. Yeah, that's got to tell you something about the industry.
Yeah, exactly. And we also ask within there, if you're not charging them, do you plan within the next 12 months to charge them? And I can't remember the exact number here, but and Mary, I don't know if you're on, if you can toss this in the comments, but a significant portion were like, yes, I'm thinking about implementing them within the next 12 months. So it'll be, when we started doing the survey, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, I think it was like 30% or charge some sort of fee. And the consultation fees were a small portion. Most of those were service fees. So there's been a huge shift within the industry. And again, this is not to say that everyone needs to be charging a fees, because how we're saying technology is personal, like everything about your business is personal. So look at it in context of whatever lens you're looking at your business from, and take the data we're giving and go with it and do what works for you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree completely, because we get the question a lot. Again, we obviously work with, and have the privilege to work with, thousands and thousands of agencies. And, we very often will get questions on things. And so we'll get the question on, David, what's your viewpoint on fees? Should we be doing this? Should we not? And, my answer is always the same, which is there is no right or wrong. You are operating a business and you should always feel that confidence to make the choice of what's right for your business. The one caveat I always say on that in the fee conversation is, again, there is no right or wrong, but make sure that you know why you either are charging fees, but also on the flip side, why you are not charging fees. Maybe it's a competitive advantage you see, and that being how you operate. Maybe there's a specific thing. That's okay. But no, the one thing I would say is don't be afraid of charging. If the reason is you are not is I'm afraid to do it, two parts to that. Number one is know your value. And I think that's one of the most important things. Everyone who's here is listening. You bring incredible value to your clients. You have expertise. You have knowledge, you have things that they can't glean anywhere. And they came to you because they know that. If the reason you are not charging is for 1,001 reasons, that's great. Again, you should operate your business. But if it's you're afraid of charging, know your value, know the value you bring, have the confidence to do that. The other thing we hear very often is, well, I want to, but I have these people I've been working with, John and Sally and whomever for 10 years, they've been clients. I can't charge them a fee. And the response is, great, don't. You can say from now on, I charge a planning fee, and any new business, we're going to charge that. And by the way, old business, people who've been working with me for years, let them know that that's something you're doing. And by the way, you've now built a loyalty and say, but I'm never going to charge you. As long as you work with me, you will never be charged because I appreciate and respect longtime customers. So again, there is no right or wrong in anything, any piece of technology, any fee, and anything. You are operating your business. Just know your value and don't be afraid.
Those were all great tips. I think the take home thing, because everyone knows when you're listening, you're like, oh, that's a great idea. And then 2 weeks later, if you ask specifics on it, it's hard to nail those down. But I think the take home for this is that there is no right or wrong. It's just be educated in what you're doing. Know the reasons.
I think that is a great way to say it.
Yeah. So that's what we want you to go home with today from this lesson. So when we quiz you 2.5 weeks from now, that's what we need to be answering back. Awesome. Yes. Well, David, we are running short on time, but it was a pleasure as always to talk with you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you. This is such an honor. And thank you everyone for all you do for the industry. And Steph, thank you for what you do.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, David.
Take care. Bye all.
Well, that was a fantastical keynote, if I do say so myself. Let's see. By the way, if you didn't see the Travefy duo of Stephanie and Scott, and some of you may be familiar with them because they're active in Travefy Academy. They did an EduSpot on Tuesday afternoon, and we'll link to that in the comments because it's super fun. And we also recommend checking out Travefy Academy for advisors. It's tons of free content that will really help boost your agency up. So we'll put a link to that in the comments as well. For new advisors, it's a great source of high quality, free information done very professionally. Their cameras look just as good as David did with the lighting. We talked to him before he came on. He said that everybody gets that Canon M50 they talked about on Tuesday with their desk setup, and that it has paid off over time. And I agree, because they look crisp and beautiful. So if this is your first time tuning in, we're going to put a link to the article explaining what a travel consortia is, because we are moving into our Meet the Consortia section of the day. And the consortia play an important role in relation to host agencies. But for people just coming in, it can be a little bit confusing to understand where they fit into things. So we're going to put that in the comments. If you're new, make sure you take a look at it. And today's consortium we're working with is Ensemble Travel Group with over 750 member agencies. I had the pleasure of interviewing David Harris, the CEO of Ensemble, about it. And just so everyone knows, the same rules apply today with our interview with Consortia as other days. So all the Consortia and host interviews are pre-recorded ahead of time, and they are all asked the same set of questions to keep things fair and hopefully to make it easier for you to compare, as well as give you a taste of their culture. So if you're listening in and you have any questions that you think would be great to ask for Host Week 2024, please drop us a line at hello@hostagencyreviews.com, or you can let us know in the comments. So let's go ahead and get the party started and see what David at Ensemble has to say.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to our Consortia interview. So today I've got on the line David Harris with Ensemble. Hey, David.
Good morning, Steph.
Good morning to you. So just to recap for everybody, since we're not doing as many Consortia interviews, but everybody received the questions ahead of time. These are all pre-recorded, so no one has a leg up. They can't steal each other's snack food answer, anything along those lines. It's all fair, all fun and games. So David, let's go jump into our questions. So tell me, I know you've had huge changes this year. Tell me what's new besides your logo and tagline for Ensemble the past year.
Well, first of all, thanks, Steph, for the opportunity to share the exciting changes that have taken place at Ensemble in the past year. Really, the changes have taken place over many years now, but I think to say that this has been a pretty big year for Ensemble doesn't do it justice. It's been a hugely significant and probably the biggest story of the year in the Consortia world. We were acquired back in June of this year, and we shifted from what was a member-owned cooperative to what is now a privately owned company as a result of being acquired by Navigator in June of 2022.
That's awesome. Yeah, you had huge changes this year. So if you were able to narrow things down and say what makes your consortium stand out and be different from the others that are out there, what would you say?
Well, it's going to be hard to narrow it down too much, but I certainly have put a little bit of thought into just how to articulate and communicate this for everybody. Much of it has been published, but this is a great opportunity to reiterate and just solidify what has transpired. And I think really the first thing to mention is that we're focused on building the new Ensemble and creating a consortium model for the future. Three key words that we had emphasized and we shared at our Horizons event, our conference in Miami back in October, are bigger, bolder, and better. New Ensemble is about the and, which is preserving the best of the traditional consortia and adding new programs, including tools and technology. Our focus has really been on delivering what will be the most profitable consortium for our members, not necessarily the biggest. And we've transitioned from the cooperative model to privately, as I mentioned, and are investing in the profitability, in profitably growing the business. Mm-hmm. Since the acquisition in June, which it was completed in June, we've made some demonstrable investments in several areas, including talent, human capital, technology, updated branding, member experience, refreshed marketing, and also events. So we've been busy. It's kind of like that. It's like the duck on the surface of the water, and everything looks nice and calm and cool on top, but underneath it's just like this, the whole time. And that's kind of where we're at right now. It's a busy time. I think a critical component too, in terms of the advantages that Ensemble offers is our what we're referring to as our secret sauce, which is really our technology platform. That's ADX, short form for Advisor Digital Experience.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's very exciting.
Very clever. Yes,
I know. I just thought it was just a random 3 letters.
It is, while it's not required of any of our member agencies or ICs, the results from the early onboarders are speaking for themselves. And it does represent at this point an average of 8% commission on the transactions that are generated through that platform, which right now are air and hotel combined. We've also had one agency see an increase of sales in 150% in just 1 month on the platform. So I don't think all other consortium can claim that, and I'm not slamming them, but I am, of course, supporting that this platform does things that others just don't do yet. Anyways, we're focused on a new approach to data collection and monetization to get more timely and meaningful production data. We're focused on yield, and proven technology that transforms our consortia business for the members' benefit. What that really means is that we're able to by getting the data that we so badly need, it's mission critical for any business, as we know today. It allows us to be predictive and not just simply reactive. It allows us to maximize profitability, earning opportunities for everybody. So in short, we're widening our scope so that all of our advisors and key constituents can gain and be more profitable in what they do on a day-to-day basis. We're also super excited about the new marketing programs that commence in January. At our Horizons conference, as I mentioned, we unveiled the new branding, which has been a big hit for a lot of people. It's just a fresh spin, a fresh look, and it is something that's very exciting for us as a company to wrap our arms around and to truly lean into. And we're also introducing a new consumer-facing magazine called Range, which is a high-impact B2B, one of the many high-impact B2B vehicles that are so relevant for our partners and ICs to keep them top of mind in the selling process. What else? A couple of other things here. We're introducing a brand new cruise program and new communities in January. So a program for Ensemble members that will inspire each other in both growth and exploration. And Ensemble communities, the communities piece is something that is going to be built around niche groups in the industry, such as cruise, adventure, fun and sun, luxury. So we'll draw on the expertise of our members and advisors to truly be able to deliver a better, more solid programming opportunity for everyone to benefit from. And last but not least is our training and development. And we're certainly committed to providing the industry's best training and development programs. We're taking our offers to the next level in January when we introduce our ETA, our Ensemble Training Academy. And this is going to basically spring or enhance and expand our existing programs and training opportunities for all of our affiliate members.
And they're independent contractors too, right?
Yeah. Absolutely, yes.
Perfect.
I know that's a lot to digest, but and it's certainly, you asked for 3, I think I gave you 4. So anyways, it's about building a new, fresh and more profitable consortium. We want to partner with our affiliates, our advisors, and our agency members, not just be a service provider. If you're really partnering with them, you're working with them, and that is absolutely what we're focused on doing.
Exactly. And just for everything that you had just previously spoken about, since a lot of the listeners are independent contractors, they're able to access that even if they're not a direct member of Ensemble, correct?
That is correct.
Perfect. Well, so I know you gave three things that were like made you stand out, but if you could do like 3 words that would describe the ideal independent contractor for your company, what would you say? Like what kind of, I don't know, personality traits or drive should they have?
3 words: partner, collaborative, and committed.
Nice. I always love this because I love to compare what people say.
Sure.
Very good, David. Thumbs up. Okay. And
I'll just add to Steph, because we're a 54-year young company at this point. And it is all about, I know I'm even older than that, but whatever. It's all about the people. And although we're smaller than some of our competitors, that's something that we see as an advantage. We can easily adapt to our members' needs and changes in the market. And our members know that if there's an issue, they can easily call me or our new president, Michael Johnson, and they'll get a pretty immediate response, if not resolution. So, that is a bit of I'm going to say it's a bit of a differentiator in our view.
Exactly. Well, you talked about the one agency that using ADX had seen their sales increase really quite a bit. So is there a tip for an agency or an independent contractor that's kind of looking to supercharge their growth, what would it be like? What have you seen some of your network members do successfully?
So the thing that having come from the agency side myself for over 30 plus years, I really think that it's twofold. Number one, it is training and development. If you're not, if an advisor, an IC, if anyone is not focused on perpetual learning, it's imperative in any, regardless of what you're doing, whether it's an advisor, whether you're a manager in a business, whether you're, something else, if you're not training and developing, things are passing you by. You've got to stay current. But more importantly, once you've gone through that training and development, it really becomes the conduit to better engagement and understanding and utilization of the various tools and programs that we have that are designed for their benefit and for higher yield and better ROI and, of course, profitability. So it's, like I said, it's twofold. It's training and development. But in terms of the tip, it really is about engaging. If for instance, the example I use is marketing. And I know a lot of people say, oh yeah, I market, it's word of mouth, or I send out one mailing a year. That's not enough. When you speak to advertisers, the common number that you'll hear most often is that it takes 7 hits before a consumer can identify with whatever the message was or whatever the brand may be that is being promoted. So the more you participate, the more you engage in the various programs, tools and programs that are available and at your disposal, the more beneficial that's going to be for the advisor in their business.
That's perfect. Well, and this is the fun question, because I asked David before what he was going to say, and he hasn't told me. So I'm very excited because this is the fun question. And okay, David, if your company was a snack food, and keep in mind, this can also include desserts because I've been seeing a lack of desserts, what would it be and why? Okay,
well, creativity is maybe not entirely my thing, but let's think about fun food, and I can't think of a better fun food than something like popcorn. So it starts out as a kernel of an idea, but when it's known as giants and then becomes something much bigger, as we have, more complete, and there's enough to go around and serving lots of people, that's what you get out of popcorn. That's what Ensemble is and has become, and we couldn't be happier.
Are you a traditional butter popcorn, or are we talking caramel? Are we talking a mix?
We're talking the more butter, the better. And I don't mean this, this dusty stuff that goes on. I mean the real deal.
Yes, and definitely the home cooked popcorn, not the microwave popcorn.
Correct. Yes, yeah. 100%.
I like where you're going with this.
Remember the old air poppers, and oh yeah.
Yes. Fantastic. I still do like popcorn. I do it on the stove and just shake it because it's so fun.
Exactly.
Well, that is fantastic, David. I'm glad that we've gone with popcorn. I think that was an excellent choice. Disappointed it wasn't caramel, but I also like butter, so that will work.
Well, I know you're in the Midwest, so of course, but of all popcorns, I'd have to say the Chicago mix stuff, whatever they call that. I'm sure it's called different things in different places, but that's
a winner. That's the winner.
Yeah.
Well, perfect. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. And we will see you I guess we'll probably have you on before then, but for sure for next year's Host Week.
Awesome, Steph. Thank you so much for inviting us, and season's greetings to everyone, and really appreciate the time.
All right. We'll see you later. Thanks so much, David.
Bye for now.
Bye.
Well, how about that? Just as soon as our Meet the Consortia interview started today, it has also ended. So we will be back again tomorrow with our Meet the Consortia segment, and it will be with our final consortium, Virtuoso. So if you have a Virtuoso host in your prospective host agency list, make sure to tune in to see what Virtuoso Network can bring to the game. All right. So you know what it's time for? It is time to get our learning on with what is happening just over the border, at least Well, especially here in Minnesota, like really just over the border. So we've invited Avery Campbell, the Director of Advocacy and Industry Relations, to help us understand a little bit more about ACTA, the work they're doing on behalf of Canadian advisors. So Avery, welcome. Thanks for coming on again this year.
Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Exactly. So let's go ahead for advisors, because there's a lot of new ones on. For advisors that aren't familiar with ACTA, can you give us a quick high-level overview of what ACTA does, why it's important?
Absolutely. And thank you for the opportunity. The Association of Canadian Travel Agencies is a national member-based nonprofit and French-English bilingual. So we're in every province and territory in the country, representing independent travel agents, advisors, and the travel agency members. We are a voluntary organization. Independent travel agents and travel agencies need to apply, meet some criteria for membership. We were founded in 1977 and have regional councils that support our activities across the country in Atlantic Canada, Quebec, Ontario, Manitoba, Nunavut, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and the Northwest Territories, and British Columbia and Yukon. So if you do join ACTA and you want to be more active involved in your regional council, there's lots of opportunity to be involved in committees and organizations to gain exposure in all facets of our organization. And when you join ACTA, you're joining Canada's only professional trade organization, supporting our activities including advocacy, education, promotion, and member connection. Members also have access to our Member Perks program, which provides discounts to businesses and personal services. Additionally, each fall, we host our summits in Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal, which is an opportunity to connect to the trade association, learn important new materials on how to run a successful business, and meet suppliers. These conferences are free for members. We also host regional events. For instance, last week, I was in Saskatoon for an evening of drinks and food for our members who are experiencing a very tough time in the province. And next fall, we're hosting a week-long river cruise summit with AMA Waterways in Europe. ACTA also participates in various coalition work. For instance, over the course of the pandemic, we were heavily involved in the work of the Coalition of Hardest Hit Businesses and the Canadian Travel and Tourism Roundtable. I also sit on critical IATA committees. For instance, I sit on one called the PAPGJC, which recommends rules on how airlines and travel agents work together for the sale of airline tickets to make sure it's a fair and balanced system. So that's kind of a highlight of all the work that ACTA does for the benefit of our advisor community.
Well, thank you. You do tons. Like, I think the key things to point out there is the advocacy with the government. There's all sorts of great trainings and opportunities for connections, which is fantastic. And it sounds like they're very affordable or free, but it's that work with the government, because many of us in the travel industry, we do not enjoy reading the new laws that come out or anything along those lines to see how that affects our business. And that's kind of what I think the biggest thing that ACTA does is they're looking out for the interests of the travel advisor community and what's being passed in legislation. Because I'm not sure what it's like in Canada, but in the US, I know, different states will pop up various ideas about sales tax or different things, and they'll throw in a travel advisor into the list of things, which the way the travel advisor system and agency system works, that can not work so well if you're being taxed on something that is not actually your product and having to pay for that. So on your end, do you see things like that happening, within the different provinces? And I'm assuming you send out alerts and different things to the advisors that are members in those areas.
Absolutely. So not only are we involved in the monitoring and explanation of new
is a big one.
legislation and regulation, but we're also involved from kind of on the ground floor as different regulations and legislation is proposed by regulators, by members of parliament, where they're advocating for the interests of our members to ensure whatever new regulations and legislation do occur, that where they're fighting to make sure that our members' interests are represented as that legislative regulatory process proceeds. We also work across the provinces and territories and the federal government on recommending new legislation and new regulations that may support our member community. For instance, right now we're seeing lots of concerns with commission protection, and we're out there advocating with the federal government that it implement commission protection as a matter of public policy whenever it engages with suppliers and loan programs. So we're there day in, day out, fighting for you with government to ensure you get the best deal you can to run a successful business.
That's fantastic. I love this commission protection thing. I hope that goes through, especially after the pandemic. So we've listed a lot of valuable things that you do, but if you were to narrow it down to the top 3 for someone that just wants like 3 quick things that ACTA will bring to the table, what do you think are the 3 most valuable things?
So we have the pillars of our organization. So first, I'm responsible for our advocacy portfolio. So this includes advocating with all levels of government and with suppliers. So we have advocacy programs with provincial governments, particularly in the regulated province of British Columbia, Ontario, and Quebec, advocating for the removal of red tape to make businesses as successful as possible. We strongly advocate with the federal government on matters such as financial aid during the COVID-19 crisis, improvement with transportation regulations, and investments in travel and tourism infrastructure. We also have a robust advocacy program with suppliers, advocating for your interests with airlines, cruise lines, tour operators, consolidators, and other important suppliers. We urge for matters like commission protection. We have a special committee of independent travel agents that provide us with clear and direct guidance on advocacy issues specific to that group. So when you join ACTA, you're given an opportunity annually to join this committee and really influence how ACTA engages in our advocacy work. We also provide comprehensive education programs as one of our pillars. For instance, we offer Travel Agent Essentials, an introductory course for new entrants into the industry, and all things new travel agents need to know in Canada to be successful. Finally, we have a comprehensive agent promotion program. This includes advertising to the public of the benefits of using an active travel agent, managing a website where the public can search for an active travel agent, and engaging the media broadly on the benefits of you working with a professional travel agent.
That's fantastic. So if you were to say in 2022, what was your biggest win over at ACTA in terms of change that happened?
Well, think to this time, this day last year, our industry was in crisis. The Omicron variant of concern reared its head, and StatsCan, which is Canada's national data service, shows our industry was in the worst position it was ever during any month in the pandemic. Since then, our industry has made an incredible recovery, with many businesses reporting revenues actually exceeding pre-pandemic figures. In 2022, we were successful in getting the wage and rent subsidies extended. So these were critical financial support programs that provided organizations and some independent travel agents with really a lifeboat to survive this heightened state of critical loss in travel demand. So this work was done in coordination with cross-industry partnerships with the Coalition of Hardest Hit Businesses. The Minister of Finance actually referenced travel agencies specifically and travel agents specifically
cool.
when announcing the program. And those financial aid services had a tremendous impact on our members. And to today, I hear from members who say that without those financial benefits, they wouldn't be here operating today.
Yeah, incredibly difficult time everyone has gone through in the travel industry. So I'm glad there was a lot of support there. So for 2023 now, looking forward, what are your main focuses? If you could narrow it down to 1 or 2 that ACTA is hoping to get passed or support, what's going on there?
So advocacy is, in many ways, while we work to prevent issues from arising, it really is an issues management based program. We take the punches as they come, and now that we're firmly in a period of recovery, and we all hope that COVID-19 remains abated, our advocacy is now shifting accordingly. We have some room to breathe and really double down on our efforts on supplier advocacy to make sure that we have a fair ecosystem for all stakeholders in the retail travel industry, and really focusing on continued engagement with governments, provincial and federal, to ensure, to limit risk from events like COVID-19, a future pandemic, a future disaster from impacting our industry again. We're also working heavily on the labor shortage that's affecting nearly all industries in travel and tourism, and acutely is affecting our industry as well.
Yeah, definitely a big issue with the staffing shortages. So as we're kind of wrapping this thing up, I didn't ask you beforehand, I realized, but do you happen to know, I know ACTA has a special. Do you happen to know the special? Because if you don't, I have it.
Yeah, we have a special. So independent travel advisors who join ACTA through this promotion will get a flat $52 plus sales tax rate. Note, you do have to meet certain sales criteria to join ACTA. And that's a discount. I believe it's upwards of $240, depending on your circumstances, off our regular membership. So it's a really great opportunity to join ACTA. Remember, you get to go to our summits complimentary, and really invest in your trade association to continue the robust advocacy work that we do.
That's a fantastic special. Thank you so much. We're going to put the link in the comments for people that are interested in checking it out more. $52 to be able to attend a conference and all of the work and the education that comes with it. So definitely quite the deal. Thank you so much, Avery.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Well, we are going to move on to our next segment. Thank you so much for coming on, Avery. Just a reminder to everybody, don't forget that there are, in addition to ACTA special, there are 60 plus other specials from host agencies, suppliers, tech companies, associations that are exclusive to Host Week attendees. So again, we'll put that link in the comments so you can check them out. And many of them expire this week or next week. So make sure to go through them and see if there are any that you need to act upon that are going to be closing sometime soon. And then here's a pro tip, because let me see how many people. We've got quite a few people watching. So if you're paying attention right now, Barcelo has 3 to 4 night. They have a 3-night, 4-day stay giveaway tucked into the specials. That's kind of hidden. It was out in the email today, but for listening closely, I'll let you know that there are not that many people that have submitted, surprisingly, for it. So make sure to check that out. And then also in the specials, there is 50% off our brand spanking new course, HAR's Ultimate Guide to Starting Your Travel Agency. We've been beta testing this with users since December. It's finally out for the big time. It's a course within Thinkific we've done with lots of videos. There's 60 plus videos. There's exclusive resources and downloads. If you follow HAR, we do really thorough downloads and research on things. So make sure to check that out. We'll put the link to the course in the comments so you can take a look if you're at that point and you're ready to start your agency. What it really does is it cuts out all the noise. It's fun, it's easy to digest, and it is straight to the point to save you time and energy so that you can hang your shingle out front as soon as possible. All right, and now we're going to be jumping into our Get to Know a Host segment, and we'll be hearing from 6 different host agencies. So there are 6 host agencies. There's an awful lot of a Canadian flavor to our host agencies today, but that does not mean that the host only accepts Canadians. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Let's run down who April's talking with today, and I'll also let you know where they accept advisors from. So first, we start off with Fora Travel, and they work with US and Canadian-based advisors. And then we have Incentive Connection Travel, same thing, work with US and Canadian travel advisors. We have Independent by Flight Center, who themselves as Flight Center only accept advisors from Canada, but they do have their US-based branch, the Independent by Liberty Travel, who we interviewed earlier this week. And so if you reach out to them in their US, they'll direct you over to their Independent by Liberty program. We have Nexion Canada, who technically serves Canadian advisors, but again, they have their US division, Nexion, who has come on and we interviewed them, I believe, yesterday. Every day is kind of a blur when you're doing this. So Nexion or Nexion Canada, great options for US and Canadian-based agencies. Then we have outside agents who accepts US-based advisors only. And then our last host for today, Travel Edge, they accept from both US and Canadian. All right, so what can you expect during this? This is a place where you're going to hear from a variety of host agency representatives all about their company culture and their programs. There are over 30 hosts this week, so it is a fantastic opportunity to hear from and compare loads of host agencies. I don't think there's anything else like that in the industry. If you go to a convention or an actual physical event, the most host agencies you'll probably see with booths are maybe 5 to maybe 10 at the very most. So if you've missed any of the past host agency interviews, that is not a problem. Everything is recorded and all the interviews can be found on our YouTube page underneath the Host Week playlist. So we would love for you to drop a note in the comments. Don't be shy, introduce yourself. And I think, let me take a look. Yeah, oh, great, Heather. I'm glad ACTA. Thank you for supporting ACTA. Heather's with Independent by Flight Center and will be on this afternoon. But just like we always say for the US-based agents, it's incredibly important to support your trade organization who's furthering your interests and making sure that everything that's coming in the pipeline on the government side of things is as good as it can get for you. So let's see. I figured, I don't know how many of you were on earlier today, but I was looking at the comments about Bacon, the cute little mini pig today. That was just the highlight of my possible life. Very, very exciting. But let's see. Go ahead and write in the comments the last destination that you traveled to, because it's really, really fun to see where people have been. And if you tuned in on Monday, you know that travel advisors are incredibly well traveled. I think our survey this year found that hosted advisors traveled to 78, I think, different countries and that's on average, which is just mind blowing. So go ahead, put in the comments where the last destination was that you've been to. Mine was Puerto Morelos in Mexico in December. Wonderful, wonderful time. So I'll wait to see all the cool places people are visiting. And while I'm doing that, let me tell you a little bit about our first host. So we're going to kick things off with Fora Travel out of New York, New York. And you may recognize Henley from Fora's sponsorship intro to Tuesday's keynote on sustainability. So we'll drop a link to Fora's profile so you can read their reviews and learn more about them. Drop that in the comments. And if sustainability piques your interest, it's something that you care about, make sure to check out Tuesday and Wednesday's keynote because there's some great nuggets of information about sustainability in the travel industry for those. All right, let's see where people have been. Oh, wow, lots of Mexico. Cool. Coco K, London. Oh, this is great. I'm so glad to see where everyone's been traveling. We've got an Amsterdam in there. That's fantastic. Let's see. So I am going to dive in, and I think it's actually Mary that did the interview with Fora today. Normally it's April, but I think Mary did a couple interviews today. So let's dive in with, I think, Mary and Fora, and we can see what makes them unique behind the fact that they accept both US and Canadian advisors.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Host Week 2023. I am sitting down with Evan Frank and Henley Vasquez from Fora Travel. They are the co-owners of Fora Travel. Welcome. It's your first time here. We're so excited.
We're excited to be here.
Thank you so much for having us.
Oh, our pleasure. I look forward to listening to you speak about all things Fora Travel. So let's jump right into it.
Great.
Yeah. First question. What's been happening the past year?
Well, we've been very busy over the past, we were basically a year old. So a lot has been happening over the past year. So November last year is when we actually launched the first version of the website. So the idea with Fora is to empower anyone with some certainly time, but interest, passion, and a degree of knowledge, but it doesn't have to be extensive knowledge, to participate in the industry in a way that was formerly only available to, pros. So the past year has really been developing our approach towards that, which, and we could talk about it more in a little bit, but sort of cuts across training, onboarding, technology, marketing enablement, and like sort of total back office management. So that's kind of what we've been up to over the past year, which is getting to this point that we're now ready to receive new advisors and support them in a scalable kind of community first way.
That's so exciting. I'd love to hear what makes it Fora Travel unique.
Yeah, so I mean, I think for starters, we allow people to sell travel the way that they want to. So we don't set high sales targets that they have to hit or they're out the door. We really meet our advisors where they're at. So if it's a mom who wants to book a little travel between drop off and pickup, or someone who's a young freelancer that wants to be doing this on the side with another job, that's great. What we're seeing is lots of them do convert into wanting to sell travel full-time and be a full-time travel advisor. But we really welcome everyone who wants to be a part of this community. And we take all the hard stuff of being a travel advisor off of them. So things that I know from when I was running a much smaller agency, what did I not have time to do? Marketing. So we do the email marketing for them. Social media templates, does not come native to many of us. We have a social media manager who will give those to them. Payments, we pay them on checkout, not when we get paid. So that's a really big difference. We aren't asking them to go around chasing their money. We chase the money for them. And content creation is a really key part of this as well. So every advisor has their profile page, which they can share out, and they can upload as much content that they want, showcasing their travel expertise. So guides, itineraries, places they love to travel, which will help travelers find them. So we find usually they're selling to their friends and family network, but they can also sell to others who find them, because we're doing a lot with SEO behind the scenes and training and support. I mean, we're community first, I think, is the right way to put it. So it is all about running training, which is cohort based. So when you join a cohort, and you'll go through that first month with everyone who's learning the same things as you, and then ongoing destination training, office hours, and really being a part of this community and in our community app, where you can ask for help, get support, celebrate your wins, vent when you need to.
No, I love that. And I love the fact that, I mean, people are getting into this because they want to be travel advisors. And yes, they might not know what SEO is and social media marketing and how to do a proper email, when to send a proper email. So to be able to take that off their plate and really let them focus in on their business and their job is a wonderful thing. So that's so great to hear. Let's talk about the travel advisor. What would be 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
Yeah, well, I mean, as you were saying about not knowing about everything, curious is a really good word. Curious and interested in learning. So someone can know a lot about a certain destination. We want them to be part of learning everything that they can. We will support them along the way, but you should want to be a learner. I think community oriented is really, and I know that I say the word community a lot, but it's because we really have a no mean people policy. So we are all here together. There are no dumb questions, and you need to want to have that sort of strength in numbers. The sum is greater than the parts. We all work together in order to build an advisor community that is successful and energetic. I mean, I think this is, it ain't easy selling travel. Being a travel advisor definitely can be it's a job. It's not taking a pretty picture on Instagram and getting a lot of trips booked. It's actually work. So somebody who has great energy, who's excited to get started, excited to learn, and excited to be a part of a community is going to be successful.
Nice. You say community too much, but I actually really like that word over team. Like, I like community because it really shows what you're building. So I think that's the perfect word to be using. So,
and it's really in the middle of everything that we do here. I think one of the things that we've experienced from former careers of ours is how you can say community and you could actually mean community, but unless you're building a community that has like tech at the center of it, where there's like real kind of connections happening every single day, it sort of feels like you're the node at the end of some sort of system, rather than like you're in the system like every single day. So that's really what we've tried to bear in mind as almost like a core principle for how we're designing and building Fora.
Yeah, no, that's great. So it's 2023, and I'd love to hear what you have going on this year.
Lots more of what we've already been doing. So I think what it means in practice is even more training and even more mentorship. So I think one of the possible misconceptions, but we're not designing the business like this, is as we grow, it's going to get less personal and it's going to be an inferior onboarding and training experience. We're actually investing with both people as well as systems, as well as just a general approach towards growth that ensures that actually the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Yeah. So what's coming in 2023 is even more flexible, modularized training, mentorship and support, and forums for that mentorship and support. So that's like one big piece of it. And then another big piece of it is the continued ongoing technological development. So everything from the platform or a platform that today is really where you can see all of your bookings and get access to our community app, which is proprietary and indexed and sort of searchable, much better than a Facebook group, and where you can find marketing assets and things. That's what the platform is today. What it's going to be this time next year, platform to book. So a full bookings platform with not just hotel inventory, but also like other supplier inventory that we're trying to make it really easy for our advisors to book. So quite a lot of technological development. We have essentially a team of engineers all around the world, totaling well more at this point than probably 15 people. So we're investing really, really heavily in the booking experience and the overall platform experience that our advisors get as part of Fora.
I think that's called putting your money where your mouth is.
We're definitely we're investing very heavily in that. Yeah.
I think that one other thing I would mention is live events, because this is great that we're able to jump on and have these Zooms, and we're on Zooms a ton with our advisors, but nothing is a replacement for having them in person. So we did do our first live forum just a couple months ago here in New York City. We are planning that already for next year, but we're also doing more of a road show. So pop-ups in different cities where Fora headquarters is coming to meet our advisors and to be there in person and help them connect to others that are in their area, because I think we all know that doing this together is easier when you've actually been in a real life situation with someone.
I love that. The two takeaways I really got from that was investing in individuals and the connection. So I think those are two great keys that you're bringing to the travel industry, and it's so great for your advisors. So it's Host Week, and we do have a lot of new travel advisors that watch Host Week. So what would be one tip you would give a new travel advisor entering the business?
Well, I've been in your shoes. So I fell into this by accident, and I've now been a travel advisor for 15 years. That's basically my entire career. And I think the number one piece of advice that everyone should have is don't be shy. So it can be hard when you're getting started to say to your friends, your family, your business connections, I'm a travel agent now, let me book your next trip. But you need to do it once, twice, 3 times. You need to be on the group text. You need to be in your Facebook. You need to share it on Instagram and remind them constantly that this is what you're doing, because I think there can be this funny interaction with people initially where they go, well, like, oh, I didn't want to bother you and I booked my spring break. And you have to say, no, this is my job now. Give it to me. So that confidence to get out there and really put yourself in front of your network and let them know what you're doing is the key to get the first, second, 10th, or 100th booking. It really never stops. Like, don't be shy. Even if you're an introvert, don't be shy when it comes to selling travel.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's a great point. And I always say, take it from realtors. You see it all the time. You have friends that are realtors. They're everywhere. It's all over their social. They tell everybody. So really, if you're taking that model, I think that is a great idea.
And there's a lot more people trying to plan a vacation than buy a new house. So remember, there's the businesses out there.
It was actually one of the insights that led to us starting Fora was the fact that this was right when Compass here in New York was going public, and there was a lot of data about how many real estate license holders there are in the US. There's 3 million real estate license holders in the US, the majority of which are engaging in that work on a part-time basis. They're not the top % of real estate agents. And yet, like by most estimates, there's about 100,000 travel agents. So there's 30x the number of real estate license holders than there are travel agents in the US. When being a travel advisor can be the most fun, gratifying, fulfilling, flexible job. I'm not going to let a part-time realtor necessarily sell my apartment, but I will let my friend who's already an expert in Paris now be enabled by Fora to plan my trip to Paris. And we just think it's much more compatible to a side hustle. It's much more easy to be passionate about it, and it's much more sort of flexible and modern in many ways than being a real estate agent, which many of our advisors are real estate agents. So, we totally align with that career, but we think that we can be even bigger than that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we always like to ask a fun, silly question. I know this is your first host week, so it's usually the hardest question we ask.
We're ready.
But if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
We're really into snack food
We're big
here
snackers.
at Fora.
My kind of people.
We tell our advisors who are based in New York, like they can also work out of our office here. It's a beautiful
snack.
loft in Tribeca, and then we give them snacks. Like yesterday, we gave our advisor Pamela snacks. So I think if this is just what comes to mind now, I think it would be the peanut butter pretzels that we have, like right out there. Pretzels, but that are like somehow they get the peanut butter right on the inside. One of our team members called herself unhinged around them. So, and that, like that's what we'd like to be as an agency.
We're not unhinged.
Not unhinged.
That was a really weird
but it's like
transition.
once you try, no, that was just to describe that. Once you have one of our peanut butter pretzels, you want more.
Yes.
And that's like what we're like.
You can't stop. You're just going to keep going.
Right. I used to love, my husband actually worked for a company that sold those, and it had the peanut butter with the pretzel and then the chocolate outside. Oh, yeah. I totally understand the unhinged. I connected with you when you said
keeping
it.
those companies in business here at Fora. That is a line item in our P&L. Peanut butter pretzels. And if there were chocolate on it, that would be even worse.
See, a little sweet, salty, and nutty. That's how I like it.
It's a really good combo.
So I hear you have a host week special. We'd love to hear more about it.
We do. So thank you all for joining us today and for watching through this whole interview. So you got to the end and you get the special. And the special is that we, as you may have heard, have about a 40,000 person wait list right now. And because you attended this interview, you can skip the wait list. So when you apply, go to foratravel.com. And when you apply to become an advisor, put in the notes in the bottom, host week special, and we'll actually jump you over all 40,000 people and get you to the front of the wait list.
I love that. Very VIP.
Very VIP.
Special.
Totally.
Well, thank you so much for being here for our host week. I look forward to having more host weeks with you. And we're going to continue on with more fun throughout the week. So I hope everybody will join us. Thank you for being here for Travel, and onward with host week.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, April. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Well, thank you, Henley. Thank you, Evan. For those of you that didn't know, Fora is a Virtuoso agency. So Virtuoso is their consortium. So if you are interested in Fora, make sure to tune in tomorrow, because that's when we're going to be interviewing Virtuoso during the Meet the Consortium segment. So how's everybody doing? Well, I have to tell you that obviously that wasn't Mary, that was April. Sorry about that. And B, I was just reading your comments about the last trips, and it's making me really want to pack up a suitcase and take off. It is, there's a wind chill of -4 here today in Minnesota, and some of the destinations in the comments sound so good right now. If you're feeling good and you're liking Host Week, make sure to give a thumbs up on the YouTube stream. And by the way, if you are on LinkedIn or Facebook, come on over to the YouTube comments, because that's where most of the action is. And let's see, so we have got 5 more agencies to go today. And don't forget, we have another 7 tomorrow. So I hope you've got your notebook ready, because we're going to give you a fire hose worth of information on a whole lot more host agencies tomorrow and today. So next in line, we have the family-owned and run Incentive Connection Travel. So they have been around since 1992. They accept advisors in the US and Canada, and they are a mid-sized host agency. They have about 350 advisors in their network. We will put a note in the comments with a link to their profile, so you can check out more information on them and read some reviews. And I also want you to know that ICT is part of the Travel Leaders Network. So that's their consortium. So we interviewed them on, Wednesday. So if you missed that, you can rewind or go back to Wednesday and check out that interview. So let's head over. I think this one actually is Mary, but if I'm wrong again, we're just going to roll with it. So let's head on over to Mary's neck of the woods and see what she can find out that Robert and ICT have been up to.
Hello, everyone, and happy Host Week yet again. I'm sitting down with Robert Simon, President of Incentive Connection Travel. Hey, Robert, how's it going?
Going well. I'm excited to be here, and we're excited to start 2023.
I love it, and we're so glad you're here to talk all things Incentive Connection Travel. So let's jump into it. I have some great questions for you.
Great.
So first, I'd love to hear what's been going on the past year.
So we've actually had quite a bit going on over the past year. We've had some policy changes. We've had some changes to events that we're doing, and we're excited to put some of these new policies in place. I can't say that one is really more important than the other. They're all very important on different levels. For instance, 2022, at the very beginning, January, we decided that we would start paying our agents when the trip happens rather than in the month after the trip occurs. We know that the agents need the money. We know that they're just coming out of a terrible 3-year situation. So we wanted to get the money into their hands as fast as possible. So we started that in January. We changed our consortium in May. We were with Ensemble. Now we're with Travel Leaders. Okay. What a great organization to belong to. They have fantastic group pricing on their cruises. They have airline and hotel booking engines. The hotel booking engines, we were actually very surprised. Some of the agents are actually making much more commission through those booking engines than they were through some of our other wholesalers. I mean, up to 20%.
Wow.
Yeah, they have a free leads generator. They have free email marketing. They have other programs that you can buy into for a fee, like their websites and their regular mail marketing. We turned 30.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We are very excited. I mean, obviously it's the first time for everything, and this was the first time and hopefully the last time we turned 30. So we did a cruise with our agents, and it was a fantastic event. It was a lot of free time. We did site inspections in the ports that we went to. We had a few seminars, but mostly it was free time for the agents. It was an opportunity for the agents and the ICT staff to get to know each other a little bit better. Although I mean, a lot of the attendees were agents that we've had for many, many years, but we had a lot of new agents as well, and it was a good, special time for everybody. And finally, this led to a change in our convention policy. Mm-hmm. We were having a regular convention every couple of years for our agents and our suppliers, tons of agents, tons of suppliers. We thought that smaller events looked better and seemed better, or at least the agents seemed to enjoy them more. So we think we're going to change this to more smaller events.
Nice.
So that we can really imbibe the ICT family that we've always said we've had.
Yeah.
Get to know each other really well, and enjoy the time.
I love it. I love everything you're doing for your advisors. It sounds like you did a lot last year for your advisors, and it's so good to hear. And again, congratulations, 30 years. That's amazing. Good for you. That's so exciting.
Yeah, it was exciting. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. So let's jump into the next question, which is what makes you unique?
Okay, so first, we're a smaller company. We're family run. We obviously for 30 years by the Simons and the Butlers. The owners are completely hands-on. When you email the company, you're emailing an owner.
Wow.
Except for a bookkeeper, I should say. When you call the office, you'll always talk to an owner. We're here for you. We're here to help you troubleshoot problems you might be having. Obviously, there's always trouble with a supplier here and there. We will definitely step in to help you. When COVID started, we started these weekly meetings with the agents. not necessarily to educate them or to teach them about our policies, mostly to keep them engaged. Well, we've continued those weekly meetings. And as a matter of fact, now we have sometimes 3 and 4 meetings a week.
Wow.
Not everybody attends everything. You attend what you want. And we just talk about business. We have a supplier come on periodically to talk about their product, usually for a short period of time. And then they drop off. And we just talk business for the rest of an hour, hour and a half, whatever it takes to make the agents feel like they've had their questions answered and feel comfortable about leaving the meeting with some kind of quality information. Finally, the customer service that you receive from ICT is 7 days a week, including holidays.
Wow.
We answer our emails from 9 a.m. Arizona time to 9 p.m. Arizona time. We answer our emails 7 days a week, Saturdays, Sundays, including holidays. And that's basically it. You can call the office anytime you like, and you'll talk to an owner. I mean, I think talking to an owner is really what makes us unique.
Yeah, I love that. It's so down to earth in that you're really connected with your advisors. So that's great to hear.
Thank you.
So let's talk about travel advisors.
Okay.
What are 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
So the ideal travel advisor, I would say, would have to be, number 1, motivated to have a business.
Yeah.
And we have agents that what we call hobbyists, which are fine. We're not going to turn away business. We have agents that do travel here and there. But really, it's the agent that is motivated to actually run a business that is the best descriptor for most of the agents that we have. I think also the agent that wants to think outside the box in order to please their clients, and to help their business grow. What suppliers are you not using that maybe you should, or what policies should you implement in your office that you don't? These are things that can all be discussed with other agents, with us. It's the agent that really wants to grow a business is important. And finally, the one thing that really does make us unique is that agents can solicit help from other agents.
Okay.
Not necessarily to do their bookings, but to get advice and to learn about products that maybe would be better suited to them. Things like that.
Great. So it's 2023. So let's hear what you have in the pipeline.
Okay. So being part of Travel Leaders, we're trying to urge our agents to use the Travel Leaders products. They're fantastic. They're easy to use. Their mail marketing, as I said before, is free. They did also have their email marketing is free. Their mail marketing is has a small cost to it, but certainly not exorbitant. We have still are continuing our weekly meetings. During our meetings, the really important thing is to share ideas. And that is really what the agents come online for. Not necessarily to hear about the suppliers, because you can learn about the suppliers right from their websites. But the agents do enjoy learning directly from our sales reps. But mostly it's about hearing what other agents have to say. And the other part of it is when you have a problem, rather than sitting on your hands, hoping that the problem will go away, contact us or sit in one of our meetings and discuss the problems with the people who know best, either us or the agents.
Yeah. It sounds like you're building a great community for 2023 and really supporting them with some great technology and one-on-ones and in creating that community within your agents. So that's so great to hear for this year.
Well, we are trying to give the agents what they want.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're not the agency for everybody. But if we can be the agency for 90% of the agents that join us, certainly we'd be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of new advisors are watching. So hello, new advisors. And I'd love to hear a tip you would give a new advisor.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, starting in January, this will be the best wave season ever, mostly because of the pent-up demand for travel that people have not been able to take advantage of in the past 3 years. So I would say, number one, create a business plan. Decide on the types of marketing that you want to provide to your clients. If you want co-op advertising, you're welcome to contact our sales reps to get that money, to help you push your business forward. Stay in touch with your clients. Remind your clients that you're still in business. Just a hello email, maybe a phone call, especially to your good clients. And finally, attend the webinars to learn about the products that you think you can use or you should use. They are invaluable. Not every supplier is the same. Not every supplier caters to every agent or client. But you should know this so that when that special client comes along that'll fit into the realm of the supplier that you want to sell, that you will have the knowledge for it.
Great tips. And I love the business plan one, probably the most, because it's so important and it really helps you get organized as you're gearing up to start your new business. So I thought that was a great one.
Thank you.
So here at HAR, we always like to ask our funny, silly question that always throws everybody for a loop. So in true HAR tradition, here we go.
Okay.
If your company was a snack food, what would you be and why?
So I would have to say that the ideal snack food descriptor for us would be the Chex Mix.
All right.
We offer a lot, but you certainly don't have to participate in everything. You take what you want out of what we offer and use it. Like the Chex Mix, there's pretzels and there's cereal and there's nuts and there's all sorts of good stuff in there. And personally, I like it all.
Right.
But maybe you don't. Maybe you're a pretzel person and you just want to pick out the pretzels from the bag. That's more than okay with us. You pick and choose what you want to use. We will never force you to use anything specific.
I love the answer. And it's funny you say you get to pick and choose because that's me. I'm one of those people that's like, I don't like the pretzels. So I'm like, put those aside and like take everything else. So it's really funny you said that. As soon as you said that, I pictured myself eating Chex Mix. I'm like,
yeah, but then you have me who's going to eat it all. And then I can't decide what I like best.
Right? That's awesome. So it's Host Week and we love to offer specials. So I hear you have a special that you're offering. So let's hear it.
We do. So our CRM that we use is called Client Ease. We pay for the basic version for everybody. If you sign up during not during Host Week necessarily, I would say through the end of February, and you use the code IC223, we will pay for a year of the full version of Client Ease for you. And with the full version, you'll get group reporting. You'll get a reminder calendar. You'll get auto reminders for you and your clients. There's a portal that you can use to get e-signatures. And you can create your own itineraries and invoices for your clients.
Wow.
So there's a lot that goes into that full version that if you have the basic version, you'll never see.
Yeah. No, that's a great special. Thank you so much for offering that to everybody watching Host Week. That's it. That's all I got for you. Robert, it is such a pleasure and always a pleasure to have you on and chat with you. And I'm so glad to hear about everything you're doing and supporting your community of advisors. So thank you for being here.
Well, April, it's been a year since you and I have talked.
Right.
And, you're always such a great person to be interviewed by. And I enjoyed this very much. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. And everybody, onward with Host Week. We look forward to seeing you all week. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
One of these days, I'm going to remember who my team members are and stop confusing them. They just look so similar. I swear I will get it right next time, possibly. There's a lot happening when you're emceeing, So thank you, Robert, for all that great information. I know there are a lot of new advisors in the audience, and thanks to Tracy. I'm not sure if you're in the audience today, Tracy, but you emailed over a bunch of questions that you had as a new advisor, and we are going to go over them tomorrow during our Friday 15. So if you don't know the Friday 15, it's our weekly podcast every Friday at 12 p.m. Central Time. You can do it. You can subscribe to it. It's Travel Agent Chatter and the podcast feeds. Otherwise, you can watch it on YouTube as well. But we answer the industry questions that you've submitted. So if you have questions, you can go to hostagencyreviews.com/Friday15. And then you can also sign up for e-reminders there, where you'll get an email with that day's questions if we have any co-hosts and things like that. So we'll put that link in the comments so people can take a look, but make sure to tune in for the Friday 15 tomorrow, because this is something to mention for Host Week. We followed a pretty normal schedule where we started at 12 p.m. Central Time every day. Tomorrow on Friday is different. We're still doing our Friday 15. We normally do it at 12, but we are pushing it back to 11:40 a.m. So tomorrow Host Week will start at 11:40. So make sure to hop on a little bit earlier tomorrow so you can catch that. So let's see who we have up next. We have Independent by Flight Center. This is the host agency division of Flight Center. So many of you might have heard of Flight Center, big travel agency storefront within Canada and the UK and Australia. So they only accept Canadian advisors, but if you are a US-based agent, make sure to check out their US host agency, which is Independent by Liberty Travel, who we interviewed on Tuesday. And we will put a link in the comments to that interview so you can check that out. And let's see, I am pretty positive that this one is Mary, pretty sure, but I've been very confident on the last ones and completely struck out. So as you can tell, she looks so much like April. It's very hard to tell them apart. You should try being me on a regular basis. So with that, let's go ahead and see what Independent by Flight Center is up to.
Hello, it's Mary Stein with Host Agency Reviews. We are continuing our Host Week interviews, and I'm sitting with Heather Baker. Hello, Heather. How are you?
Hi.
Heather is the National Sales Member. She's a National Sales Membership Manager, for Independent by Flight Center. So how are you doing today, Heather?
I'm doing great. Excited to be back for yet another Host Week.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. And I'm looking forward to asking you a few questions and getting to know Flight Center a little bit more. So,
well, I'm looking forward to answering them and sharing all I know about our company with your viewers.
Excellent. Well, let's do it. So we're launching into 2023, and I'm just curious, what was new in the past year for Independent by Flight Center?
Well, booking travel. I mean, that was exciting for everyone, I think, I would say like the level of inquiry and the types of trips our advisors are booking, like travel is back. And I mean, all of us couldn't be more thrilled. And like the information that we've gotten from our agents is that a lot of their clients are looking to book multiple trips and to like those bucket list destinations, so hasn't been sort of the usual run of the mill stuff. They've really been able to sort of flex their knowledge and expertise and booking these fabulous trips as people are so excited to start traveling again. And in Independent by Flight Center, from a business standpoint, we recently launched our new iReach marketing platform, which allows all of our independent advisors full access to the Flight Center Travel Group's marketing promotions. And it's on a platform that allows them to basically, with the click of a button, share those promotions and specials to their social platforms with their clients. And it gives them the ability to, edit it, if they want to add a little personal touch, like they've been to that particular property or that destination, and they can do that via social platforms or email campaigns and so much more. And then we also introduced a relaunch of our Indie Ambassador program. And what that is that we have a selection of independent advisors from across the country that almost sit on an advisory board for us. And they provide feedback when we're looking to launch, new initiatives, and they get the opportunity to sort of demo new systems and programs and enhancements that we're introducing, so we can actually get firsthand end user experience and make sure that what we're looking to implement actually works for our advisors.
That sounds like some high quality beta testing. Well, that's exciting. Tools for advisors who didn't get into the industry for their love of social media and email marketing.
That's it.
That's great. So what are some of the things that make Independent by Flight Center unique, Heather?
Well, Independent by Flight Center, we're part of the Flight Center Travel Group and its vast network. We really have a global reach. We currently have independent operations in Canada, the US, South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, and I'm sure there may be a few more to come in the coming years. And, that ensures that we can really offer top tier commissions to our independent advisors and such a breadth and, the best quality product, and it really allows them to source whatever they need for their clients, what they're looking to book, and ensure that when they are doing that they're earning the most commission possible. And we also have a platform that we utilize in our company, which is called Workplace. And we have a standalone independent workplace just for our independent advisors, and it allows them to connect not only with each other across the country and Canada, but we have a select number of groups where they can actually connect and interact with those independent advisors in those other countries, and sort of be able to share product knowledge, expertise, advice. If they're sending a client to Australia and want some sort of unique recommendation, we have an independent advisor that may be able to offer a personal, experience recommendation, or vice versa. If they have clients that are looking to come to Canada and, they want to, they've never sold a particular destination before. So it really allows them to access this great hive mind of experts all across the globe.
I love the opportunity to pool knowledge and expertise and share it with your network. So
absolutely.
Don't reinvent the wheel if you don't have to. So
exactly.
So what are 3 words that would describe the ideal advisor for Independent by Flight Center?
Yeah, it's so hard to narrow it down to 3 because there's, so many different qualities and things that you can take into effect. I mean, I think one of the first things that, especially when you're going to be, going into business on your own, is you need to be passionate. Just like airplanes need jet fuel to fly, like a travelpreneur needs passion to sort of help fuel that business. And, being a small business owner, it's no easy task, especially as we've seen over the past few years. And you need that passion to sort of keep the momentum going, keep propelling your business forward and keep growing it. And so I think that, is really key because especially, when you're starting your own business, you want it to be something that you enjoy and that you are passionate about. It makes it easier to get up in the morning and, get on with your day. The second one I would have to say is perseverance. If the past few years have taught us anything, working in travel isn't always fam trips and fun. It can be, but, the past few years definitely have tested the mettle of all of us. It takes a strong individual that's committed to their business and to their clients, and everyone has moments of doubt and discouragement. And sometimes you really need to dig deep, rely on your network, your fellow agents, your host agency to sort of help with those moments of doubt and sort of, give you that inspiration to keep going on. But, it's the own individual's perseverance that will really allow them, to sort of get through those times and really reap the rewards at the end of the dedication to their business and to their clients. And the last one, my answer will never change on this one. So I always feel when this question gets asked that I only have 2 to choose from, because the last thing is that you need to be a traveler. I mean, Flight Center Travel Group prides itself on being a company that's built of travelers, both in our retail section and in our independent section. We are made up of people that travel is part of who they are. It's in their DNA, and that's not something that can be taught. Their shared passion that makes, and it gives them that authenticity when they're speaking with their clients, when they're looking into trips. And that community is what makes them so incredible at what they do. And it inspires confidence from their clients. It builds trusts. And it also encourages exploration. Like the more that they're traveling and seeing the world, the more that they can share those experiences and sell those experiences to their clients.
Yeah, it's the experience that sells the travel, not just the information and data. So
that's it.
Great answers. That's the advisor avatar for Independent by Flight Center. I like
that is, passionate, perseverance, and travel.
Yes, love it. So looking forward further into 2023, how is Independent by Flight Center preparing your network for success?
Well, I mean, we know that travel is back and it's booming. Like we've heard it from across the board. We've seen it in the bookings that our advisors are doing and, in the sales. There's so many advisors that are coming back to the industry now after, leaving for a period, but they want to do it on their own terms. And, Flight Center Independent by Flight Center offers the option for those people that are coming back to be able to have the flexibility that they choose, that they need for their life. So to be able to have that work-life balance. And Flight Center Travel Group itself recognizes that opportunity. And so with Independent by Flight Center and our global community at large, we understand that the independent network is one that's rapidly growing. It's rapidly expanding. There's always new opportunities coming every day, new people asking about our program. And I'm sure other host agencies have the same experience. And in recognition of this, the Flight Center Travel Group is putting in place like the resources and support that it needs to support this rapidly growing, division of travel. We recently named Danielle Galloway in Australia. She's now our global managing director of the independent brands worldwide. We had Astrid Richardson, who now is our global director for operations. Ali Spar has been named to the global team as our marketing manager. And so they're really putting in place on a global level all of the supports that need to be in place for any travel company to work, but geared towards the needs of the independent agent, because it does differ from those that, work in a retail store. We have a very successful, obviously retail division. We're reopening a number of retail stores even as we speak, but we recognize that the needs of those agents can sometimes differ when you're a small business owner. And so in recognition of this, they're putting together the structure and supports in place on a global level to ensure that those that do partner with us for their travel business will have what they need to ensure that they're getting the top tier commissions, the products, the systems, and supports all in place for that independent business.
That's excellent. Thanks, Heather. It's constantly evolving.
It is. We're really excited about it. 2023 is going to be an incredible year for the independent brands with the Flight Center Travel Group.
That's excellent. So in my opinion, this is one of the most challenging questions, but if you could offer just one tip to a new advisor, what would that advice be?
Oh, there's been so many that I've thrown out over the years. I mean, never being afraid to ask questions is a great one, but in light of where we are right now, this year, I would have to say, never doubt the value of your expertise. Like start off charging travel management fees right off the beginning and don't waver in that. Like the work you do, the information and expertise you provide, the guidance that you offer, it's worth its weight in gold, and you are worth every single cent you charge, and never doubt that.
Amen. We agree at heart.
It's one of those things where you're just like,
value your expertise and your time and your knowledge. So
that would have to be it.
So the fun question of this year is, if Independent by Flight Center were a snack food, what would that snack food be?
I will be 100% honest with you, Mary. This is the question that I look forward to the most each year, and also the one that stresses me out the most each year. From sitcoms to snack food, this is one that I like, keeps me up, sort of going like, which one should I pick? And I love them. So never change this, because you guys, it's one of the most enjoyable for me, I think, even though it does stress me out. There were a few different options, but I would probably have to say that for Independent by Flight Center, if we were a snack food, we'd be beaver tails. Oh, are you familiar with beaver tail?
No, I'm just like so excited by your answer. I've never even, I don't know what beaver tail is.
It is a Canadian delicacy. So it's a must have if anyone is coming to Canada. You can normally find them. They're usually in like little kiosks, usually around the main tourist attractions. But what it is it's this lovely pastry base. And I sort of feel that Independent by Flight Center is like the pastry base. We have this strong foundation that's there and it's lovely. It's like almost like a little cake-like thing in an oval shape. But then you get to top it with whatever it is you want. And, I liken that to sort of our independent advisors. They're able to select what it is they need from us for their business, because each of our business owners is different and has different needs for their travel business. So whether you just want to go with the classic cinnamon sugar, whether you want to do Nutella and banana, whether you want to go all out and add the Reese's Pieces with the hazelnut spread and the brownie pieces, we're here to give you that really good foundation and then help you along the way to build your travel business to what it needs to be.
Well, you had me at pastry, so.
It is, it is. It's, like we give them the base to start building their business.
Yeah.
And then we have all of these great topping options so that they can pick what it is that they need, for their business, whether they're looking at luxury, whether they're looking at small corporate, whether they want to focus on luxury beach, they can sort of help create their own masterpiece.
I'm adding that to my food list. I'm adding that to my food list. So excited to try that.
It is. It definitely is a must try. They are classic. And you always, when you go back, you're like, next time I want to go back for this one because there's so many great options.
I love it. I love it. So Heather, will you tell us a little bit about your Host Week special?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously we have been having so many people looking at coming back to the industry, in light of Host Week and our great relationship with Host Agency Reviews. We're offering a special if you sign up with Independent by Flight Center by the 31st of March and you use the code HAR 2023, so HAR 2023, we'll waive 6 months of your monthly fees.
Well, thank you. That's a very generous offer. And we'll be sure to put the link to all of our Host Week offers in the chat. And then for those of you who are wanting to learn more about Independent by Flight Center, we'll have the link in our resources as well. And thank you so much, Heather, for chatting with me today. And I've never heard of beaver tail, and I feel like my mind is exploding. And I'm
it is. I bet the first thing when you get off this call, go and Google it, and you'll.
Oh yeah, there's going to be some deep web research going on. So,
well, thank you again for having us back. Like we look forward to Host Week every year, and it's always such a great opportunity to connect with you, amazing women over at HAR, and to be able to update the industry on what's happening and all the great things that are coming down the pipeline for Independent by Flight Center.
Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate it. So we will connect.
Beaver tails. I have to tell you, Heather, when Mary got off her conversation with you, she had written in the Slack message, she was like, someone said beaver tails. And we were all envisioning the tails of beavers because we hadn't heard of beaver tails. So we were really concerned. But I'm glad that it sounds like this delicious, delicious dessert. So great choice. Let's continue on with this Canada train. And I think it's about time that we heard from Nexion Canada. So the name may ring a bell because Nexion is one of our weekly sponsors of this event. And as you probably have guessed by now, Nexion Canada is their Canadian division. So if you're looking to hear more about their US division, though, and you are a US advisor, never fear, we have a great interview with them from yesterday that we will link to in the comments for you. We will also link to Nexion Canada's profile for those that are interested in learning more after they hear the interview. So just a few little tidbits about them. They have been around since 2013. So happy 10-year anniversary, Nexion Canada. And they have around 465 advisors in their network. And so we consider them a mid-size host agency. All right, so with that, let's keep the cart rolling. April, at least I think it's April, pretty positive it's April. Let's see what's happening over at Nexion Canada.
Hello, everyone. It's Host Week 2023. April from HAR here. I'm sitting down with Mike Foster, president of Nexion Travel Group Canada. Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm wonderful. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to hear more about Nexion Travel Group Canada.
My pleasure.
Great. So I have lots of great questions for you. So let's jump right in.
Excellent.
So we'd love to hear what's been happening the past year with you.
Oh, not too much. It's been a crazy year, hasn't it? We spent the last year really focused on regrowing our company again. We've been regrowing the number of agents in our company. We've been growing our agents themselves and their businesses. We've been growing our company, our team, our programs, our services. We've been reconnecting with our agents. We've had lots of events over the last year. And we've also been investing a number of programs to help our agents to build their business. One of the neat initiatives that we started about a year and a half ago and really launched in its full capacity probably about a year and a half ago or so. And that was our roadmap project. And what we've done with our roadmap is we've really taken our training and support to another level. We really have tried to, we're helping our agents to develop their own personal roadmap to success, which is taking them from their starting point, their current place today, and having them think about the direction for their business, their goals in their business. And we really laid out a training roadmap to help them to get to their destination. So that's been really exciting and a great success. We've had a lot of training sessions on issues that we feel are really important today. Service fees, for example, has been an ongoing. We've had actually just this week, we had our 46th session on our service fee working group that we set up here at Nexion, where we're helping our agents to connect with each other and share how service fees have been working for them. So lots of training and networking and collaborating. It's been really, really helpful. Our agents, I can't believe the number of agents who are really building their business through service fees. It's really wonderful. Also focus on niches. We've really talked to our agents a lot about helping them to find that niche and focus on their niche, as well as marketing and training to develop to that niche. But we've been busy and we've been helping our agents keep busy as well. It's been great.
No, it sounds wonderful. It really sounds like you're kind of getting back to those building blocks that, agents need and really supporting them. So that's so great to hear.
It's a restart, really. It's almost as much a restart, even for those agents like us, like myself, who's been in this industry for so many years. It's really been a restart. And actually, in hindsight, although it's been a horrible couple of years, it's exciting to see the way we've come out of this. And I think we've got I think we're coming into the golden years of the travel agent. So I'm really excited.
I am too, and I love to hear that. I love when people get so excited and passionate about travel. So that's so great to hear. So this is a great transition to the next question, but I'd love to hear what makes Nexion Travel Group Canada unique.
That's a great question. I get asked by prospects who are looking to join us all the time. Hey, what makes you guys unique? And we're in an industry, we're all selling the same products and services. Of course, there's relatively little unique in terms of what we produce in terms of products, but I think it's really the way that we serve our members. And I like to think of us as being the best of both worlds. We're a relatively small company, but yet part of one of the world's largest travel agency organizations. We're part of the Internova Travel Group, of course. So one of the world's largest travel companies, but at the same time, a relatively small company here in Canada looking after our Canadian members. So small yet big. Small when it comes to the attention and the service and the focus on our agents, yet big when it comes to the tools and the programs and the services and the commission levels and all those things that a huge company can provide their agents. We're also Canadian yet international, and travel obviously is an international industry. And so I'm very proud of the fact, and I think we're a little bit unique in the industry, in our market, by being both Canadian and international and offering our agents both perspectives. The Canadian market perspective, where I live and work and have worked all my life, as well as the international perspective that our huge company that's behind us provides us as well.
That's wonderful. So let's talk about travel advisors.
Sure.
I'd love to hear 3 words that you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor.
Oh, that's a tough one. I would say that our agents are focused, are looking for growth. That's not one word, but let's say growing, focused, energized. There's a lot of words that I think of that, excited, those kinds of things. But those are maybe, I guess, energized, focused, and growing maybe would be 3 good words to
Yeah,
mouth.
you know, it's funny. I haven't heard growth before, and I really like that because I think as an entrepreneur, that should be part of your goal.
Right.
And energize, especially with this industry, and always kind of staying up to date and having that energy to do everything. So I think those are some great words that you chose.
And also not growth just from a pure volume perspective,
Mm.
but growing yourself personally, your business,
Absolutely.
your you know, the services you're providing to your clients. So growth
Mhm.
can be seen from a few perspectives.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it's 2023, and we'd love to hear what you have in store for the year.
Well, you know, the years like last year, we're going to continue on with lots of meetings, lots of opportunities to connect with our members and our members to connect with each other. Focused a lot on delivering some new training programs. We're growing our team. We're building on our FAM programs that we started about a year or two ago. Those have been really exciting. Lots of marketing program initiatives, more training on niches. We're going to continue to work on our service fee delivery programs. I think that's going to be continue to be an important part. Lots of marketing, lots of training. Really, we're focused really on the fundamentals, the basics, and the renewal of your focus on the basics. And some of us have forgotten some of the basics, right? We've gotten, that's that muscle memory that we've lost a little bit. But it's all about helping people to reconnect with each other, with their business, and to really focus on that growth. One of the other things that we do in our company is that we really try to make our plans very simple and easy to use and understand. We did add to our programs about a year and a half ago. We introduced some new programs, but our goal is to continue to have really simple to use, easy to understand programs, no convoluted agreements and crazy formulas and things. It's very, very simple programs. So we're going to continue to build on those, those kinds of programs as well.
No, great to hear. I love it. It sounds like you have some wonderful things happening in 2023.
Yeah.
So we have lots of new advisors watching. And I would love for you to give them one tip for a new advisor entering the industry.
Yeah. And as I said earlier in our conversation, I really think that we're coming up to the golden years of the travel agent. I've been in this business for 44 years, 45 years now coming up this year. And I've never seen a better time to come into this industry all these years. But I think if I was to focus on one thing and one thing only, I think really there's so many keys, of course, to being successful, but I think it really starts with having a plan. And a plan is a big thing. It's a small world, but it's a big thing. But you need to have a plan. You need to have a focus for your business, a niche to focus on. You need to learn all you can about that niche, the marketplace, or the suppliers, what your competitors in that market might be doing. Focus on your sales training, looking to really figure out ways that you can be unique and different within that niche. And so it really starts with a plan. And that plan has to include a growth plan, a marketing plan, a training plan, a business plan. But a plan is really, I guess, the one thing that I would suggest to people, rather than just opening the doors and start answering the phone, as so many agents do. I mean, you get set up and you've got inquiries already. People that may be asking. I really do think that people need to take the time to really think about the direction and the plan of your business. And that's really what our roadmap project that I referenced earlier is meant to do. It's really meant to help that new agent, somebody who's new to the industry, to think about the map and where you might take your business. So if there was one thing, that would be it.
Yeah. And, I think that's just kind of great advice for life as well. But I mean, definitely coming into the industry. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's that time of the interview where I get to ask you our fun question.
No.
So we're going to leave all the business stuff behind and jump right into that fun question.
I love fun.
So if your company was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Well, I'm not sure I would call it necessarily a true snack food, but it is to me. I think of us as being pizza. Pizza is one of my favorite foods, but to me, pizza is warm, it's inviting, it's obviously delicious. You can have it your own way, right? You can customize your own pizza, so you have options there. It's not an expensive food, but it's a great food. It's great value. It's international. I like to think of us as a pizza.
I love that answer. I love that answer because I love pizza. So I'm going to let it slide that it's not even a snack food because it's a great
answer. Who doesn't love pizza, right?
No, that's a great one. I love that. And it's traditional and everybody loves it. No, absolutely.
And it's great value. And it's delicious, as I said earlier.
Exactly. Oh, Mike, thank you so much for being here for Host Week 2023. It's always a pleasure to have you on.
It's my pleasure.
And we look forward to many more years.
Absolutely.
And everybody else, onward with Host Week. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I'm so excited for the coming year. And big thank you to you. I've got to say that during these last 2 or 3 years, your organization has really helped to keep people focused on the industry, some great advice and tips. And I really encourage everybody who's new to the industry, as well as old people. One of my other tips would be make sure that you're using your resources at Hara. You guys do a great job. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, no, we got a great team here. Very
You
fortunate.
do.
Thank
You
you.
do.
And all right, everybody, onward with Host Week, and we'll see you shortly.
All the
Bye.
best. Take care. Bye-bye.
If you are just coming in, welcome. We have 3 more host interviews today, which we will get to in just a second. But for those of you wanting to rewatch a host or that missed a few hosts, head on over to the Host Week playlist on our YouTube channel, and you'll find everything you need there. And for those of you that are new, just a reminder not to forget to check out our new course that just launched on Monday, The Ultimate Guide to Starting Your Travel Agency. We are doing pre-orders right now with the first cohort launching February 1st. We will drop a link into the comments for more information on it. And we do have a Host Week special for 50% off that runs through February 12th. So make sure to take advantage of this because as I've mentioned before, we really believe in price integrity at Host Agency Reviews. So you will not see specials on this very often, maybe twice a year at most. So definitely take advantage of that. So who do we have next on the docket? Well, the first thing to note for our Canadian viewers is that this upcoming host agency, unfortunately, only accepts agents from the United States. So we'll drop a link in the bio or a link to their profile in the comments. And here's a few tidbits about outside agents. So they have 5,000 advisors, and they are considered one of our larger host agencies. And they are a member of the Travel Leaders Network for their consortium, with their doors opening in 1992. So let's head on over and see what the newest outside agent gossip is with April.
Hey everyone, April back for another great host week. I'm sitting down with Chad Burt, co-owner and co-president of Outside Agents. Hey Chad, how are you?
I'm doing awesome, April. How about yourself?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. So glad you're here with us for Host Week. I have some great questions that I'd love to learn more about Outside Agents. So let's jump right in.
Sure.
I'd love to hear what's been new this past year with Outside Agents.
What's new? What's not new? It's been busy this year.
Nice. I love to hear that.
It appears travel's coming back. And if you've been around at all, you know we're kind of always chomping at the bit, yanking at the chain to get moving forward. And so now's been a great opportunity to do that. A few things happened. Let's start with people. Okay, so this year I've been on a tear about, we're all fundamentally human. And at the end of the day, I'm a technology guy, right? I'm a geek. I was a CTO, all that stuff. April, people matter. Humans are what makes everything go round. Automation only gets you so far. So we had the good fortune to be able to bring on board our new EVP of Business Development, Jared Bronstein, formerly with Travel Leaders. We were able to bring on Lisa Barron, new agent development specialist from a well-respected competitor of ours. We were able to bring on Kayla and Isabella, a couple of younger people who just got out of school. And I love growing people. I really do. With Kayla and Isabella, I've got this opportunity to kind of tuck them under my wing and try not to mess them up too much. But they're doing a lot on the services and support side. And Isabella's going to be focusing in on leveraging social media marketing for you guys. She's got a degree in digital marketing. She's just on it, in it to win it. It's really great stuff. We also brought on Tim O'Brien as a part-time developer for us. Just got out of college. He's actually a son of a really good friend of mine. I don't know if I ever mentioned we're a family company, but we're bringing him on, and I'm kind of knocking all that book learning off him so he can do real tech stuff now. And we brought on some additional people as well. But the core thing is this. We didn't just go place ads. We came into contact with these people because we knew them, or we knew people that knew them, and we skipped that whole interview process. You do an interview, and what do? You sit down and you fib for an hour, right? Or try to make it look pretty and all that kind of stuff. Instead, we brought on people we knew already, and we knew would fit our culture. I have to understand, or I have to explain. We have a family culture, not the bad one, but the one that says, hey, you scrape your knee, let me pick you up, dust you off, and get you back on there. I'll teach you how to ride a bike. You're going to hurt your head a few times, but I'll be there for you. And so bringing on these people has really fueled us. So it's been a huge thing. Add to that our fraud prevention program, which is unique in the industry.
Mm-hmm.
We have a dedicated team to help you with frauds and disputes and stuff. In fact, certain plans will even refund you some money if you run into a problem and we can't help you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really unique in the industry. We're also bringing out Meta, the marketing engine for travel agents, which is an interactive, collaborative marketing development environment that is unlike anything in the industry today. Concurrent to that, we are developing a program called Prosper Circle. And this, I love this. What this is about is, remember I mentioned humans, right? Well, come to find out, Steve and I don't know everything. Okay, we know some things, okay? But we don't know everything. And what we find is that when we get like-minded, enthusiastic, energetic people together in small groups, they do amazing things. The sum becomes greater than the parts. I mean, we create, and that's the point, right? To make money, you have to create something. So we're getting so much out of this program, not just for the agents, but for us. Every single time we go in and do one of these, I learn something. I walk out of there going, wow, that was awesome. So new stuff all over the place. And
I love to hear all of this.
Yeah, it's good stuff. And we're really excited about the education and support behind it.
Yeah. And the creating of jobs. I love all the new hires you have. So it sounds like it's been a wonderful past year. So what makes
one other thing, just real quick.
Yeah.
This was just this morning. This is why I was running late getting in here.
That's okay.
We're deploying an artificially intelligent content generation platform for you.
Wow.
Let me repeat that. Artificially intelligent content generation platform for you. So you can go in there and say, hey, list 10 chapters for a book on traveling for millennials. And it'll offer you suggestions. These aren't Google search results.
Mm-hmm.
They're sentences addressing that. You guys have probably seen some of this AI with text to images and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's very similar. And it's designed to help agents create their own content without staring in a blank page for 10 hours like I do. So it's a brainstorming tool, and we're really excited to be deploying it here shortly.
That's exciting. I love that. So on to the next question. I'd love to hear, I mean, I feel like you've already named a lot of stuff that'll go with this question, but I'd love to hear what makes outside agents unique.
Yeah, you know, it's like our mentor, one of our mentors, Deborah, said, it's that robust education. It's not just click this, do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's click this, do that because this and that. There's a reason behind it. There's a method behind the madness. April, what we're trying to do is teach agents to think for themselves. And that's pretty unique in this industry. Everybody has a 10-step guide to become $1 million agent. We don't. We don't. There is no such book. If there was, I would have written it. I would have sold it. I wouldn't be here. Okay. But we do teach agents how to become $1 million producers, as evidenced by the 14 $1 million agents we had in 2019, as compared to the 64 we have of today. So we're definitely teaching that mindset, and it really comes down to empowerment. Mm-hmm. You know, so many of my competitors say, oh, agents can't do that, or agents won't handle that, or that's too confusing for an agent. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, and I figured it out. Everybody can do something. And so we take this kind of unique approach of empowering through education, and we avoid being preachers or politicians or policemen. We're not trying to, you know, preach or teach anything that we haven't done ourselves. We're trying to be your partner. And so, you know, my big claim to fame for years has been my extension's 210. My business partner and cousin's extension, his name's Steve, is 312. We're your business partner, not a service provider.
I love hearing that. And I love hearing how you connect with your agents and just at their level. So I'd love to hear that.
My favorite part of the job.
Awesome. So sticking on to the subject of travel advisors, what would be 3 words you would use to describe your ideal travel advisor?
On the beginning of 2020, it would have been get out now. That's
right?
A total joke. No,
that's when I started, actually. I started February 2020, so I understand the joke.
Now I gotta, well, like Steve said, they gotta be entrepreneurial. They have to be influential. They have to be willing to walk the walk and talk the talk. He also said they have to be adaptable. Jared, our business development EVP, echo the same thing. Adapt, change intentionally, not randomly. Don't be reactive. Be proactive when you make changes.
Yeah.
When I came down to it, folks, I'm going to say this. If it was 3 independent words, it'd be energetic, open, willing, winning. Okay. But I'd rather put those in a sentence. And this is from my heart to yours. Folks, choose to care.
Yeah.
The phrase "it's just business" is horrible. It's horrible. Okay. It's not just business. This is your life, your passion, the dreams of your clients. I beg you, choose to authentically care about what you're doing. Put some emotion in things and tell your clients about it, that you choose to care. It's imperative.
And I love that you added authentically in there. I think that's so important too. So I think that's a great
That's all
message.
that matters. That's all that matters right now.
Yeah. It's 2023, so I'd love to hear what you have coming up this year.
Lots of stuff. So we're really excited about our Pro Series training, where we're bringing in now half a dozen recognized industry experts to work with our agents in small groups in peer-to-peer collaboration. Month and a half ago, I had Bindi Sitzenhaller or Wendy Schmutzenghaller. Oh, no. Donda Ritzenthaler from Celebrity on. And we just did the premise was, so Dondra, you've got $100 in hope and you want to start a travel agency. What do you do? The idea is this: these people got to where they are because of a mindset. It's not just luck. And we're trying to share that mindset. We poke the bears of people who normally don't get poked because of their position. We're bringing in Ann Madison, CLIA's Global Director of Communications, to help us out. And we're kind of deconstructing them and bringing them to you. The theme of the Pro Series is cool people, dirty boots. Okay, we've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and we talk things through with you. Additionally, Meta, our marketing engine for travel agents, is going to revolutionize things for you, because within it, you're going to have complete social media packs, complete email sequences, templates, lead magnets, all kinds of material created for you and created by your peers and being contributed. And you should be able to use it to go in there and look at our research, see what trends are, see how you can put yourself in there, and then see what's coming up with our automated marketing platform so that you can get prepared for it. And we put that all in one environment. So you're not going here to get the education and over here to get the social and back over here for the email. It's all in one place so you can see it like an executive would see it and deploy it like an executive would deploy it, because you're executives. That's what you need to do.
That's awesome. And the automation of that too is great, that it's all in one place. How important is that?
That's critical. You've got to be able to see all the pieces. You know, as somebody that runs a company, I always hated executive summaries and briefs and all that kind of stuff, but they're a necessary evil because the person making the decision has to see all the variables. Now, are they always going to get the answer right? No. That's why it's called business. Okay, you hope for more often than not you're right. But it's the process behind that that we're really exploring. The decision making, the evaluation, the research, the analytics, all that stuff, to help agents make intelligent decisions. That's the trick. We're done promoting vendors as a product in of itself. Folks, you are your product, and your client's story is all that matters. The vendor is parenthetical to what you're doing in marketing. Brand yourself, market yourself, sell your value, and then they'll buy the products from you. So again, in a cohesive way, we're bringing all that together through education, through technology, and most importantly, through open collaboration.
Yeah, that's so great to hear. So we have
one other thing, if I could, real quick, just real quick. This is kind of a big thing nowadays. Workflows. Seems to me like everybody and sister has a workflow system that they're trying to sell. We're not going to sell them to you. They're to everybody's benefit to use them. So we're deploying what we call SOPs, kind of standard operating procedure, little guides of tidbits of information. Like, for example, our first one was setting up your Google local search page. 3 pages, 2 minutes, you're done. So we're trying to give you the little tidbits to move along and intelligently implement them so that you can kind of stack this pyramid together and get to the top of where you want to be.
Yeah, great. We have lots of new advisors watching. So what would one tip you would give a new advisor?
I think you nailed it earlier, April. Authenticity.
Mm.
If I have to say why outside agents were successful, I have to put down one word. Just folks understand we were big 6 figures in debt. We had $10.62 left during the Great Recession. We had to get rid of the water cooler. It was bad. Okay. Yeah. And what did we do? We started a host agency because why not? Right. And it was Steve and I on the phone. And if you ever talk to us, we're goofballs. We like to laugh, joke, all that kind of stuff, but we kind of know what we're doing. And we stayed on the phones. We talk with our partners and we do it authentically. Okay. Anytime you talk to us, if there's poop on your shoe, I'm going to tell you. Okay. If there's something going on, I'm going to tell you, not to be mean, but because we're partners. Okay. So that tip, I think, would be to reach out, ask for some help, ask for some insights. Don't go at it like we're the instructions. And for the love of everything that's holy, please don't go watch a 5-minute video and make a big business decision because they said it's that easy.
Yeah.
Think is what we're trying to get people to do. And so, you know, what tip would it be? Be authentic and be intelligent. I'm not saying anybody's not smart. I'm saying make methodic, intentional decisions as you accidentally discover things along the road. I'll explain it like this. Instructions versus directions. Instructions, that's when there's 10 steps to do something. You're given the 10 steps in clear, easy to understand language. You go do those 10 steps, and then you get a predictable reward from your employer because you have the job. Okay. As a business owner, we want directions. So directions are like instructions. There's 10 steps to do something. We only have 7 of them. You have to go create the other 3. When you create those steps, you're making money. It's profit. So we always want to be directing you, but seldom are step-by-step, easy to follow instructions worth the value of having created something.
Yeah.
So I want you to make money, not earn it.
Love that. Well, listen, enough with all of these professional questions. We at Host Agencies always like to add a fun, silly question to really stir the pot here. So if outside agents was a snack food, what would it be and why?
Okay, first of all, I have to tell you, I love these questions. I still remember the one from last year about the what TV show would you be? Okay, because I go to the crew with that and I talk to them and it just really kicks off a good conversation. It really does. So this year I went to them and the first one was veggie straws from the new girl, Bella, right? And I'm like, why? And she goes, because the mentors are always back there arguing over them at 3 o'clock when they get their coffee. I just thought it was cute. She's only been there a few weeks. She noticed the daily grind, right?
Yeah, that's funny.
The overwhelmingly popular one was mixed nuts.
Okay, I like it.
Because we are a little crazy. We are a little nutty. And we come from a lot of different places. This is real important to our company mantra, which is change your perspective. You know, you ever do that trick in your elementary school? You look at your thumb through your right eye and left eye, and it moves. Okay, nothing changed about it. You just looked at it from a different perspective, and yet you saw more. Okay, so mixed nuts goes a long way. And this goes, you know, I'm kind of shy and kind of timid. I'll throw in my my 2 cents. I thought everlasting gobstoppers. Awesome. Crazy flavors.
That's the most unique one, I have to say.
You can't break it. You can't wear it out. We're going to be around for a long time. The only thing we don't do is make those bumps on your tongue. But we're sweet. We're fun. We've got lots of layers, lots of stuff going on.
I love that.
I think mixed nuts is the official one, but I'll go with gobstoppers just as my personal fave.
I think mixed nuts definitely describes you, but I do love the gobstopper one because talk about unique. So I like both those answers.
Thanks.
So I hear you have a Host Week special. Let's hear more about it.
What I want to do, folks, is this. One of my favorite things to do is work up with agents one-on-one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make available a coaching session. I'm not going to try to sell you or get you to sign up. I promise. I'm just going to sit down with you like I would one of our agents and work with you for half an hour. We can look at marketing. I might have some resources for you to check out. So maybe a peek inside the Meta portal, kind of show you what's cooking in the industry, what's cooking with us, and then come up with some action items that are in strong alignment with where you are right now for maybe some next steps. This will be very collaborative and it should be very valuable. Otherwise, I need to get a new job.
No, that's great. I love that. We'll actually put in the comments the link to get over to that special. So that's a great one, Chad. Thank you for sharing your time with people. And thank you for sharing your time with me and being here. This was great. I always love talking to you.
I have a blast with you, April. This is so much fun. Who doesn't like talking about themselves? But more importantly, the stuff that I'm excited about every day, all day, I get to share. So it's a win-win. I appreciate it.
This has been great. And everyone, we look forward to seeing you all host week. Thank you for being here. Bye.
Take care. Bye now.
Thank you so much, Chad and April. Today has lots going on, and this is our last host of the day, but we'll have a very virtuoso concentrated group of hosts tomorrow. So I say we just keep chugging along. Sound good to everybody? So next up is going to be a bona fide party with the Toronto-based host agency Travel Edge. They are a member of Ensemble Travel Group, which was the consortium we interviewed earlier today. If you missed it, make sure to go back and listen to that. And I have seen Michelle from Travel Edge in the comments today, so she will be there to answer any questions you might have. So make sure to drop them in the YouTube comments. And we are also going to put the Travel Edge profile link in the comments for you. And just a reminder that if you aren't comfortable or you're unable for some reason to ask questions in the comments, you can always go to anyone's profile on the site, and there are 3 tabs on each profile. So there's the company details, which is what it defaults to, and then we have the reviews tab, and then the question and answers tab. So you can always ask your questions there. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Mary.
Hello, hello, hello. It's Mary Stein here with our next Host Week interview. I am sitting with Michelle Madrid-Leal from Travel Edge. She is the Vice President of Member Engagement. How are you doing today, Michelle?
I'm good, Mary. How are you? Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Great. Yeah, you're not submerged under the atmospheric rivers of San Francisco. Not yet.
It's coming. It'll be here any moment now, I believe.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm really looking forward to picking your brain and learning more about Travel Edge. And so to start off, I just am curious about what's been new in the past year with Travel Edge.
Oh my goodness. We have really made some great progress during the last year. So I want to just highlight a couple of key opportunities that are very important for the network. The first one is we joined Ensemble. The second one is we launched our Edge Advantage, which is our training program. And then the third key is our Travel Edge Network knowledge trips, which I'm very passionate about. So the first one being Ensemble. We knew that we were going to need a consortia to help back our advisors. We did, look out through the marketplace, and in July of 2022, we have officially joined the Ensemble Consortia. This decision was based on our new leadership, the direction from Ensemble, and being laser focused on helping our advisors to elevate their craft and provide them greater opportunities to maximize their earnings. So that's very important for us, that our advisors really have a business platform and partners that can help us deliver those results. There were several of us that attended their first conference, sort of as the new refreshed brand, and very exciting, very fresh and new. I don't know if you have seen their new logos and a little bit of their new branding, but yeah, so more information will be coming out on that, but really excited to partner with them and on the future strategies that we'll be able to deliver to our community.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. It's very exciting. Yeah. And then the second big news is we launched our Edge Advantage. So I've been with Travel Edge for 6 years and really have been able to see the community, what has been needed along the way during this course has always been a structured learning program that gives advisors sort of that entry door in to what the travel community has to offer. So we have been laser focused on this, and we're now able to offer a full training program. And this is for both new to business advisors, as well as for tenured advisors that maybe just need training in a limited area or want to cross over into a different market. For example, we have a certification through a cruise sector. A couple of the highlights of this program are our Build Your Business, which helps you with understanding website development, the key necessities of marketing. And this is a very high demand part of our curriculum, both for the new to business advisors, again, as well as the tenured advisors. And many of them have gone in, taken the leap in order to help boost their business. I think that's one of the things about training. You don't just create a program and then let it sit, right? It will continue to evolve. The advisors will continue to evolve. And as advisors go down the path of their learning and their development of their business, it will change. And at those sectors, they need a bit of an interjection of maybe a refreshed business model or a new focus. So that's what we're hoping to be able to deliver with this. And I don't know if you know, but Travel Edge is set up where we have representation on a regional level across North America by our managers within that region. And then we also have directors that own basically product vertical. So we have director of hotel, air, insurance, car, tour, and activities. So we've also implemented within this training program boot camps, if you would, that help the advisors I want to learn about cruise. So we have Larry, who is our cruise expert, develop a training with our learning specialists, and then we can deliver that more focused training. We have created this for each vertical, and these, again, will continue to iterate based on the demand and the needs of our environment as well as our advisors. And this allows them also to ask questions as we go along, gives them live on-demand demos. And then we also store this within our library so they can go back to access it at a later time.
That's excellent. So you can kind of choose which module they want to.
Yeah, because sometimes something comes across your plate, like you could say, I'm never going to be a cruise person. And then, a round the world cruise client comes across your plate and you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to rethink that. How is the best way that I can, dive in and learn about this? So, yeah, we will have the library available for them. And then one of the other components along with this training is, of course, community. So limitless conferences, we have virtual conferences that we have been holding during the last couple of years. This year, we will also have a live conference. And this is really great for advisors to have one-on-one time with partners. So, and we use, again, partners across all verticals. So hotel, air, tour, DMC, cruise. And then they also can get information. Our Limitless is we generally run quarterly, and it's information on our leadership, of the directions we're going, and also what are the trends happening within the industry. We have panels, and those panels usually have industry experts as well as some of our advisors. So lots of things going on in 2022.
Excellent. I look forward to getting your events up on the site and the updates to your education program. So
yes, look out for that. With the new year here, part of that will be part of my my monthly updating on a monthly basis your website so that content will be refreshed.
Excellent.
And then the third piece are our Travel Edge knowledge trips. So I think you probably know them as FAM trips. And what we have done in June of 2022, we launched Travel Edge knowledge trips. So these are luxury trips that are curated with our partners. We had our inaugural trip. We went to Rwanda, and we took a group of about 12 advisors. Since then, we have also hosted a trip to the BVIs, to Portugal, and then we have 3 trips planned for 23. So this gives our advisors, again, another educational opportunity to see product firsthand. You feel that product, you're able to come home and have confidence to be able to sell that product. It's also a great way to meet other advisors within the community, share business practices, etc. So that's very exciting. And these are it's critical. Again, all of these components are critical to an advisor's success in building a business, with a good foundation that will just help them leverage that within their own customer base.
Sounds like you've been busy this year.
We've been busy, but good busy, not productive. We have been very productive this year.
I love it. Thanks, Michelle. So what are some of the things that make Travel Edge unique as a host agency?
Well, I would say our key differentiator is ADX. So ADX is a proprietary tool that we invested in. We have been working on this tool for about 8 years. And basically it is a front-facing tool where we feed in components on the back end so that advisors really can go to one place to house air, hotel, cruise will be coming. We have insurance loaded in there. They can load in their clients' databases. So we're really committed and focused to helping advisors build lucrative business, utilizing our partners, as well as offering premium and luxury product. And this technology just enables them to have higher margins and support along that process. So giving them one tool, you will use more than one tool. So it's housing so much information. You no longer need to know GDS. You don't have to spend the time with the blue box. So ADX is really giving you access, and it is a proprietary technology, and we're able to deliver a high yield and higher commissions through that. So again, we have been working on this for 8 years. This is something that, again, we continue to iterate. And we are very good at listening to our community. Our advisors give us feedback. Our tech teams, which again are in-house, look through every single piece of feedback that comes through. So we're sure that we have a product that is really delivering to our customer, who are those advisors. So I think that is our differentiator. And this will, again, be another tool to help you at every stage. So, of course, it helps a new to business person because they don't have to learn GDS. But also if you've been doing this for 10 years and you just need to become a little more efficient, or you want to, again, add another vertical in, this is an easy way to do it. It's a great tool. I don't know if you've seen it, but I'd love to give you a demo if you have not. Yeah, it's fabulous.
Sign me up. It sounds like it's the backbone of your technology program. So
yeah, very proud of this product and being able to offer it in the marketplace.
Oh, that's excellent. So I guess in the vein of what makes Travel Edge unique, what are 3 words that you would use to describe the ideal advisor for your host agency?
Oh, the ideal advisor for us, I think, is someone who is passionate. They're passionate about travel. They're passionate about their clients. Also, someone who is a good partner. We are looking to partner We are willing to come to the table, bring the technology that we have built, the training to help them. We have, again, as I said, regional representation, director level representation, and then additional leadership mentorship that's available to them. And we're looking for people that are committed to, the world of travel and what travel, exponentially can provide really to the world.
Excellent. Yeah, I love those answers. So for 2023, you already touched on this a little bit, but what is Travel Edge doing to prepare your IC base for success in 2023?
Well, for 23, again, more opportunities. So we will continue to grow our Edge Advantage curriculum. And then, of course, that will be coming from feedback, something else maybe that's new in the industry that's going to pop up that we don't know about yet. We will have a la carte course options for the advisors so that they can do specialist certifications through cruise, hotel, air, tour, and other specialist programming. And we'll also be launching a new program. So this is sort of something fun that is a bit more for the hobbyists. And we will work on this over the course of this next couple of months, and then come back to you with an update on what that's going to look like.
Stay tuned. You
Yes,
heard it here first.
Yes, it is a bit of a sneak peek, I must say.
Oh, I like that. Do you have a tip for a new travel advisor that you would like to share with us?
Yes, my tip, and I tell this to everyone I work with, my tip would be take advantage of the resources available to you. So we are able to offer you training, educational opportunities to grow your business, grow your experience and your knowledge so that then you can better serve your clients. And make sure, no matter which agency you pick, you are picking someone and working and partnering with them that are innovative, forward thinking, having the latest technology and, thinking ahead is critical to success in today's world, just as a blanket statement. So that would be my tip.
Oh, that's great advice. I feel like for anyone coming into the industry. So
right. It's I've been doing this for 30 years, Mary, and I'm still as passionate about it as I was because the landscape is changing and you need to have just those tools and that support of a company who can, give you that longevity.
Yes, that's true. Well, this brings us to our last question today. And this is the most critical question that we ask our host agencies and consortia. It's the fun question. And this year, the fun question, they're all fun, but maybe it's fun. This year, the fun question is if Travel Edge were a snack food, like if there's a snack food that represented the qualities of your host agency, what would that snack food be? What are advisors reaching for out of the bowl?
That's kind of a difficult one. I could take that in a couple of different ways, but I would say right now where we are trail mix. We are lots of energy. We are on the go, and we're that secret little packet that you can reach into and get that boost of support and that boost of help when you need it in order to keep going. So that's who we are right now.
I never thought of it like that.
Yeah.
That's a good take on it. So thank you so much for your time, Michelle. If you would like to learn more about Travel Edge, you can go check on the site. Travel Edge also has a Host Week special. That's kind of you're going to have to go to the article to find out, and we'll drop a link to Travel Edge and also to Travel Edge Host Week discount. And so thank you so much, Michelle, for your time today and for joining us and sharing information about Travel Edge. Really
I appreciate it, Mary, and look forward to answering any questions that advisors may have as they're checking us out. Yeah, go and check us out.
Excellent. We'll be in touch. Thanks, Michelle.
All right. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Now, today's hosts were only a small slice of the hosts we're featuring this week. There are over 30 host interviews throughout this week, so make sure to tune in and check out all of them. Tomorrow, we'll be starting our host interviews we're going to start at 12:30 sharp with a Consortia interview. So Virtuoso, the Consortia, is going to be followed by host interviews from 1,000 Mile Travel Group. So all of these hosts, by the way, that I'm listing are Virtuoso host agencies. So 1,000 Mile Travel Group will be tomorrow, Ondavo Travel, Brownell, Departure Lounge, Gifted Travel Network, Montecito Village Travel, and Uniglobe Travel Center. All right, we are going to take a short break, but the day is not done, folks. We got all sorts of EduSpots this afternoon, starting with Stephanie Cannon, who will start at 2:55 Central Time with Fast Track Your Finances, 5 expert tips to get ready prior, and that's the key word here, prior to tax time. So take a quick break and we will chat with you soon. Welcome back. I'm Stepsl, the founder of Host Agency Reviews, and we are getting ready to soak up all sorts of knowledge to help us level up our agencies. So I know many of you have been jumping on and off throughout this week, and I wanted to get your thoughts on something. So this year, I made a calculation error, so we ended up with quite a few more EDUSPOTS than we'd planned. And this also resulted in longer days, but then we also needed to shorten the sessions because I added so many people accidentally. So the EduSpot length went from 45 minutes to 30 minutes. So here is my question for you as a listener. I kind of like the 30-minute sessions because they're more succinct, yet they're still jam-packed with info. I think, like for me as a speaker, I know that helps make me more focused when I'm giving a presentation if I have a shorter time limit. But I want to hear from you if you think that's too short or it feels like things are too rushed, because I know that the info comes in really quickly. But I also feel like because it's recorded, you can always rewatch it if you need to, or you can watch it later at a slower pace at the playback speed. So along with that question for how's the length for you, my other question is, and even if you're not watching this live, please drop these in the comments. My other question is, are there too many EDUSPOTS each day? So what's the sweet spot for the number of EDUSPOTS every day? Right now, I think we have about 4 or 5 every day. So we really listen to your feedback about Host Week. So I appreciate you sharing your experiences and your thoughts with us. And I guarantee you that your feedback will be reflected in next year's Host Week, which will happen the last full week of January 2024. So please make sure that your voice is heard by dropping us a line either in the comments, whether it's live or if you're watching it at a later date, or if you feel more comfortable, you can send us an email at hello@hostagencyreviews.com. So first up on today's learning is one of our other Stephanies presenting this week, which you know I get very excited about Stephanies. So we had Stephanie Grice from Travelify and Stephanie Pickles from Pickles Travel Network already this week, which was very exciting. And now we have another Stephanie coming on. So today's Stephanie is Stephanie Cannon, whose presentation is Fast Track Your Finances, 5 expert tips to get ready prior to tax time. And we also have some resources for you from HAR on tax prep that we will drop in the comments. So we have one about estimated taxes. If you're not familiar with them, definitely check out that article because you need to be familiar with them if you're an entrepreneur. And then we also have an article on what items you can and can't write off in your taxes as a travel agency. So here's a little bit more about Stephanie. I help travel advisors attain higher profitability without hours of number crunching or the need for finance or an accounting degree to do it. Thank goodness, Stephanie. As a CPA, she's inactive though, and a small business accountant, I've spent many years hand-on with the many intricacies of financial planning, reporting, and using performance metrics, not only from the practitioner side, but also as a small business entrepreneur myself. I am a firm believer that without clarity around your business numbers, you won't have a clear path to profit. Numbers and data paint a picture. They tell us a story. We simply need to be willing to read it. And I know that most of us did not go into travel to do bookkeeping and accounting, but the truth is that what comes with being an entrepreneur. So while this may not be your thing, numbers, balancing your books, understanding what's going on numbers wise with your company needs to be a part of your game. So it will 1000% make you a better business person. And so I hope you can tune in and get a big picture of what your agencies are and have Stephanie help you. So Stephanie, I am going to pass it over to you. Hello.
Hi, Steph. How are you?
Well, you know, I love talking to Stephanie, so it's wonderful to see you again.
Yes, I know. It's amazing, like how many Stephanies there really are.
You know, I said this earlier, but I'm telling everyone, if you're tuned in and you are a Stephanie, or you have a colleague whose name is Stephanie, apply to speak next year because I love collecting as many Stephanies as I can, and you get a total leg up above everyone. It's called the Stephanie card.
Yeah, that's great.
Perfect. But I didn't just choose you because of your name, Stephanie. You have lots of great things to say. So I'm going to turn it over to you.
Perfect. Well, thank you, first of all, for having me on for this wonderful opportunity. And thank you for everyone who is tuning in, whether it's live or recorded. I am excited for this session. I'll just let you know, I'm not going to share anything mind-blowing or earth-shattering or make your brain hurt from looking at a bunch of numbers. I'm going to help you during our session today to plan. So during tax time, which also overlaps with wave season, that you feel more comfortable, not as overwhelmed, and a little more prepared. So Steph did my introduction, but just a little more about me. I have been in the travel industry since 2006, so it's been a hot minute since I started. And I will openly admit that I was very green to the industry when I came in, and there was a lot to learn. And I'm sure many of you who are just starting or pretty new can kind of feel the same way. But prior to entering in the travel industry, you know, this fun profession that we're in, I worked as a small business and tax accountant for many, many years. I do hold a CPA license. And as Steph mentioned, it is inactive. I'm required by my state board to put that everywhere I use those three little letters because I hold my license, but I don't practice with the public currently. And I also have a master's in business administration, which thankfully I was able to go get when I was working in my corporate job. But if you don't know me any deeper than what I just talked about, I'm really a professed numbers geek. Like, I thrive on numbers and data. I don't know if there was a love language for it. That would be my love language. So numbers just come very easily to me. And I recognize that it's not like that for everyone. And then spreadsheets. Love spreadsheets, whether Excel is my preferred method, a little old school, coming from the corporate world and the Microsoft product. But Google Sheets is, you know, a second rival. And I like to say that I live life by the numbers. Now, that doesn't mean I'm living my life based on revenue and profit and expenses and all of these things. Like, literally, I have some extra relationship with numbers that I don't know how many other people may have this. I see certain number sequences all over the place. So I let those numbers guide me and let me know that I'm on the right path. I just accept it and embrace it because it's happened so frequently that I'm like, okay, these numbers are telling me something because they are very specific numbers. And I won't say any more about it. If anybody's really curious about what that looks like, happy to share offline. And of course, like all of you, love travel. I've always been a lover of travel before I ever came into the industry. So it's dog. We all been talking about dogs this week, and I know I missed the little mini pig this morning, but of course I have to share my little princess. Of course, I do have a two-legged daughter, but the four-legged one is really like the princess, almost queen of the house. And she may come wandering in here. You probably won't see her because my camera doesn't go low enough, but she's around. So let me just go through these really, really quickly because I do hold a state license. You know, I'm not acting as your CPA, CFO, financial advisor, whatever financial role you want to put out there. I'm not acting as that today. This isn't intended to be any specific accounting or financial advice for you individually or your individual business. And this is really intended to be informational and for educational purposes only. Okay. Always had to do that little commercial. So it's like this battle, wave season, tax season. And after I use these boxing gloves, you know, I really thought, I'm like, well, Super Bowl's coming up. Maybe we should put some football players on there because my team most likely will be in the Super Bowl. And I think they're going to win. We don't know yet. So anyway, but really right now is wave season, which does overlap with tax season. And the mission that I want you to be on is how you can focus on wave season and not be distracted by tax season. Because what typically happens, I've seen this cycle over and over again, and I will be super transparent. When I first started in the industry, I fell victim to this as well. And I think I might have gone through it like one or two times, and I was like, oh no, this is not going to continue. We have to find a better way. So I did something different. So even people who are traditionally educated in the accounting and finance world can also fall into these traps. But what I typically see is, we wait till the beginning of the year to start tracking all of our numbers, everything that happened for the year before, and wave season is on top of it. So what happens is that quickly leads to overwhelm. I've already received a few emails from people about this, like, how am I supposed to juggle all this plus life? It's really this stressful cycle. And I want to give you some tips on how you can get through it right now, and then what you can do differently when we come out the other side of wave season and you have a little bit more time to prepare before we're in the same spot 1 year from now. So I'm not denying the fact that, any time taken away from you working with and booking clients during the season, it can impact your profitability, which impacts how much you can pay yourself, which then impacts your lifestyle. So the goal is for you to maximize this money-making opportunity that's right here in front of you and not feeling like you have to be sucked away, to always focus on taxes. So as a service provider, time is your currency, and where you spend your time matters. And I know this morning, David from Travify was on speaking, and he talked about technology and automations, and it applies to every aspect of your business. It's just prioritizing which ones you're going to define and implement first. So don't think that finances and the financial management of your business can't fall into that category too. It just tends to be one of the last ones that I have seen happen for many advisors. So we do have obligations as business owners, and filing tax returns is one of them. You can't get away from it. You can ignore it as long as you want, but eventually they're going to come find you. So this is something that at some point in time we need to address. But before we get into this, I want you to breathe, because a lot of times when this topic comes up, people immediately feel tense. Maybe, there's some hidden reasons or underlying reasons behind this, but I've literally felt when either at a virtual or an in-person conference and the speaker or the education session is about something financial, the energy in the room changes. And there's a reason for that. And I think a lot of the times it could be, the topic when I was growing up was very taboo. Like, oh, we don't talk about finances. We don't talk about how much money we make or how much money we've saved. And a lot of people, that's just rooted in our mindset that it's taboo to talk about money. Or maybe, some people may feel a little bit ashamed or embarrassed or think I should know more, but I don't. I'm in this position and I just don't know. And the biggest one, and I think this is probably the most underlying reasons that people may not even realize, is that when they see their numbers, they think it means something about them, something about their ability to run a business, to handle all the tasks and juggle everything that's supposed to happen in the business. And then if the numbers aren't what they're expecting, they feel bad about themselves. When really, the numbers are only numbers. They mean absolutely nothing unless you give them a specific meaning. And so the reason I put this slide in here as a little bit of a breathe, one, for me to breathe, because I speak very quickly sometimes. I'm a East Coast girl, and we just talk fast. It's just how it goes. But it's more for you, like no judgment, no blaming, just be here and just listen. Go to a neutral position, like it's not good, it's not bad, it's anything. We're just going to stay neutral. So just take a couple seconds and breathe. So first we're going to go through 3 common misconceptions. Of course, there's more, but to keep us on time, I limited this to the 3 most common that I hear routinely. And the first one is that, oh, we only have to do our bookkeeping for tax purposes. And yes, that is one of the reasons we do have an obligation, whether you're US based or even in another country. I'm sure you have some tax reporting requirements, but it's really not the primary one. So as a business owner, you need to know your numbers because, as you heard Steph say in my intro, like, numbers paint a picture. Those numbers that you see at any point in time are a result of every action that you've taken up until that point that's turned into a financial outcome. Or maybe you're even tracking some other metrics that aren't financial. So it's a reflection of everything that's already happened in our business up to or up through a certain point. We then take those numbers and now we can use them to guide us into making decisions by the numbers, and of course factoring in other things we know about our business, not just going on like by your gut or just seeing what's in your bank account at the moment, and then maybe you're overcommitting to something. And of course we use them. Right now is a time where people are still probably putting together a financial plan for the year. Well, it helps to see what's happened last year to feed into this year. And it also gives us ways to do like maybe a quarterly review, adjusting, our path, comparing against goals we've set. So bookkeeping really is for more than just taxes, and it benefits you further than you might think. So the next misconception, once a year is fine. Well, that's how we end up into this overwhelming situation to begin with if we let it go because we're so busy throughout the year, or we choose not to make the time to actually update something on a monthly or quarterly basis. So really, to get rid of this overwhelming situation, which we'll talk about at the very last slide, is to come up with a plan to actually stay up to date every single month, not once a year. And this will help you feel, less overwhelmed, more confident. You can see what's going on. You feel like you can make better decisions. Now, is it a requirement that you do this once, every single month? No. But I'm just giving you my tips for helping you feel a little bit easier and roll through your business and free up your time during wave season, which is very important. And then the third one is we need to use an accounting software. And that's a really big misconception because the IRS, which you would be reporting numbers to, has no specific requirement for the tool that you have to use. They have specific forms to file for taxes, but there's no specific tool. I mean, if you wanted to, you could write it down on a piece of paper and add it up manually. Don't recommend it. We're talking about using technology and tools to help us be more efficient, but there really are no specific requirements on the tool you can use. So choose the tool that fits best for you. And it could be an accounting software. It could be spreadsheets. It could be something else. There's, several different ways out there or tools available to you. My tip is always pick the one with the least resistance, the one, especially right now, that you can get implemented or use to get you to your finish line the quickest. Then maybe you can make changes before we get to this time next year. So I put together this tax time roadmap, and this is really, we're going to create a plan, right? So in the spirit of football Super Bowl season, let's create our game plan. Let's create a way that you can get from the start line and cross the finish line by the date that you need to be. So the goal date, this is the first thing we're going to do. You're going to pick a date, and the goal date is when are you going to have all of your information ready so that your taxes can be prepared, whether you prepare them yourself or you hand them over to a professional. And some of the things that factor into choosing this goal date, it's helpful to know when your filing due date is. And it's different for business forms versus individual forms. Now, many on this live or watching the replay are probably sole proprietor LLCs, and you probably file on what they call a Schedule C, which is attached as part of your individual tax return. So the two due dates are March 15th or April 15th. So business tax returns generally are due by March 15th, individual April 15th. If you need more information on that to go further in essence of time, you can contact me after this. I'm happy to go through it so you know exactly what your due date is. The next thing, in order to determine your goal date that you're going to have your information completed and ready to use for tax prep, is check with your preparer. because you want to get on their schedule. This is a very busy time for them as well. And many, when I worked in taxes and accounting, like we had a cutoff date. And if this stuff was not in the office by a certain date, the tax return was automatically extended, or they had a choice to go somewhere else. Totally up to them. But there's a lot of maneuvering around to schedule based on workload and staffing and available hours and all of these things. We juggle it ourselves in our own business. So definitely check with them first to figure out when, like, you have to have it in by, and then select your date based on that. And of course, if you want to do it earlier, that's even better. The sooner you can get this off your plate, the more comfortable and more focused you can be during wave season. But if time is an issue, just see what that date is before you decide when you're going to have all of your information completed. So tip number 2, like, let's create a plan. Now you have this date. How are you going to make the date a reality, right? So do a little quick assessment. What do you have prepared already? What do you still need to have done in order to hand it over, or be ready to just like say, hey, here, let me go to my tax software and start filling these numbers in. And then block out dedicated time once you have that list and really commit to that time. This is where I feel a lot of people, including me, kind of like, oh, I'll push it off because I want to do this today, or I don't feel like working on it today, so I'll schedule another day. Like, really block the time, because this is what will help save your sanity when you feel like you're making progress and you don't have this huge list of items staring you in the face. So then number 3, okay, we need to pull our numbers together. So if you have them already, good. You're already ahead of the game. But if you don't, then we need to figure out how you can get these pulled together. So the first step, decide on a tool. If you already have one that's using, or that you've been using, and it's working well enough to get you through this tax time, I don't recommend changing to something else at this point. Set it aside for when you have more available time. If you don't have a tool at all, if you're brand new, maybe something like a simple spreadsheet will at least help pull together all of those financial details. And when we talk about the financial details, we're talking about summarizing your business revenue. So all of your commissions, fees, any other monies that you would have received as part of your business that would be considered income, and then recording all of your expenses. So what did you pay for out of your business, whether it was through a check, bank withdrawal, or a credit card. And the difficulty part, or the more time consuming part with the expenses, is now we need to categorize these into buckets. So what was the expense for? Was it advertising? Was it office expense? Was it travel? There's a whole different list of things. And of course, on the tax return, there's not a lot. They have some very specific ones, but you can list out additional ones separately. But really just getting these numbers on there added up, because you need them to file any type of tax return. Number 4, this one, I think it's missed a lot. And I want to stress that completeness and accuracy matter. And there's a couple different reasons for this. One is you want to make sure that you're claiming every expense allowable for a tax deduction, because that impacts how much you may owe in taxes. And if you don't have checks and balances in place to make sure this is a reality, then you could be missing something. So we're looking at, all of the transactions that have gone through your bank account, everything that's been charged on a credit card, and maybe even loans. If you have any outstanding business loans, maybe an EIDL loan, there is an interest component to that. So you don't want to miss taking credit as a deduction for the interest. And what happens a lot of times when we're rushing, especially this time of the year, some things get missed, and it could be a key item. But the only way to know is for you to actually do some of these checks and balances. And in my world, it's called reconciling your numbers. And I'll just be very honest. Usually when I say this, people's eyes get really big, like, oh no, I don't even know what this means. I don't know how to reconcile. Like, what in the heck are you talking about? So very simply, reconcile, or doing a reconciliation, is the process that compares 2 sets of records to check that the numbers match. So in using a bank account as an example. So you're looking to make sure that everything that shows on your bank statement for the month, for the year, whichever time period you're looking at, is exactly what you've recorded in your bookkeeping system, that the numbers are the same, that you haven't missed anything. And we do the same thing with our credit cards. So one of the things that makes this step easier, and Tom Carpenter alluded to it in his session when he talked about a business being a separate entity from you, is to keep your business transactions business and your personal transactions personal. And I know HAR talks about this too, setting up a business bank account, having a business credit card. It's so much easier to find all of your stuff when it's in one place and it's not mixed, or what we call commingling with personal. Roadblocks. So this will come up for quite a few people, and it doesn't matter what you're doing, whether you're even working on a client or whatever it is, we always come up with some kind of roadblock that kind of halts us, halts our progress. And so we tend to set it aside, like, oh, I'll go work on something else and I'll come back to this later. So I'm just giving you one of my little tips for the roadblocks. And usually it comes up with, what do I classify this expense as? Like, I don't know if it's advertising, or is it like some other kind of category that I should be putting it in? If you're not sure, but you want to get through recording it, just create what I call a catch-all account. So these are like your questionable things that you want to ask your tax person for a little more guidance on. Just put them in there, and they're all accumulated in one place. It keeps you moving. And then add them to a list, because when you get to meet with that tax person, then now you know, like, oh, I had a question about this. Or maybe you can email them. Some work differently. Some have in-person meetings. Some just have you drop your stuff off. But ask the question and put this stuff in a catch-all account so that you can keep moving forward and not have to halt your progress and then try to come back to it and figure out where you are or where you left off at a later time. So then, we meet with our tax preparer, we file our taxes, we have crossed the finish line. And this should feel really, really good, right? Because it's off of your plate. You don't have to worry about this for an entire year. But I'm going to give you a couple more tips on how to make that meeting with your tax preparer a little bit easier. So think about this as you would meeting with a client where a new client request comes in, right? There's questions you have, there's information that you need from them in order for you to do the best job that you can do to help them. So this is just my really quick list. I used this when I was doing tax prep, and it still holds true today. So these are some of the things at a minimum that you'll want to have available for meeting with your tax preparer. So a copy of your books. So this is the numbers that you're putting together, whether it's from an accounting software, an Excel spreadsheet, whatever it is, they're going to want a copy of that, because that's how they can see what your numbers are for the year and which ones go where on the tax return. And then if you happen to have financial reports that come out of a bookkeeping software, profit and loss at a minimum for the entire year, because that will also give them the numbers. Just know though, with QuickBooks, there is a way you can share the actual file or add your accountant as your tax person in there, so they can literally go into your system versus you having to give them the numbers. And then 1099. So you're going to receive 1099s for commission, whether it comes from a host or a supplier. Like, keep all those together, because that's part of your records and documentation for the year. But you also want to hand them over to your tax person. Maybe you bought a new asset or you sold an asset, things like a computer, a desk, something, you outfitted your office, with some new stuff. Now that we're out of this pandemic phase, you're like, oh, I want to get something new for my office and feel nice and fresh. But things that can be written off as an asset, you want to just keep a list of those. Any new loans or existing loans that you have, the interest statement, all those things you're going to want to turn those over as well. Year-end bank statements, credit card statements, just so the accounting person can verify that the balances are correct in your books if you're using a full software such as QuickBooks. any changes that you just want them to note from the prior year, right? There's something different that they need to be aware of that could impact your tax filing or how you approach something. And then, of course, any questions you have, you should be able to ask them any question at all without feeling like they're putting you down or looking down on you. Like, they are the expert and you are the business owner. And really, their job is not only to help you get through tax time, tax reporting, but to help educate you to make it easier on both sides. So just real quick, these would be some recommendations for changes to implement post-wave season so that next year, like I said, when we get to this time, you're not feeling the same way, that we can make it look totally different. So create your own money routine, whether I call mine a Finance Friday, maybe it's a Money Monday, but you pick a day every single month, a specific date, schedule time on your calendar, monthly, quarterly, annually, to take care of these financial tasks so that they don't pile up and show up as this big, like, arduous lump, of things that you have to work on during wave season. So schedule that CFO time, commit to it. Don't let it slip by. And if you're not sure what CFO time looks like, I'll give you my contact information and I can share a little bit about what you might want to do. And then really the biggest thing is commit to having these healthy financial habits. And it does take commitment and it does take consistency. Prioritize your finances because it is what keeps your business open and running. It's what pays you. It's what funds your lifestyle and your future, whether that's retirement or sending a child off to college, all of these things. So it's super, super important that we make this a habit. So I do have a special, I actually have two of them in the host week, but one of them is a checklist that will help you work through some of these to help get you on a routine and something just to get you started, to give you an idea of what it would look like. So I'll put my information up here. Feel free to follow me on Facebook, contact me by email, however you'd like to. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Stephanie. That was really, really helpful. And I wish I had watched this webinar when I first started HAR, because my first 2 years were terrible at tax time because I didn't figure out that you can make your life a lot easier by doing it every month.
Yes. But now you do it every month, right? We had this conversation last year.
Yes. I've got them on my calendar. I have a day and, sometimes I'll go a couple weeks after that. I don't need to do it on that day, but if I miss like a couple months of something I'm doing, it is so much more work than it is to just kind of reconcile things every month. So hugely thankful. Thank you so much, or hugely helpful. Thank you so much. Let me see. I just want to make sure we have enough time for, you know what? We don't have time for questions, but Stephanie, I know you've been in the comments. So there is one in there from, I think it was Grace. I don't have that pulled up right now, but
yeah, I'll hop in there.
Yeah, cool. So thank you so much for joining us. That was so helpful. And also tune in for her Finance Fridays. It's a great idea. There's so much to the bookkeeping, accounting side of things that as an entrepreneur, it's important for you to know, but it is harder to find that information. And Stephanie's got the unique ability to know the travel side as well as the finance side. So make sure to check it out. Thank you so much, Stephanie.
Thanks, Steph.
All right. And thank you to all of you for your feedback in the comments about the length and the number of EduSpots for Host Week 2024. That's incredibly helpful. And I'm glad I'm not the only one that was like, oh, these 30-minute ones are kind of nice. Like they go straight to the point and really make people succinct. So next up, we have another exciting EduSpot. It is not with another Stephanie, and I did this on purpose, but it is with someone that has the same last name as me, Lee. So I will be joining Jen Lee for her EduSpot on personality selling, gain control from the beginning. If you have not met Jen, let me read you her bio. Known as a straightforward and energetic force in the industry, our speaker today is Jen Lee, Travel Planner International's VP of Industry Engagement and Support. Jen isn't shy about her obsession with helping travel advisors build their empires. I can confirm that. no matter what their size. And her advice is always spot on and relevant. When she's not working, you'll find her cheering on Bama football, playing with her grandchild, Eliza, and enjoying life with friends in a nice Pinot Grigio. I will also confirm that she is definitely a very energetic force and very straightforward force in the industry. So let's see what happens when you put two very energetic leads in one session together. So Juan, go ahead and roll the tape.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to another one of our EduSpots. Today, I'm very excited because I love when I get to talk with other Stephanies, but I also love when I get to talk with people with the last name Lee. And for those of you who don't know, this is Jen Lee. She's my sister from a different mister. She's with Travel Planners International. Hello, Jen. How are you?
Hello, my sister from another mister. I'm doing great. I love being able to talk to to the people here at Host Agency Reviews. It's exciting.
Yes, we're super excited about Host Week this week. It's been going so well. And we've got such great content, including yours. This is the most EduSpots we've ever done, our education session. So yours today is going to be on personality selling, gain control from the beginning. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, so what I find is in the travel advisor community, we all have very specific personalities, right? So there are certain things that we're motivated by personally. There are certain actions and words that are necessary for us personally to make decisions on. And so we just assume, and this is really anybody in sales, but we just assume that everybody else is motivated by the same thing, needs all that information, responds well to certain words, phrases, so on and so forth. And many, many years ago, when I was in the real estate business, I learned this personality selling from a gentleman by the name of Charles Clark. I always have to give him props. This is his system. I've just made it very exciting. And it's really taking understanding that everybody buys on emotion, justifies logically. And part of that purchasing on the emotion is feeling like the words, the phrases, the processes are hitting their core motivators. And it's hard to do that if all you're doing is putting together your processes and procedures and your wording based on what you know to be true as to why you would make a decision. So it's called bulls, owls, lambs, and tigers. And Steph, it's very similar to DISC. Have you ever heard of DISC, that DISC?
No, but I've heard of like the Myers-Briggs and Enneagram and things like that. So it sounds kind of similar.
Right. It's similar, only this one you're going to remember. Where everybody else who's done DISC is like, oh yeah, D is for dominant, I is for, I don't know.
Or the circle and the square and the.
Yes. Oh, and they're the fall and the winter and the summer, and there's peacocks and eagles. And this one you're going to remember, probably because I'm going to put it into words and phrases that mean something to you. So it's personality selling. Once you've connected with somebody right from the get-go and they sit on the other end of the line going, okay, good. They get me. This person gets me. She gets me. He gets me. Then you've hooked them. And then from there, it's about continuing to understand their motivators. So today, Steph, we're going to first off identify why people make decisions, right? Like what are the key motivators, really understanding that we do have differences and that like 75% of the people you're most likely adding some sort of friction or agitation to without even realizing in the process. So we're going to understand our differences. We're going to clearly identify who you are, a bull, an owl, a lamb, or a tiger. And then we're going to understand how others are. And then I'm going to give everybody takeaway tactics for them to be able to make changes immediately in the way they present their services to their clients, prospects, how they handle the process, how you overcome objections, and really, most importantly, how you close the deal and gain control right from the get-go.
I want to be an owl.
Okay, so you're not.
Okay.
I just want you to know you're not. I already know your
personality.
Feels
really judgmental, but okay.
And I'm going to apologize to everybody right now. I have a little bit of that cold that everyone's got going on right now. So I hope I don't cough too terribly much. Okay. So are we excited?
I'm very excited, except for I'm naturally disappointed that I don't get to be the animal that I like.
You have no choice. It is how you, it is how you are, what motivates you. So let's everybody write this down. And by the way, Steph, let's make sure everyone knows, I do have a PowerPoint that goes with this, and I might share a slide from time to time. Steph and I kind of talked a little bit about it, but I'm going to send this, this will be, you can email me and I'll send this to you so you don't feel like you have to write so much down. So let's start with the 4 basic personality types. And I'm just going to tell you right now, as soon as I start describing it, Steph, you're going to realize you're not an owl. Okay. Just going to tell you.
Okay. We'll see.
So anyways, it's okay. And you may
I'm
be.
holding out hope.
I know. So the 4 are, so everybody write this down: bulls, owls, Steph's preferred animal, lambs, and tigers.
A tiger.
I'm just telling you, you're a tiger.
I haven't called a tigress before.
I know. So bulls, let's start with a bull. And again, most likely we all kind of fall into 2 of these categories. And many of you are going to say, that's not who I am, but I have to break the news to you. You probably are. So a bull. So a bull personality. So first off, I'll just tell you right now, I am predominantly bull and tiger. I'm bull and tiger. So bulls are people who make, their motivators are, well, first off, the way you know them is they make very quick decisions. Bulls are also very straight to the point. Bulls need to feel like they are in some sort of control. They'll even tell you, look, I'm in control or I'm in charge. They may even say that, right? Bulls want you to do the work for them. Bulls show up and say, whatever, here's my credit card. I need to be there on Thursday. Just make it happen. Bulls, again, prestige and status are really important for bulls. So what's nice about a bull personality is they'll kind of tell you, listen, I only fly Delta. Like that's all I do is I fly Delta. I only, and I want to be able to be upgradable. Bulls will also only use American Expresses. I promise you, they don't use Visas, MasterCards, or anything else. Bulls like to say they have an American Express. What's cool and key to a bull personality is prestige and status are really important to them, but not like in a cocky kind of way. So don't think it that way. In other words like, oh, you're the first person I'm calling. Or, you know what, this just launched and I thought of you. That's prestige and status to them. Like, you know what, nobody else has done this particular itinerary. Are you up for it? They like to be challenged in that way. Bulls also make very quick decisions. They're able to easily survey everything, make a decision, and move on with their bad self. Bulls do not like long emails. Bulls like short emails.
Sorry, Jen.
Preferably bullet pointed. Huh?
Sorry, Jen, about the long emails I sometimes send.
I don't read them because that's a tiger in me as well. Just saying, get to the point, text message, those types of. So bull personalities, I want everyone to be thinking about a bull personality. Someone who says, I have the best. I want the best. This is the best. I want to be first. How cool is that? That's a bull personality. Okay. Do you have somebody in your mind right now, Steph? That's
very strongly you, Jen.
Yes. Those that know me, whether you are an advisor or a travel partner, are giggling at Steph's comment right now because I come right out and say, listen, let's just save time. Do what I tell you to do. And when people do it, I'm right. And I like to win. I don't want others to lose, but I like to win. I like to be the first. I'm just to the point. And I'm unapologetic about it. All right. There's
very
the bull personality. Okay. The next personality, which is who Steph wants to be, and maybe she is the owl. The big eyes.
I know.
The owl. I know. And if I could show you this owl actually looks just like you. It's actually got blue on, just like you do.
This is perfect.
I know. So here's the thing about the owl. The owl is very, very detail oriented. They ask a lot of questions and a lot of questions and a lot of questions. Owls are the ones that really get excited about spreadsheets and color-coded markers and tabs. They love tabs. They love order. Owls in the buying process versus a bull who can make a decision just like this. Owls need every question answered. Owls like to have a litany of questions, 27 or more. Owls are comfortable in the process. And most importantly, the owl's number one motivator is they do not want to make a mistake. Owls, their biggest fear is that they're wrong or they make a mistake. Hence the reason why Steph is not an owl.
I know, this is sad.
I know, babe. And it's a cute little clip art I got here for you too. So what I love about owls, and in the selling process of owls, I'm married to an owl. So my husband doesn't make any purchasing decision over $50 if he hasn't checked it out on Consumer Reports yet. Like, he's got to see the full circle. He's got to read all the reviews. He's got to call 3 other people. Then he's got to think about it for another week, you know, like a coffee maker. Like, God forbid if I were to just go, that's a cute coffee maker, I like it, it's on sale, boom, done. No, it's a 3.5 week, 4 week process with multiple reviews and a money back guarantee and free returns if it's on Amazon. Owls have to have all the details in place. I'm going to share with you a little bit later on why I know the majority of the really good advisors have a lot of owl tendencies. You have to pay attention to every detail. You have to have a process. So when an owl and an owl get together, it's like Xanadu. It's like, I'm going to send you my spreadsheet. Ooh, I'm going to update your spreadsheet. Let's look at the spreadsheets together. Oh my God. It's like everybody is so excited to work together because that's the owl to owl personality. Where the challenge comes in is that if you are an owl as a travel advisor and you think everybody needs they read, which they don't. They think everybody reads, but there's this checklist that everybody wants to go through, that everybody is good with all of these things. You are sorely mistaken, because if it's a bull, I'm like, not reading a thing. You've got to explain it to me. Okay, so we've talked about the bull. Bull, straight to the point, quick decision maker, doesn't need a lot of details. Prestige, status, I win, number one, this is cool, let's make it happen, moving on with their bad selves. Owls, I have 477 questions. I've sent it to you via an Excel spreadsheet. I'm going to throw out reviews and I'm actually going to price shop you. Okay. Everybody think about the owls in their lives, including themselves.
What am I then? I'm either the sheep or the tiger. I don't know.
Well, lamb is next.
Lamb. Oops.
Okay. Now, without lambs in our lives, it would be complete chaos. So again, all these personality types are really based on motivators, what's motivating them to make a decision. Bull is motivated by quick decisions, prestige, and status. Owl is motivated by not making a mistake. Key. Lambs are motivated in making sure everybody else is taken care of. They are the caretakers in our world. Lambs put others' needs over themselves. So as an example, if you said to a lamb, you deserve this, you've earned this, they don't like that because they don't feel like they've deserved or earned anything. And I don't mean that negatively. This is not a negative thing. What it is that's not what turns them on. Just like with a bull, if you say, you've deserved this, I'll be like, heck yeah, I have. That turns me on. It turns off a lamb. So lambs are not quick to decide. Lambs are quick to commit and then back out. Lambs are actually the hardest person to sell to because they want to make sure you're okay in the process. They're okay that you made a mistake. They're all right. The mistakes are there. Owls, one mistake, you may have just lost the entire deal, right? Because you misspell one word, they immediately go, this person doesn't even know how to spell. How are they going to get me to Italy? Do they even know where Italy is, right? Where with a lamb, they're okay with those mistakes. They forgive you for them and they want to make sure you're okay. Lambs also in the selling process will say yes to avoid conflict. So this is really important. You might meet a lamb at a party, a networking event. Maybe it's somebody that's on Facebook and they agree to have a Zoom call with you, a consultation. You spend an hour on the phone. You're talking about all the things that the lamb may want to put together for their family. You have this great conversation. They're committed. Yes, send me the documents. I'm going to talk to my other half. It could be a male or a female. It doesn't matter. I'm going to talk to my other half about this. Thank you so much for your time. And then when you go to follow up, they ghost you. Or they say, hey, I know I was supposed to talk to you on Tuesday, but my aunt passed away. Or, hey, there was an unexpected emergency that I needed. They will actually lie to avoid conflict because they don't want to hurt your feelings. So think about all the clients that you have out there or prospects that you have out there that you thought for sure you had this amazing conversation with, but for whatever reason, they just ghosted you. Lambs will, their main motivator is a fear of disappointing others. That is a lamb. Make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So Erwin, who is our leader at TPI, he's my boss. We joke around. He is lamb.
Really?
Yeah. And that is because, and here's the positive parts to lambs. And I'm going to tell you, most travel advisors are lambs. The reason is he is always walking around saying, if I take care of you, I know you're going to take care of our clients. And so his whole leadership mentality is ensuring that he's listening to us. He makes decisive decisions because he's an owl as well. He'll make a decision after he gathers the information, but it makes her such a great leader because he cares about us over himself.
Mm-hmm.
So lambs, most of our really great leaders have a lot of lamb qualities in them. Make sense?
Yes, I didn't know this about Erwin. This is very exciting.
Yeah, he's lamb. It doesn't mean weakness. Don't confuse it with weakness. It just means their motivator is ensuring others are taken care of. He's an excellent husband too. I don't know why I always bring him up. I think it's because, first off, he's the most excellent leader I've ever had at our company. He's in such great hands with him. And believe me, if you got to manage this, you are aces, man. I'm just telling you. Okay, Tiger. Tigger the tiger. I want you to think of Tigger the tiger. Bouncy.
Okay,
bouncy,
yeah, that's
bouncy,
me.
bouncy.
That's me if we're doing that.
Yeah, I'm just telling you. I already know who you are. So, but Tigger the tiger, what I love about tigers is they're not into the details. You know this client. They're like, oh my God. Now, I'm going to exaggerate right now, okay? Because I think exaggeration allows you to remember it. But these are like, oh my God, I totally just saw my friend Stacy on Instagram. She went to Costa Rica. I want to go to Costa Rica. Make it happen. When can you go, Tiger? Oh, anytime this year. Are we in 24 or 23? Yeah, whenever. I mean, whenever it's like cheapest. I don't know, whenever. What's the best weather in Costa Rica? Maybe I should go to Cancun. You know what? I don't know. Maybe I don't like mountains. Do those things jump on you? Those little sloth things? Well, I get to. That's a tiger. Not into the detail. They're curious. They're fun. They're adventurous. They're up for anything. They want to bring everybody with them in their happiness. They're curious by nature. That's the perfect word. They're curious by nature. And they make decisions because they just want you to make the decision for them. They're cool with it, whatever it is. Again, I'm exaggerating so that you remember. Tigers respond to new and exciting options. They will say yes to anything, but they will completely forget the details. Tigers do not read. Tigers do not read. Tigers do not read. What they do is they skim, look for the click here, look for the do now. Words in your emails are great, like next steps include, right? 3 things I need you to do right now. Tigers, you get them on the phone or you text them. Their main motivator is social currency, right? They want to do good for others. They want to be part of everybody's story. They want to be part of a story. They want to be the leader of the story, but not in a bull kind of way. They're very giving, curious, creative, energetic, fun to deal with, horrendous to service because we don't pay attention. Now, I am a bull tiger, quick to make decisions, no problem. Status is important. I only fly Delta. You will put me in Delta Comfort. I only do the aisle. Like, I'm very clear what my demands and requirements are to make me happy. I tell that to people all the time. I give people the best opportunities to make me happy. I'm very clear with that. I'm a tiger as well because I'm like not into the details. I clearly have no idea where I'm going. I have to have a checklist written out because that's the only way I'm going to remember with highlights because I like colors because I'm a tiger, right? Which is different than an owl who knows everything. I personally land and then I look in my phone and actually have my piece of paper that my husband has folded for me and told me this is paper number 1 with a circle around it because he's the one that packs my luggage and tells me when I land, here's where you're staying. I don't even know that information. My husband texts me. He's an owl lamb. So my husband will text me when I land, you've landed at B12. Your connecting gate is A16. It looks like your closest Sky Club is B17. Turn right outside of the gate. That's what my husband does. He's a
Is he a
caretaker.
travel advisor?
No, he's my,
Sounds like it.
he's my handler. But I love being able to use us as an example because that's usually how it is. In couples, it's the opposites, right? I can just make decisions, do all this. So I keep the world moving in our world. He keeps our world safe and somewhat making good purchasing decisions. I, on the other hand, will drop $3,000 for a purse without even thinking about it, right? Okay. So Steph, who do you think you are? We're all a combination of two.
Can you be a
we
combination
have a little
of
bit of
three?
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a little bit of everything.
I definitely have the tiger. You're right on that. I am more organized than a tiger though, and able to make decisions more quickly and more focused. So I don't know what that would make me.
You are an organized bull tiger because and you've got lamb in you as well. So I'm very organized. I have my checklist. I have to write it out. I'm not one of these crazy people that do things without paper, whatever. But I'm a very organized, and my house I'm almost OCD. My house is very, very
I can
organized.
see from the background. It's always perfect.
Right. So Steph, before we went live, what did I say to you? Hang on, I'm moving my camera. Hold on. I need to do that because I want to make sure I look cute. But at the end, I moved these things, right? I moved these things because I'm OCD. They have to, and actually that one's a little crooked. So it's not that you're not organized. It's what is your motivator? What motivated you to say yes? Okay. Now, with that being said, let's take this. Everyone write down the two they think they are.
Yeah, in the comments. I would love to hear in the comments what people are.
Type in the two you think you are. Okay. Then I want you to think of the last customer you had that drove you crazy. And think about why they drove you crazy. And then tell me who they are. Now you're going to know, you can pick up very quickly who the different personalities are literally within a few minutes of reading an email and or text or Facebook message or DM on Instagram, right? Or having a conversation, how they ask for a conversation, how they show up in front of you. Bulls, straight to the point. They come in, they shake your hand. Hi, I'm Jen. So nice to meet you. And you are? What do you do? Why do you do it? What do we do next? Blah, blah, blah. That's a bull. A bull's email is usually like, call me. Okay, that's a bull. Straight to the point. You're going to know it. When you meet them face to face, they're very boom, boom, boom. Owls, little reserved. Hi, nice to meet you. Share, they might say something like, tell me what you do. How much money do you make doing that? I didn't know travel advisors were still around. How do you go about doing it? They're going to ask you a lot of questions if you meet them face to face. Owls are usually very well put together. So are bulls. Bulls, you can tell they've got the new shirt, the shine shoes. Owls are very just kind of there. Owls in an email will send you an email, probably an attachment with their consultation form attached to it. They're going to ask you questions before they hire you. Okay. Lambs are just going to be all about you in a very quiet, genuine, loving manner. Ask about you. You're never going to know anything about that lamb when you meet them face to face. A lamb in an email or a Facebook message will start with something like, I don't want to bother you. I don't mean to bother you. When you have a moment, it's no problem. They're never in a rush. They want to make sure you're okay. And tigers will have probably sent you a DM on Instagram, or they would have texted you, or they would have called.
Or been outside your house in a dino suit.
Yeah. They would. Yeah. If you meet them, you can tell they've got like a lot of bangles and, hair is up and lipstick and hi, I'm here. Now, if you are a bull tiger personality as a travel advisor and you encounter an owl, you scare owls off. They don't trust you as much as you tell them to trust you. So you make the adjustment by always having a process. So keywords for owls, because honestly, bulls are easy. Let me back it up. Here's how you close a bull. Okay. All right. I've got a three-step process. I'm gonna ask you some questions. You don't ask for a budget. That's insulting. Actually, it's insulting to everybody, but it's insulting to a bull. You kind of say you want to go to Australia, you want to fly, you want to be in first class. Okay. We're looking around $50,000 to $60,000 total for this investment. Does that sound about right? Yes. Which American Express will you be using once I send over the quotes to you? That is how direct you are to be with a bull. If you start saying, we're going to have 2, 3 30-minute phone calls so that I can get to know you and understand your needs. And I'm going to send you a series of 5 emails that are going to be automated. I need you to click and accept, and they're not going to do it. So instead, when you're talking to a bull, you say, listen, there's a lot of paperwork involved with this, and I need to make sure we understand we're all on the same page. Who in your party, your traveling party, loves details? They have somebody. Trust me. It's either their secretary, their assistant, best friend, their spouse, whoever. They've got a handler. That's the person that you need to send all that stuff to. I know that sounds crazy, but every time I do this and I talk to advisors and they tell me they make their adjustments, they close more sales and they gain control from the selling process from the beginning. You become boss over the bull. With the owl, you're in partnership. You're walking alongside them. We're checking off the boxes one at a time. With an owl, you always, in your presentation, always ask the question, what other questions can I answer for you? Here are some key things you can say to them. I have a 22-step process that will take us from consultation all the way to 45 days after you've come home from your experience. You've got them right there. Here is my cell phone number or my office line. Here are my hours. When you tell an owl, here are my hours, they will respect your hours. Tell them your hours. Lambs will respect your hours. You're wasting your time with bulls and tigers. Bulls don't care your hours, and tigers didn't even remember you talked to them, okay? So owls and lambs, you tell them your hours, they'll stay within that parameter. Owls are very easy to sell if you slow down, you show the process, you ask what other questions can I answer for you, you ask them to share whatever research they've done. Oh my God, you've really gotten an owl then. And the beautiful thing about owls is once you've closed the sale the first time, once they become your client, as long as you don't make any mistakes, they're a client for life and they are your best referral source, because that owl is the person that other people call to say, hey, I need a travel advisor. Who do you know? Because they trust the owl has already vetted you. Okay. So owls are key. Lambs, listen, it's going to be the most frustrating process ever. If you can close a lamb, its chances are because they have a tiger or a bull or an owl in their life that you actually really should be doing business with to help with that. Understand lambs will lie to you because they don't want to do it. So, but your verbiage to them are things like, share with me how you would, what's motivating you to say you want to go to New Zealand, or what's motivating you to go to Italy? Tell me your story. If you ask them that and you kind of slow it down, they'll tell you everything. Write that story down. Remember what they're saying. So this is because your teenagers are getting ready to leave for college. Gosh, I can imagine how frustrating that must be. How are you feeling about it? How are they feeling about it? What do you think we should be doing together? Use a lot of we's in the lamb conversation. What can we do? How can we curate this experience? Your family is really going to appreciate this. Lambs are all about others, and we helps them feel comfortable. Tigers, super easy. Oh my gosh, you're never gonna have a better trip than this trip. And all you have to do with a tiger is talk fast, send very quick text messages to them with links for them to fill it out, have them on the phone. I need to review my terms and conditions. Item number 1 talks about the fact that if you cancel, it's $800. Item number 2 talks about the fact that you will read everything. I need you to repeat after me. Yes, I will read. Make sure you initial it. You walk them through really quickly. I had a lot of advisors tell me, how do you get, I get these tigers and they never send me back the confirmation or anything. I say, that's because you didn't call them. You need to text them and then call them immediately. And I'd say, yeah, I'm driving. Say, pull over. Because tigers do well when you tell them what to do, because tigers want to be taken care of. They need handlers. They don't want to figure it out themselves. With tigers, you're going to say, listen, I can start you from the home with a car service to pick you up and get you all the way back home afterwards. Is that how you want me to take care of you? Yes. Here's my credit card. Go. Bulls and tigers are easy to close. Owls and lambs, they just all have different motivators. Bulls are motivated by prestige and status. Owls do not want to make a mistake. Lambs want to make sure everybody else is taken care of. Safety and surety is important to them. And tigers just want to have fun and be part of a story.
Love it. That was good stuff, Jen. So
I know.
So
I'm a bull. I know.
It's totally true. You meet Jen in person the first time, or
even on a webinar like this, and you're like, wow, that's a lot of personality coming at
Yes,
me.
it's a lot. I used to have really big curly hair. Actually, that's my natural hair. But I knew that with this and all this, it's way too much.
I thought it was great myself, but it really added to it.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. We're running low on time, but really quickly, maybe you can tell us. You said you've talked to other advisors that you've talked to about these 4 animal personalities. Do you have any stories you can share, like a story really quick of someone?
Yeah, one of the advisors, she immediately took my advice with regards to a tiger. It was a big trip, and the tiger, she just couldn't nail her down to just get the credit card number from her. So I said, just send her a text. Need credit card, calling you now. And she did. And the girl, and it's literally a true story. She was like, oh, I'm driving. She goes, pull over. Pulled over, gave her the credit card. She sent her the credit card authorization. It wasn't like she didn't do that, but she said, I'm going to send this to you. She sent her a link in the text. I need you to sign this, send it back, and so I can get this thing reserved. I've had other advisors tell me because of their owl personality, they felt like everybody wanted all that information. And as soon as they identified they were talking with a bull or a tiger, instead, they shortened that consultation process down enough to get the right information. Don't get me wrong. You guys have a lot of details you have to gather. But as soon as they shortened that process down, the bull said yes. And then it's snippets, right? It's snippets of information for a bull and a tiger versus an owl. You can send them all of that, one email that's got all these links in it. For me personally, when I'm communicating via email to a multitude of personalities, I use all 4 personalities. I'll use the opening, hey there, rock star. Hope you're having a fabulous day. That's it, right? My next line is, I have 4 things in this email for you to pay attention to. I make sure those 4 things have big titles to them so that the tiger and the bull can go down. I have the click here, super simple for them. I keep the same 3 colors. In it, I also have my picture down at the bottom, and that warms the heart of the lamb. The lamb's love. And I always say something like, you're the best part of TPI. We couldn't do this without you, which we do believe, but that feels good to the lamb. Bull has never even seen any of that. Tiger's looking for the one thing they want to talk about. Owls are very appreciative of the organized effort towards it and the follow-up. So you can do you just need to know those 4 personality types and structure your communication both verbally as well as process-wise, in a way that allows them to receive it, connect with it, and make a decision.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Jen. Do you want to give your email really quick so if people want to get the PDF, they can drop you a note?
Yes, sorry again for the coughing. Yes, it's JENNL@TPIonline.com. And if you send me an email, I'll send you the PDF of this. And I'll also send you guys a link to my calendar. If you want to spend 15 minutes to kind of just review this, you're welcome to do so as well. It's all about you. I love helping advisors and agency owners, close every deal, gain control from every conversation, because what you do is so very important. And we've got to make sure that more and more consumers, hire you to do what you do.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Jen. And we'll be back in just a second with our next session, which is with Rhoda Gordon, which is wow your clients with their own vacation photos. So we'll see you soon.
Hi, thank you. And thank you for that amazing intro. Welcome, everyone. I really appreciate you coming out and having me share with you my knowledge. And I'm going to be presenting how to wow your clients with their own vacation photos and grow your business. And while this talk is geared specifically to travel advisors, any small business can really benefit from the tips and tricks I'm going to be sharing today. We have less than 30 minutes, so I'm going to move quickly through the first few slides and really spend some time on what you can employ now with the tips and tricks. Hi, my name is Rhoda Gordon, and my business is Sunflower Photo Solutions. I'm a certified photo manager. Most of my working life has been spent creating processes and education for people to take control. Through public speaking, I share the belief that photos are our legacy, and it's our responsibility to safeguard them and also make them easily accessible. I love travel, as I know probably most of you do, otherwise you wouldn't be in this business. And I've used all travel photos for the pictures in my slides, and I'll try and point out where they are, where they were taken, so you have a point of reference. This one happens to be in Vienna. I was there recently, and I was fortunate enough to spend 3 months there living and working just like a local, and it was a truly amazing experience. So what is a photo manager? Photo managers help their clients manage their photo collections and tell their stories. I am passionate about supporting businesses and individuals preserve and organize their memories so that they can pass down to future generations. I work directly with businesses to manage their media for organization, SEO, presence, and marketing. And let's face it, we're taking more photos than ever before, but we really can't find that special one to share or to use for marketing, and especially to protect for future generations. And that's where I come in. So one of the most effective ways to grow your business is with repeat clients. Repeat clients not only spend more money with you as their families and their incomes grow, but they help market you to new clients, and that makes them a powerful acquisition tool. So focusing on client retention is a great way to grow your business. And my presentation here is geared to help you with that. So what do we want to do? We want to bring back your clients, right? We want to bring them back. But here, the words bring them back has a double meaning. We want to bring the clients back to you, but what we want to do for the client is to bring them back to the moment they were on vacation, what they felt, what they experienced, what it smelled like, how they really had that whole bundle. And let's face it, when clients get home from a trip or an amazing family reunion or vacation, they go back to their normal everyday lives. They get caught up in their routine with their families, and they really forget what it felt like to be on vacation. So if you can bring them back to what they felt, you can bring them back as a client, right? And what we want to do is bring them back while keeping your name, your travel agency name, at the forefront of their mind. And we can do that through pictures. So here you see right now, there's just a picture. It's two people, maybe they're jumping around in the surf. But to me, it's a picture of me and my husband. To me, it brings me back to a very joyous time, a great experience. During the beginnings of COVID, we drove cross country. And this was the first moment we set foot in the Pacific Ocean. This happens to be in Oceanside, California, but I remember walking down the steps, running across the sand. It was hot out, the sun is setting. It was just beautiful coloring and jumping in the cold, cold Pacific Ocean. And I would do it again. So if somebody sent me that picture a month later, that is what I'm going to be remembering. And so really the point is we want to have quick and easy ways to bring that memory back to them. And that's what photos do. So if your clients are not sending you photos while they're on a trip that you planned, now's the time to start asking them. People are always happy to share their photos. And if you ask them to send a photo when they get to the hotel or wherever you've set up for them to go or experience, I'm sure they're happy to do it. So let's get down to business. One of the most cost-effective and easy projects to implement would be to use photos for cards. And here's an example. So these are cards. I bought them through Amazon. They're 5x7 cards, but you can get them anywhere, any craft store. Order them in sets of 25 or 50 or even more. and I used my at-home printer to print my name, my company name, on the flap of the envelope, as well as, if you look down at the bottom, photo, as well as my logo on the back of the card. And that's a folding card. So it's a folding 5x7. And then I also created a envelope insert. I have an example here so you can see. It's just a piece of paper that you have printed, and it is actually specifically called an envelope insert. If you've ever planned a wedding or anything, you may have done this before, but you can use any word processing application. I used InDesign, so if you have the Creative Cloud and know how to use it, you can use that, but you can use Pages or Word, and you can create whatever you want in the words. I would suggest using your travel advising name, and then have that more bold than anything else, and then just use travel words or what your specialties are, and just have it go over and over and over again. You save it. I saved it as a JPEG, and I use Zazzle, Zazzle.com, to order them. Definitely use your own color and your own branding. And what better way? The client first opens the envelope, sees all that, remembers what you can do for them, and then they get a card. And what I do is I print a 5x7. I printed 4x6 picture from my at-home printer. It's just an HP printer. I do it on photo paper, and I use double sticky tape to put it on the front of the card. And then inside is my personal note. So you can use that as a thank you. If you do, I would wait maybe 3 to 4 weeks after the client got home from a trip. Let them get into their normal routine. Let them forget about what an amazing trip they had, and then you bring them back. Or you can do it at the holidays as a holiday card or a New Year's card. And especially if you have an upcoming really great offer and you have special clients you want to reach out to, it's a great way to do it. It's personal, it's logoed, and you want to keep them, you want them to have you front and center in their minds when they're thinking about a trip. Other ways you can do it, use your clients' photos, are with just a photo collage. You can make a beautiful collage with as little as 3 or 4 photos. A calendar would require more. Just a notebook with 1 picture on the front, magnets, ornaments at the holiday time. And these are not very expensive, great to send to clients at different times during the year or when they first book the trip. A notebook would be great to keep a journal. But you can also, if you're conscious and don't want to have the printing costs or the want to be environmentally conscious, you can send them the collage, the calendar, is a digital file for them to decide what to do with it, whether they print it or they use it as a wallpaper on their computer or something like that. And some great companies that can help you do this. I love Canva. I don't know if everyone has found out about Canva, but it's an amazing app. It's canva.com that allows you to do graphic design without any experience, typography, as well as uploading your own pictures, or in this case, it would be your client's pictures, and to use them to create any one of these items, especially the collage and the calendar. They have templates. So there's just hundreds of templates you can search for, and that's great. As well as if you have, like I said, the Adobe Creative Cloud, you can use Photoshop and notebooks. I think Etsy does a great job. There's many, many different Etsy stores that will put photos on things, as well as magnets and ornaments. So all of those are great options for gifts or reaching out to your client. Now, I can't think of anything better than a beautifully printed photo book that displays a particular trip that someone took, especially if they were an amazing, if it was an amazing life trip, like an anniversary trip or a honeymoon or a family reunion. And photo books can be included in a package, so it's already packaged in. You have thought of the costs, and you're not breaking it down. It's just included for your maybe big VIP clients. It can be also a gift for a VIP client or a repeat client. Maybe it's the 5th time they've booked with you. So now you're offering them as a gift or as an add-on. And there are plenty of companies to the average person to be able to create a quick and easy photo book. I like Printique, Printique.com, because they have templates geared towards all different genres. One of them is travel. Others are just family day, a day in the life, babies, but they have specifically a travel one. I personally like a clean, modern look like this is. So I wouldn't necessarily use travel. Sometimes it's a little, I don't know, has too many, it looks too scrapbooky for my taste, but you may know your client's taste better. And I just want to show you options. So you can, if you're doing it yourself in a package or you're giving it as a gift, a very low cost choice would be a soft cover. The photos still, this is actually a user guide, so it's mostly words. I use it with my clients, but the photos do come out very nice looking, even though the pages are soft. And one great thing is you can use your branding color and you can logo the back. So Printique actually allows you to put your logo on the back of photo books. I think it's just a few dollars extra to be able to do that, but it's a really good way to do your branding, especially if it's going to be left on a coffee table or something like that. And then, so these are less expensive, but easy to do. And then there's the more expensive, but not anywhere expensive at like an album. This is just a photo book, but it's linen covered. You can get leather covered or just hardcover, and then it's a lay flat. So you can see that you can have one picture just go through the whole photo book, and you can do a photo book with as little as 10 pictures. I mean, I think the beauty of a photo book is just looking at the photo. So you can have, as I did, one photo on a page and then maybe a few on the next page. So I think that it's a great way to show appreciation to your client or to include it in a package and make some money. Just trying to think. So if you were going to do it as an add-on, I think that's a really, really smart way to have some relatively passive income from your clients. You can offer it when you present the trip that you're going to be planning to them, that they can, even in advance of going on the trip, already pre-order the photo book. And then they can actually actively take pictures with in mind that it's going to go into a photo book. And I think that's a great way to organize the book itself and have them organized for taking pictures. You really want to make it easy for the client to order. And so I actually have worked with a couple of travel agents. And so I create digital flyers for them. And this is an example. I actually put my logo on it instead of my client, my travel agent client, because I don't really want to have any issues sharing things without permission. So, but anyway, you want to make it easy. And this is an example. You can screenshot it and create one yourself if you're interested. I have links on mine where they can view a sample book. So view a sample book here. And then under Learn More is another link. So they can learn more about how much it costs or to order it. And once they order it, they get instructions on how to upload their pictures to Dropbox or to share it if they are just taking pictures with an iPhone or with an Android. Then there's other ways to share it. The great thing is, again, if you create a flyer, you want to have your own logo and branding on it with your colors. And like I said, it's passive revenue. If you're going to hire out somebody to do the photo book for you, then of course, add that into how much it's going to cost, plus your time because you're the middleman managing it. or you maybe you're adept at doing photo books, or you want to try to. It's fun. It's a great hobby. So, you know, just think of how much time it's going to take you and how much it's going to cost to actually physically get the book, and that's how you do your pricing. So some other things that you can do with photos or having to do with photos is marketing through education. And I don't, you know, I know that we've all thought travel and photos kind of go together, but I really can't think of one person I know, and I would bet about 99% of the people who use a travel agent to book their trips are taking pictures. They want to go away, to decompress, to learn something, to experience something, and to make memories. And the way they're making memories is through pictures. So pictures and travel go hand in hand. So what better way than maybe sending them once a year or quarterly even a PDF about ways in which they can protect their photos while they're on holiday. There's great ways to do it. Great tips on how to take photos, maybe if of landscapes, if that's, you know, where they're going, or of animals, if they're going on a safari, just tips on how to take great photos. Or there are so many different education tips that you can give through a PDF. Have a theme each time that you send it out. And same thing with the education. You can either do host a seminar or a webinar, and speak yourself on something having to do with travel and photos, or have someone come in and give the seminar. And that doesn't only get you repeat clients, because of course you're going to tell your current clients about it, and hopefully they'll come, but maybe you'll get a lot of new traffic as well, and maybe get some new clients. So this is just a quote. Profit in business comes from repeat customers that boast about your projects and service, and that bring friends with them. So really what you're doing with your clients' own photos is really bringing your travel advising up a notch to give them a little bit more, just that much more, to keep them coming back, to keep your agency in the forefront of their mind, and also to really make them feel seen and valued, and grow your business from there. So what I would like to challenge you all to think about is, what can you do with your clients' photos? Because I've only really touched the surface on what can be done with photos. There is so much more. I want to thank you for taking the time and spending 30 minutes with me. And for any help or for more information, my email is rhoda@sunflowerphotosolutions.com. I have a monthly newsletter, which gives tips and tricks every month, as well as kind of what's new in the photo world, especially with Apple photos, always changing. So if you want to sign up, you can go to my website, sunflowerphotosolutions.com. And you can follow me on Instagram or Facebook as well. I really encourage it. Thank you very much. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any. I think I'm good on time.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Rhoda. It's great to see you.
Nice to see you.
Let's see. We do have one question. So while we're going to ask you this question, if anyone else has anything they want to ask or share things that they've done in the past with photos for their clients, definitely drop those in the comments. But we have one from Misty, and Misty asks, are you using your own photo or one of the client's photo to send as a card?
No, not my own photo, the client's photo.
Mm-hmm.
We want to, so it's really bringing them back to the experience they had. And what I have learned with my clients who send me photos for a totally different reason, because I'm not a travel advisor, but is that when they're sending a photo, it means something to them. It's meaningful. It might not be the best photo. It might not be the most perfect photo, but it evokes a memory. And you're using what they actually sent to you to remind them of that memory. So if your clients are not sending you a photo or photos right now, I would just ask them. It's a great touch point, another touch point to reach out to your client before they go on vacation or while they're there. And it's great for your collection. And in the future, if you ever, there it goes. In the future, if you ever want to use it for social media or marketing, ask permission first. But most people have probably already posted it anyway on social media, right? And the only other thing I'll caution as far as using the photo, and typically it's not a problem if you're just printing it as a 4x6, but sometimes they're sending you a small resolution one. Let's say if they're sending it through Facebook, it's not going to print very well. So if you're frustrated by the print not coming out, that's why. So, but if they shared it with you through text or Apple Photos, it's usually of a good enough resolution.
Those are fantastic tips. I think like a great idea would just be to ask the client, what the favorite, if they could sum their vacation up in one step and like one photo, what would that be? And can they send it over to you? So that's a great idea. Misty does say thank you. That answered her question. And then we had another comment I just wanted to call out here from Bella Vita Travel. Let's see. Now, where was this? I lost it. Oh, Bella Vita Travel says, ask them to tag you in a photo and you can download. So that's another way to do it. And Rhoda, I'm just noticing this. Is this a beagle or a basset behind you in that photo?
This is my basset hound, Rambo. Rambo the Great.
Fennec is part basset hound too. He looks more Australian Shepherd, but he's got the basset hound legs and the stubbornness. So
rickety joints.
Yep, exactly. Can't find any socks that work for them. Well, let's see. I think that's all the questions we have right now. So thank you so much for coming on, Rhoda, and sharing your expertise with photos and using that to build Travel Advisors business. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure. And anyone reach out to me and tell me what you've done. And if you've tried this, I'd really be happy to hear feedback.
That'd be awesome. Thanks so much, Rhoda.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, everyone. So we are a little bit ahead of schedule. So we're going to take a very quick break before we jump back in. Next up on the docket, we have the foundations and fundamentals of starting your own agency with Heather Kindred of Travel Leaders tomorrow. So stay tuned. Keep this tab open. We will be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. It's Stepsl, the founder of Host Agency Reviews. Thank you for joining us for Host Week. There have been such fantastic EduSpots all this week, and I'm so excited about it. If you really enjoy events like this where you can soak up all sorts of great info, make sure to check out HAR's event calendar. It is by far the most comprehensive industry event calendar out there. Right now, I think there's 60 plus events on there. And it has everything from FAM, or that's familiarization trips for those that aren't familiar, FAM trips to webinars to industry conferences. So make sure to check that out. We will put it in the comments, and so you can bookmark it as a resource. The other option is make sure you sign up for our monthly newsletter where there's an event section in there, as well as a job section. And then you also get the latest articles and resources that HAR is pushing out. And let's see, you've likely heard us mention this a few times this week. It is because we're super excited about it. So HAR launched our first course on Monday ever called The Ultimate Guide to Starting Your Travel Agency. As a company, we have literally helped tens of thousands of advisors through the years start their agencies, and we know exactly what to do. So this is the guidebook to show you how. And you're also getting priority support from the HAR team as well as meetups. So the other thing to mention is that we have a 50% off special on the course through Host Week. There's also scholarships available to anyone that has financial needs. So we will put a link in the comments to the course page where you can find out more details on it if you're interested. And next up, we have Heather Kindred from Travel Leaders of Tomorrow, who is going to tackle the foundations and fundamentals of starting your own agency. So if you haven't met Heather yet, let me read you her bio so you can get to know her a little more. As the program director for Travel Leaders of Tomorrow, a new to the industry travel agent training and placement program launched in 2013, happy 10 years, Heather oversees the marketing and management of this comprehensive training initiative. A travel industry veteran, Heather began as a corporate and leisure agent before discovering a passion for teaching and mentoring new travel professionals. She cultivated this passion through various education and training roles with AAA Washington, Carlson Vaughanley, and Holland America Line. Heather is a believer that travel is in certain people's DNA and loves helping people with the right qualities acquire the skills they need to spend their days sharing their passion for travel with others. So we love helping people too, Heather. And so we're so excited that you're here. We love passionate educators. So Juan, go ahead and magically make Heather appear with whatever you do.
I think I've appeared.
Yay!
Well, thank you so much, Steph. And it's so great to be here. And I do believe that this 10-year anniversary that's coming up on us is going to be a big one. So I'm super excited for that.
That's awesome. Well, I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Thank you. And you can see my slide, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
You're ready to go.
All right. Thank you so much. So hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me today. My name is Heather Kindred, and I'm the program director for Travel Leaders of Tomorrow, which is a virtual training program designed to help people learn how to become travel advisors. So if you've already been doing some research, you've probably discovered that this is a mysterious industry. While there's not one place to find all the answers, there are a few good resources, and one of my absolute favorites is Host Agency Reviews. So shout out to you. I have been training and consulting with travel advisors for almost 2 decades, and I have some idea of what you need as a foundation and what fundamentals are key to your success. So hopefully over the next 20 minutes or so, we'll get a chance to dive into that. So I thought I would start off by telling you a little bit about my background. So like you, I have the travel bug. I caught it early on a backpacking trip through Europe with some friends. Believe it or not, it was the summer before my senior year in high school, so I would think I was a ripe old age of 17. My first job in the travel industry was a summer job working for Holland America, packaging documents for Alaska tours. From there, I went to a local travel school, and I was hired on graduation day as a corporate travel advisor. And I really think back in those days, it was easier. I sat with an experienced advisor for weeks, then she sat next to me for weeks, and then I worked with a group of advisors, sort of shoulder to shoulder, and I was really allowed to learn on the job. So a few years later, I moved to selling leisure travel until the day I came across an ad for a job as a travel agent trainer for AAA. And I just knew that was the perfect job for me. I had always been the person in the office to help everyone else. I loved sharing tips and shortcuts. I worked for several years as a trainer for AAA, and then later as part of a national training team for a global travel management company. I did try to leave the travel industry, and I worked as a trainer in the education and healthcare fields for about 5 years. But as most people in the travel industry will tell you, this industry gets into your DNA, and eventually I found my way back into travel doing the job that I have now. Lucky me. Today, I have about 20 minutes to talk to you about what I think are some of the must-dos to set you up for success, no matter what success looks like to you. And what are some of the pitfalls you might want to avoid? In the time that we have together, I'm going to talk about education, what you need to know to have the best foundation, your business setup and what comes next, goal setting and benchmarking for your success, the pre-launch and the launch of your business, and some focus areas to keep you moving forward. Most professionals have some kind of formal training, and attending travel school is recommended as a fundamental baseline for your business. You can certainly go without it, but you're going to learn some of those lessons the hard way. So if you're hoping for an in-person classroom setting, you can check with local community colleges, but honestly, chances are going to be slim that they're going to have a program. And if they have one, is that program designed for the travel advisor? A hospitality or tourism program will be too generic and not give you those tools that you need. As far as I know, Travel Leaders of Tomorrow is still the only option for that virtual classroom experience. There are several great online and on-demand training programs, and if you go that route, just make sure that their content is current and specific to training travel advisors. There should be someone that you can talk to, and ideally the instructor has a travel background. Another thing is some destination or specialist training, which you can find through the American Society of Travel Advisors, which I will call ACTA from now on, the Travel Institute, the Cruise Line International Association, which I'm going to call CLIA, and through some host agencies or consortia such as Virtuoso, Signature, and Travel Leaders Network. Suppliers often also have great training programs, and you should definitely take them. You could literally train all day, every day, and never do it all. So be selective, intend to know more about less, and take only those that are specific to your niche and your clientele. You're going to have technology to learn, and it can be pretty daunting. So if you join a host, which I recommend that you do, they will have their own software. Suppliers that you work with may also have proprietary software. And occasionally, there's going to be brands that will share the same software, and that makes your life a lot easier. Some regulatory compliance training, while it sounds dreadful, in the end, it can save you from making some pretty giant mistakes with your business. And right now, I believe ACTA is going to be your main entity that does that kind of training. You don't need to be certified to be a travel advisor. This is a little bit of a mystery for some people. In the US and Canada, you do need credentials provided by the Airline Reporting Corp, or I'll call them ARC, the International Air Transport Association, I'll call that IATA, BSP, which is up in Canada, and the Cruise Line International Association, which is CLIA. I'm going to use all those acronyms. Your state or your province may also require a seller of travel license or the TICO license up in Canada. If you want certification, what I recommend doing is waiting until you've been working in travel for at least a year. And then I recommend also attending travel industry conferences each year, as these are really great opportunities to network and to get a lot of education in one place. So kind of a big snapshot of all the education that I think is really important when you're getting started in this industry. So I had to break my 6-bullet rule on this slide. There is a little possibility that you'll be able to learn it all before you start, but as a travel advisor, you are also a marketing guru, a salesperson, customer service rep, event planner, a tech geek, a mathematician, a data entry specialist, a geographer, a counselor, an insurance person. Oh, by the way, you're also a travel expert who knows how to find the best value on flights, the perfect resorts with the best food, and the perfect cruise itineraries. If you've decided that you want to be an independent travel advisor, which I think most of the people here today are thinking that direction, then you're essentially setting up a small business. So you'll have to fulfill whatever licensing your state, province, county, or city requires. You get to pick the name of your agency. You're going to build your brand. You're going to oversee your marketing. Before settling on a name, I recommend checking that it's not trademarked and that there is an available domain. For example, if you're in the US and you love the agency name Travelbug and did a quick search of trademark electronic search system, which is called TESS, you would find that someone owns the trademark. And there are several sites that you can go to check on those domains. You can use GoDaddy, look up who is, or you can simply type in to the search engine the domain that you're looking for and see if it comes up. The next thing I recommend, design a logo. So you can try your hand at designing your own. I've known lots of people that have. Ask an artistic friend or family member, hire a designer, or you can use crowdsource companies like Fiverr or Design Crowd. I'm not endorsing any of these. I'm just throwing some names out in case you aren't familiar with them. Get some business cards. These are going to be your best friend for sharing your new business and for getting referrals. Always have a handful of them in your pocket, your purse, your backpack, whatever it is you've got handy, because those are going to be one of your best marketing tools. Agency credentials, which I mentioned earlier, they are required by most suppliers to make reservations on behalf of a client, to track your bookings, and to get paid a commission. The main entities that provide these are ARC, IATA, and CLIA, and up in Canada, BSP. Did I mention that we like to turn acronyms into words in the travel industry, and then we say them really fast? One of my favorite things about this industry is learning all the acronyms. So all of these credentials that I mentioned do have requirements, and there are costs involved to obtaining them. One of the nice things is if you join a host agency, they're going to provide you with their credentials and then pay you 50 to 90% of the commission. Another thing to consider is errors and omissions insurance, which will be one of your more costly annual expenses, somewhere around the $600 a year range. But again, to protect you from something going wrong, it's good to have that coverage. Once you have all your ducks in a row, you can begin making bookings on behalf of your clients. Okay, so let's talk salary. Some people don't like to talk about how much money they earn, but when you're starting something new, I think you need to know these things. Like, what's the potential here? Independent advisors on commission might start by making a few $100s in their first year to eventually making six figures. I know this to be true because I've asked agency owners who send out 1099s on behalf of these advisors. I know one advisor that went from zero sales when she started, of course, everyone starts at zero, to about 160,000 in commissions at 18 months in the business. Now, that is an exceptional story, not for everyone, but it does let you know that it's attainable. So to give you an idea of commission revenue, if you wanted to earn $50,000 in just commission, you need to sell around $500,000 in commissionable travel. So if you had 100 clients that booked $5,000 of commissionable travel with you each year, you would need 100 clients. If each client spent twice that, so $10,000 in travel a year, well, then you only need 50 clients to meet your commission goal. I like to break it down like that because sometimes it's about making the client the business. So that number is going to be flexible depending on the amount of commission the supplier is paying and if you have a commission split with a host agency. So technically or typically, suppliers will pay anywhere from 5% to as high as 20%. Occasionally, you're going to get as high as 25%, 26%, especially more on the insurance side. Another thing to think about is professional or planning fees that can have a giant impact on your overall earnings. If you charge, say, $200 in a booking fee or a professional fee, research fee, whatever name you like to call it, if you charge that to just 50 clients, that's an additional $10,000 a year. That's not a bad salary bump. And that money comes up front to you as opposed to waiting. As an independent advisor, it's also important to note that frequently commissions are paid after final payment or sometimes after the trip, which in some cases can be months after the initial sale. So thinking about building professional or planning fees into your business model will give you some upfront cash that you don't have to worry about giving back later on. It can help you with some of those incremental expenses that you incur, but also that money can then be used either to invest back into a really good client, or I always like to say, if it's not a great client, use that money, take yourself out to dinner, get yourself that massage that you deserve or whatever. Okay, so let's talk about business planning. When you write it down, it makes it real. According to the HAR blog post on writing a business plan, here is why you should write one. And hopefully Stephanie's over there smiling. It will help you to describe your agency and the service that you provide. It'll let people know, or it will actually put in writing if you have a niche or a specialty. It makes you stop and think about it. What or who is your target market or client? What money do you need to get started and keep going? And who are the people that you need to help you get there? Is it a graphic designer, an accountant, a lawyer, a web developer? I noticed that if you head out to hostagencyreviews.com, they do have a very robust and free business planning template for you. Take advantage of that. So I'm going to go a little bit deeper into that business plan with a list of components that your business plan should include. We always have our students go through this exercise towards the end of the course so that they really have the opportunity to dig down and settle on some ideas for their business. So the first thing that we're going to ask you to do is to decide on a niche or a specialty. This can be a kind of travel, such as cruising or expedition. It can be a destination like Hawaii, Italy. It can be a group of destinations like Fun and Sun, just to name a few. The concept of knowing more about less will make you more desirable and more competitive. Decide on who is your target client. Is it a demographic such as families or retirees? Is it a network or community that you already have access to? Who or what is your competition? I often hear advisors say their competition is the internet. And I don't think it is. I think the competition is a useful tool, or the internet is a useful tool and not a competition. For one, as an independent travel agency owner, you can't compete with an online travel agency, we're going to call an OTA. They have their buying power. So you likely cannot compete on price. So you have to compete as a human with a personality. Consider the many services someone can DIY and how many of us still choose a person to help us. I could cut my own hair, but I don't. I could do my own taxes, but I'd rather hire a professional. I could clean my own house too, but once a month or so, I like to have somebody in and do the deep cleaning for me. So think about all of the services that people willingly go out and pay someone else to do for them. So what is your product or your service? I like to think that you're the product, you're the service. Put some numbers down based on the commission structure that I talked about earlier, so you get some idea of your financial projections. I always recommend going bigger, expecting bigger, and striving to meet that. If it's not where you're at on year one, maybe it's where you are at year two. One important piece that I like to mention is your marketing plan. And as I talked about earlier, this is going to start with your branding, your business cards, your online presence, such as your website, social media, advisor profiles, Google My Business and LinkedIn, networking groups, and more. Set a sales strategy. which could include a free consultation meeting, professional fees, client intake forms, and choosing those preferred partners to work with. And then what is the minimum technology you need to get started? You need a computer, a CRM, maybe you want Microsoft Office. So different things that you might need to start off with. And then, will you have to set up anything special for your operations? And then this is where I talked about errors and omissions insurance, that seller of travel license. There's only about 4 or 5 states left that have them, but they're important. And understanding that while you may not live in one of those states, if you're doing business or you have clients in those states, that is something you need to be very cognizant of if they require you to have that licensing. Now, oftentimes, if your host is either located in those states or they're big enough, they're going to have a seller of travel license that you can fall under so long as you're running all of your financial business through your host for that state. And then things like a business phone number or that business domain, the URL. I'm not sure if you're all familiar with the term domain for your website and your email. We are big proponents of getting an email domain and getting away from Gmail or any of the other sort of generic, casual URL domains out there or email users. And I think the reason why it's so important to have a domain is because it ups your professionalism. You're less likely to get screened for someone's spam because it's coming from your business, and it separates you from all of the Gmails out there. So I think that's an important thing to look at. All right, so let's talk about another very important aspect of your business, which is your goal setting. So setting your goals. I think that you can set your goals before or after you create your business plan. Either way, both may change with the creation of the other. Set your immediate short-term, medium, and long-term goals. For some of you, 5 years can be hard to think about. And if that's the case, make it shorter in whatever increment works for you. That's the beauty of goal setting, is you really can customize it to your comfort level. If you've been in business already, sometimes looking backwards helps you look forward. So I work with a gentleman, Coach Martin Mussey, and he always says, look back at what you did last year. So what did you achieve in the last year? What difference has it made for you? What didn't you achieve that you wanted to, and why not? Be honest with yourself. Maybe a little too much Netflix. I don't know. What should you carry over into next year, or what do you just let go? I love that part of the goal setting, is when I just get to say, I didn't achieve that. Was it important? I don't think so. And I can just scratch it off my list. Stephen R. Covey wrote a book about successful people, and one tenet was to begin with the end in mind. So I always recommend put yourself out there a long way. And depending on how old you are, it could be 20 years, 30 years, 40 years from now. What does your business and your life look like? What's your wealth look like? Your home, your family, your travels, your community. Each step or action that you take should ideally take you towards your goals. If you want to live out of a suitcase, don't open a storefront. If you want to sell cruises, don't take land clients. Things like that. Build that business that you want. There are a few more steps to set yourself up for a successful launch. Much of which I've talked about is all part of the pre-launch, but here are a few things I also recommend. Google yourself, and then clean up your online image. This means get your LinkedIn ready. Make sure your Facebook, the part that you want public is public and the part that you want private is private. I recommend having a very locked down private Facebook and then having a business Facebook that is open to the public, and not combining the two. And there's tricky ways in Facebook that you can switch audiences for your posts also. Twitter, if you're using it. Google is everyone's friend. Everyone is using it. So if you have a Google My Business, make sure that you're getting reviews on there. I don't know about you, but when I go to a new business or a hotel or a restaurant, I always hit Google first and see what those reviews look like. Are you on TripAdvisor? Maybe you're not, and that's okay. Are you on Yelp? Maybe you're not. That's okay. Is your name searchable? Is your business searchable? And what do you find when you search yourself? Because your clients are going to do that. So consider a softer launch versus a hard launch. What it means is start dropping hints and telling people that you're opening a travel agency and you're finally turning your passion into a business. If people seem interested, offer to add them to your database. Start collecting travelers and potential clients. The more you can connect with other travel professionals and professional travel organizations, the more you will learn. You're here today. You've met with a ton of travel professionals today. Create your own personal advisory board. Spend time on your business each day. Even if you have another job and you're working full time, just put 30 minutes into it every day. And here's the one that I'm always encouraging people to do is book something every week, no matter what. This could be a hotel stay, an insurance policy. It could be for yourself, a friend, or a family member. It doesn't have to be something really big or nothing at all. Start booking something every week. What happens with that is as you just keep booking, that becomes muscle memory. Going in, entering your bookings, working with suppliers, working with clients, it becomes something that becomes more comfortable over time. The longer you wait, thinking you have to go big or go home, the harder it gets. The one thing that will slow your growth to a halt is inaction. Attend travel industry events or conferences and keep stepping towards your goals. Engage in this industry fully for the best results. It's really a wonderful and fun place to be. And in case you're thinking this sounds like a lot of work, according to ACTA's member survey taken a few years ago, 93% of travel advisors are happy with their chosen profession. You can't beat that. As you build your travel agency, keep in mind that this business belongs to you. Take the work that you want to do, work with the clients and supplier partners that you enjoy. Turn away business that is not the business that you want or the work that you want. So Travel Leaders of Tomorrow is a great educational foundation to start. As Stephanie mentioned, we're in our 10th year. In April of this year, we will literally be 10 years in. It's been a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for us. If we seem like we might be the right fit for you, visit our website, travelleadersoftomorrow.com, fill out the apply form and schedule a call with us. And we are offering anyone that attended Host Week $100 off our virtual campus tuition. There are some terms and conditions that apply. So I just want to thank you so much. I hope this time was valuable for you. It went so fast. I'm so grateful to have had this opportunity and take some of the mystery out of starting your travel agency.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was great information, Heather. We do have a couple of questions we'll go through really quickly because we've only got a few more minutes. So Bella Vita Travel wrote in and said, what do you suggest for a CRM?
Ooh, I can't give you a name of a CRM. There are several out there that a lot of travel advisors use. Because I don't know their security or their safety, I'm hesitant to give you a name of one. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, where did that question go? Hold on. I had them up and then I switched channels in Slack and now here it is. Okay. So Bella Vita, some that you could look into. Client Base is really popular. Travel Joy is another one. Test is another one. So oftentimes a host agency will have those either as part of the package or they may have a discounted rate because they may do bulk. So I would check in with your host agencies when you're interviewing them to see what they like for their CRM.
That's great advice.
We've got one from John Peters, and John is asking, can you talk more about the personal advisory board?
Oh, yeah. That's one of my favorites.
I like that one.
So I actually got that from Jackie Friedman, who's the president of Nexion Travel Group. And she always says, surround yourself with people that build you up, challenge you, will tell you the good, hard truth of when you're doing something wrong. And it's not always your family. It might be somebody that you meet through your agency or your host agency. It might be somebody that you meet at a conference that you connect with, that literally you could say, I really feel like we have a connection and I would like to add you to my personal advisory board. And can I call you when I need to reach out and just run something past? One of the things, as you know, working as an independent contractor sometimes can be very isolating. And that is absolutely the opposite. That's why I think a host agency is such a great place to go, because you have the opportunity to work with other people. You have colleagues. They don't work, in your business with you, but they do the same thing. So I hope that answers your question enough.
Yeah, that's a fantastic way to answer it. Let's see. We are right on time to move into our next session. So thank you so much, Heather. Really appreciate that. You did it perfectly timed. Like couldn't have done it better. So thank you for joining us. And again, make sure to check out their Host Week special. In the specials, we'll put a link on there. Oops, you know what? We've got another question in, but we don't have time. So Heather, I know that there are some people within your company in the comments. So, but if you have time too to jump on and want to answer that, that'd be fabulous.
I will. Thanks. Take care, everybody.
Great. Thank you. All right. So we are nearing the end of our day, but it is not done yet, folks. We have one last EduSpot, and that last does not mean least by any means, because there's a lot of valuable information that Madeline will be sharing in the upcoming EduSpot. If you have been enjoying Host Week, which we hope you have, while there have been so many people that make it happen, I want to again thank our weekly sponsors who help keep this event free for all. So the first is the Adventure Travel Trade Association. And just to mention that they have their Host Week special for 75% off their main Adventure Elevate conference. And then Nexion Travel Group, which Travel Leaders of Tomorrow is a part of. They had their interview on Wednesdays. You can always go back to Wednesday and watch their interview. The other thing is they have a webinar coming up January 31st, which you can find on the Host Agency Reviews event calendar. So that could be something you could check out too if you're interested. Runway Help, they have a webinar February 1st, which is again on our events calendar. So check that out. They have also, 90 days where they're doing double commissions for travel advisors. Tour Radar, they have their keynote on Tuesday, and they have a special in there where I think they're paying up to 12% for commission. And then lastly, we have Travel Planners International. We heard from Jen earlier today from Travel Planners International. That was the owl, lamb, tiger. Oh, shoot, I'm forgetting the fourth one. I know that you in the audience can help me out here, but whatever the fourth one is. And they also did more about their host agency on Monday. So there's an interview on Monday if you want to check it out. And then a thank you to our daily sponsor, that was Exotica. They had a great panel. We had a great panel yesterday with Jeff from Exotica, where we went over the importance of networking on the travel agency side of things, like in the business to business side of things. It's fantastic and fun to watch, whether you're new or experienced, so check that out. And a few resources I want to go over before we bring Madeline on. So first of all, if you haven't subscribed to our podcast, Travel Agent Chatter, I'd encourage you to find it on your favorite podcast platform. And I bring this up because we do quarterly interviews that are very in-depth with advisors that have had a lot of success within their business. And Madeline was one of the advisors we interviewed. So if you're liking her presentation and what's going on, make sure to check out her episode in Travel Agent Chatter. And we will link to the podcast in the comments. So let's get started and hear a little bit about Madeline through her bio. So Madeline Jawar is the owner of Italy Beyond the Obvious, creating custom Italy vacations for curious travelers since 2008. Before starting her company, Madeline lived in Italy for 5 years and worked as a guide for Butterfield and Robinson. Italy Beyond the Obvious is now a 6-figure business with 3 full-time employees, 2 based in Italy. Madeline currently lives in San Francisco Bay Area with her husband and 2 teenagers. So I'm going to turn it over to Madeline, who will tell us how and why to build a fee-for-service travel business in 8 steps. Welcome, welcome, Madeline.
Hi, Steph.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me and for that lovely introduction.
Yes, definitely. Well, excited to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, my topic is, as you said, how and why to build a fee-for-service travel business in 8 steps, which is exactly what I did. These are the 8 steps that I used to build my fee-for-service travel business. So that's all I'm presenting
Excellent.
So-
Well, I'll let you take it away then.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, I guess I'll start by just talking about what I'm going to cover since we have 25 minutes. I'm going to do a very quick bio since Steph already did that. I'll whip through that. And I want to talk about what is fee-for-service travel planning. We cannot do this without talking about a niche. And then I'm going to go over the actual 8 steps that I use to build my fee-for-service travel business, which I started in 2008. And I'm going to talk about how to get to 6 figures in fees. So the fees are mostly profits, right? So how do you get to 6 figures in fees? I'm just going to go over some very simple math just to help walk people through it, since I get this question all the time: how much money can I make? And then I want to talk a little bit about how a host agency fits into a fee-for-service business. And then I have a special guest at the end. So just really quick, I lived in Italy for 5 years. I guided for Butterfield and Robinson. I was the go-to person for friends and family for Italy travel planning. And so consulting fees for my time and my expertise just made sense to me. It was like, I pay my accountant fees, I pay my lawyer fees, I'm just going to charge fees. That totally made sense. And I was coming from outside the travel industry, and I really didn't understand commissions. And so I entered it from just a very naive common sense point of view. And then that was 14 years ago, almost 15. So I just want to go over how I kind of think about fee-for-service travel planning. I know there is a chat and I can't see the chat, but I would love to have anyone put in the chat who out there has used a fee-for-service model. Do you charge fees? I'd love to hear from the audience if there's anybody that is doing this right now or has done it. The thing is I have found that customers are happy to pay me directly for my expertise. And so they are paying me fees separately. I'm sending them an invoice just for my fees. They're paying me directly, and it's for my expertise. And I've really had a lot of happy customers. So my revenues right now, I run Italy Beyond the Obvious. My revenues right now are 90% from fees. I do make about 10% of my total annual revenues from commissions, but 90% are from fees. I think that the travel industry is really ripe right now for fee-for-service. There are so many. Once I say to my customers, you're a lawyer or you're an accountant, you charge fees, they just get it. They're consultants themselves. The other thing is that paying for time and expertise is a totally normal thing. And what happens is people get into information overload. I get people coming to me, they just want my expertise. They're in information overload. It was interesting because the travel industry historically started with people in offices who had shiny brochures, and we had to trust them because that was who we had to trust, right? And then the internet came on, and there was information on the internet, but nobody bought anything from the internet. Remember the days of you would never put your credit card into the web, right? And now we all buy things online, but now we're in information overload. So people are looking for a concierge, or looking to say you tell me what is good for me based on my interests and my family and my travel pace and my budget and all of this stuff. And so it's this very curated, they're looking for an expert to give them very curated recommendations. And that's exactly what we do. However, recommendations can be really time consuming. So if I put together restaurant recommendations, there are no commissions there. If I put together a DIY day in Tuscany, where I'm talking about where to park and where the bakery is and the walking route instructions, and it's 7 minutes to here, and there's a cool torture museum if you have a minute. None of that pays commissions. And so it also made sense. I realized that a lot of the things that I was working on, that I was spending my time on, were just time consuming, and I couldn't get commissions. There was no package I could sell. And so it just made sense to charge fees. And again, travelers were happy to pay my fees. So I really have to say that fee for service, I think, is really, really lends itself to having a niche. And you're saying, I'm an expert and I have this knowledge and I'm happy to focus on you. If you can go deep and narrow and show that you're the expert, I've seen that is a good route to success. The way that people find me is that I have shared my expertise online. So I create online content, also known as a blog, or just website content. And so I'm deep and narrow. I create online content, again, about my niche. I showcase myself as the expert. And what happens is that people have found me through organic search, which is free. So I have very, very, very low marketing spend at Italy Beyond the Obvious. I spend $0 on Facebook ads, $0 on Google ads. I have a newsletter that goes out, so I pay MailChimp, but really customers find me via organic search, and that builds up my credibility as the expert because I'm sharing all of this expert information. And so then they're like, you are the expert, we will pay you for your expertise. So it all sort of fits together, and it works, and it comes down to customers are happy to pay for expertise, as I mentioned. So here now I'm going to talk about the 8 steps that I use to build my travel business. And these are literally I literally did step 1 and then I did step 2. And then after step 2, I did step 3. This is not like an MBA. It's not theoretical. It's not, think about the principles. This is do this. And then when you check that off, now go do this. And I've really honed these 8 steps because, very early on, I would get people contacting me saying, you have my dream job, teach me how to do what you do. And I am all about a rising tide lifts all ships. You go, you can do it. If I could do it, you could do it. And so people would write to me and I would respond and I would say, absolutely, do this. And then they would write me another email and say, okay, I did this. Now what do I do? And so for years, I was coaching people through building their own fee-for-service travel businesses. And these were people like me. So they had lived in Spain for 10 years, or they had been to Mexico 100 times, and they wanted to use their expertise and get paid for it and have a travel business. So these steps are I did them myself, and I've coached a lot of travel entrepreneurs through these steps. So the first step is that you need to identify your services, your pricing, and your ideal customer. So what are you selling? Are you selling coaching? Do they pay you $100 for an hour phone call where you'll just brainstorm ideas? Or are you doing soup to nuts travel planning, which is what we do at Italy Beyond the Obvious? We start with the overall itinerary that we create based on their budget, their interest, the amount of time they have, etc. And then we move into accommodations, which we recommend and then book. And then we move into activities, which we recommend and then book. And then we move into logistics, which we recommend and then book. And then we put everything into an app. And then I have on the ground people in Italy. And actually, I just hired my 3rd Italy person this week. She started on Friday. So I now have 3 on the ground in Italy. And so then we support our travelers through their trip. So there's no right answer. You could be on the phone selling your advice all day, or you could do what we do, or there are many shades of gray in between. But the important thing is to just start to identify what is the service that you're going to offer. How much are you going to charge for it? Are you going to charge by the day? Are you going to charge by the hour? Are you going to charge by the number of travelers? And then who is your ideal customer? Because when you start to create that content, that is the customer that you are talking to. That is the customer that you want to find your website. That is the customer that you want to resonate with your services and message and approach. And that is the customer who will find you through those organic searches. And if you can talk to the right customer and not the tire kickers, you can work much more efficiently. And I would argue that that's one of the keys to success is those of us who are either working by ourselves or in very small teams, you do not want to waste time with tire kickers. And I always tell people, if you're stuck and you're overwhelmed with how many services there are, I'm go to Italy Beyond the Obvious. Flattery is, what is it, the saying? Copying is the greatest form of flattery, whatever that is. I'm like, don't copy and paste from my website, but just like use me as an example. Go look at what I have a lot of information on my website. I have all my fees. Everything is transparent. So go look at what I do and like springboard from there. And so just look at my services, look at my pricing, and, springboard from there and copy me if you want to. The second step is now you create the content. So this is where, okay, I know what my services are. I know what my pricing is. I know who I'm talking to. Now you need to create content to showcase your expertise. And the unique thing about an online business is that you need to be Googleable. So you need to, before your customer is going to call you or fill in your contact form, they're going to see like, who are you? Like, they're going to kind of stalk you online, which I want my customers to do. I want them to go look at my Facebook page. I want them to read my Google reviews. I want them to Google me and find my awesome HAR podcast interview. And I want to showcase my expertise so that when my customers contact me, they're like already, yes, you are an expert. You are the person we want to talk to. So you need to create that content, and that involves brainstorming topics and understanding a little bit of SEO and creating a blogging calendar and all of that. But I can tell you how to do that. The third piece, okay, so now you've got your contact, your customer calls you, and now what? Well, now you've got the customer on the phone. And so it's really important to talk about customer objections. And this also in fee for service, I hear, and I have these objections, I can practice these in my sleep, but the customer will say, well, my travel agent doesn't charge me. And I'm like, well, your travel agent does make money. They're not working for free. They're just paid in a different way. Or they say, well, that's too expensive. And so I say, well, it should be a percentage of your trip. My fees should not be 50% of your total trip budget. But if they're 20%, then actually that's about right. And so I talk to my customers about what their objections might be about working with me. And often it's about fees. And so you need to be able to talk confidently about that. So now you've got the customer on the phone, you're overcoming the objections. That translates into sales. Then the next hurdle or the next challenge you're going to hit as someone setting up one of these businesses is you're like, yes, I'm doing sales. Fantastic. Well, now it's come down to I'm the only person working in my business. And so the way for me to get more sales is for me to work more efficiently. So systems are super important here. And so step 4 is the systems. Step 5 is now you really have to focus on money. So it's all great. You got all this energy. I got all this expertise. I'm going to set up a business. I got a website. I'm creating content. I got my Facebook page. I got my systems. And it's like, oh my gosh, am I making any money? And it's really, I've said, people have heard me before, I'm not super impressed with revenues. I mean, great. Like you have 8 figures in revenues. Fantastic. I want to know what the profits are. Like that, how much money are you actually making? And so I am all about the profits. How much money are you actually making? And the good thing with fees is that you get paid up front. So I don't even start working with a customer until they pay me a 50% deposit for my fees. So I get paid up front, and then the remaining 50% is usually 2 weeks prior to departure. And so it's very, it's easy to get paid, I guess. And so I really have a good sense of like my cash flow and my profits. Then as you spend more time doing this, you realize that the little black book is super important. You need to create and maintain. I mean, I would call it your little black book. You're sort of, what are your favorite restaurants and who are your private guides and exclusive experiences and all that stuff. And, I tell people at the beginning, they say, well, I just want to share all my favorite stuff with everybody. And I'm like, well, but the person with a PhD in architecture might not appreciate that little grungy hole in the wall cafe that you found where all the bohemians hang out. Like you need to be able to recommend different things for different people. And so that's where your little black book comes in. And after you've been in business a few years, you need to think about how you're going to maintain that little black book and keep your recommendations solid and make sure those relationships are strong and make sure, that little black book is is a great source of reliable recommendations, because that will also help you work more efficiently. And then I really have found focusing on tools gets me to that next level. I mean, there's tools in my business that there's so many new tools all the time. And I also find I love bringing the people that I've brought in to work with me. I get into habits and stuff like that, and I just work the same way because I've always worked the same way. And even, a recent or an example kind of in the last 3 years is I brought someone onto my team, and I had been sending my clients the contract. It was a Word document. I was sending them a Word document. I was creating it a PDF and emailing it to the clients. And I was saying, please print this, sign this, snap a photo, email it or text me back. That was my contract. And my person who I hired came in and she was like, have you heard of DocuSign? I was like, oh, right, DocuSign. I mean, that's just one example. But there's tons of tools out there. There's more tools coming. They make us so efficient and they're super important. And the eighth step is really, and this has been so important, is get support from your community. And this is just an ongoing, I believe there's enough work for everyone. I regularly have coffee with a quote unquote competitor who also does exactly what I do, but we both hit capacity every year. There's more than enough work for everyone, and we have coffee and we talk shop. And what I've realized over the years is that, a lot of people doing this, it can be lonely, especially if you're super busy, you're working 12 hours a day. Maybe you have an assistant, maybe you have a bookkeeper, but these are small teams. And we've actually, with the people that came to me to say, teach me how to do what you do, we actually put them in a Facebook group. And so we have this great community. We all talk to each other. It's great for sharing tools. It's great for complaining about difficult customers if we have those. Well, we never have those, right? But hypothetically. So the community has just been sanity saving, super important. And so those are the 8 steps. That's it, repeat. And I've just found again and again that these 8 steps work in building this fee-for-service travel business. I want to go over how to get to 6 figures in fees. I don't sell hotels in the sense that I use my customer's credit card to book the hotels. So I don't know what the total. If I did sell travel, I think I would probably be a $2 or $3 million agency. But because I only take the consulting fees, I basically, I don't have that benchmark. But I want to talk about getting to 6 figures and just doing the math. So I charge $375 per travel day, and that's for up to 6 people. So 6 people going to Italy for 10 days would pay me $37.50 in fees. And this is on my website. Each travel day takes me about 5 hours of work, me or someone on my team. My average client trip is 14 days. And so if you do the math, if the trip is 14 days and each travel day is $375 per day, in order for me to get to $105,000 in revenues, I need 20 trips. Right? 14 travel days times $375 a day times 20 trips is $105,000. So it's pretty easy to see how you could get up there. Now, how many hours does that take? So 14 travel days times 5 hours of work. And this is average. Some trips take more, some trips take less. An average of 5 hours per travel day. And times 20 trips is 1,400 working hours. So if you think about 1,400 working hours, is basically works out to 40 weeks at 35 hours a week, or it could work out to 42 weeks at 34 hours, whatever it is. But you can see it's a totally reasonable working schedule. One person charging these fees with this amount of work can easily reach 6 figures in fees. And then obviously I've more than tripled this. I have 3 people working for me. So, but it's a very straightforward, easy model. And then of course you add commissions on top of that. So I hope all that makes sense. Now, I think I want to mention the benefits of a host agency because there are a lot of benefits. You know, you get that extra support. It's a way to get the IATA number so that if a hotel or anyone can give you commissions, you have the IATA number to take commissions. Obviously, it's great to get to know vendors and FAM opportunities. I get invited to FAM trips because I'm in a host agency, and I get invited to vendor events because I'm in a host agency, and I wouldn't get that if I was just on my own. And then obviously 10% of my revenues are from commissions. Special guest. This is my dog, Rex, and this is the Halloween costume that my daughter bought for my dog and brought it home and realized that the costume was a size medium and the dog is a size large. So he has no idea that how ridiculous.
He's beautiful. He's beautiful, Madeline. He's got the form that he can pull that type of an outfit off.
Oh, I'll tell my daughter. So I just wanted to go over, I added a logo here, Travel Beyond the Obvious, because I made this 8-step program into a training course. And I joined forces with a business partner. And so this is now a separate travel training company. And so, because again, like, I'm just like, go, 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 you can do it, you can do it. So we put together the course and we put together this community. We made a podcast called the Travel Business Owners Podcast, where we interview our business owners. You can see the directory of our trained business owners that followed this 8-step process. And you can contact me at Madeline@ItalyBeyondTheObvious.com directly, or we actually have a Host Week promotion where we're giving $200 off our course, which is our 8-step program. And then if you go to that promotion, there's a link that says book a call with me. I'd be happy to talk to people about even just questions about this presentation, how I did it, how it works, who's a good fit, who's might have more challenges. So yeah, so there's the contact. And back to my special guest. Banana dog, pancake dog.
Oh, so wonderful. We love the pet pictures during Host Week. So thank you for sharing those. We do have some questions that came in. So let's take a peek. We have let's see. So thank you, first of all, Sean Rivera, who was just saying, can't believe Host Week is free. So much great information on here. I love it. But then Sean also had a question later, and Sean is asking, where can you find the right verbiage when putting together a fee-for-service contract? Is that something I can find on the HAR website, or is this something I should get from a lawyer?
Is that something he can find on the HAR website?
Yes, actually, we do have, naturally, we've got everything. We do actually have, I think, verbiage from 100 plus or 50 plus advisors. We did a survey, and they said exactly what they do for verbiage. So we'll put that link in the comments if we haven't already, Sean. Do you have any suggestions on that? Otherwise, we can move on because we've got 4 more questions, so we can move into those.
Yeah, move on. I'd say HAR is a fantastic resource for all those types of things.
Perfect. All right. From Cerio Travel Group, any suggestions on best tools / tech to keep this little black book? Google Sheets, what do you use?
For the little black book, we use Google Docs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also because I have a team and we all have to access the same docs. Yeah. I personally, before I had a team, I used bookmarks, and I have a very extensive set of folders and subfolders that I wish I could share with my team, and I can't. And it's really annoying, but Google Docs.
There's tech out there somewhere that can make that happen for you, Madeline.
I'll find it.
I know. We've got another one from Siobhan Knight. If you don't book hotels, where does your commission come from?
I do book hotels. I just book hotels for my clients the way that I would book them for myself. So I call the hotel, or I book online, or I book many different ways, but the hotels will send commissions, and that's where I use my IATA number. In fact, the 10% commissions I mentioned are all from hotels. That's the only commissions I can take. It's from hotels.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
It does, I think. And Siobhan, if you still have questions, feel free to send a follow-up in the comments. Let's see, we've got Sean Rivera, again, superstar here. So does charging a fee for service mess with the seller of travel if that fee is not a part of your host agency's fees?
Yeah, I don't run my planning fees through the host agency. So they do take, I think it's 20% of my commissions. I don't run anything through them. So I take 100% of my fees. And yeah, that's an important distinction. And I've actually talked to several people about this, is I'm selling consulting services. I'm not selling travel, except I've talked to my host agency about this. Am I selling travel? Anna, am I, and it's very murky. So my host agency gives me a seller of travel number, and you can use that, and that just has to be displayed in your marketing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I'm selling consulting services.
Yeah. And Sean, if you want, you can check back on, I think it was Tuesday, we had Tom Carpenter on, and I think he does address the charging fees and how that falls under the seller of travel licensing and seller of travel space. And I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, and Mary or April or Rita, feel free to correct me, but I believe that when you're charging like a consultation fee, it's exempt. It's something separate from the seller of travel. But I honestly, Sean, I don't think there's been any definite ruling on that. No one's gone to court for it, and there's no precedent on it. But that's what I think a lot of attorneys within the industry have been saying as the number of advisors charging fees has gone up. But great question. So another one from John. Actually, you know what? Let me make sure I've got time here because I haven't been watching the clock. Okay, yeah, cool. We've got time. Another question here from John Peters. Is the 10% commission consistent, or has that grown? Or do you anticipate growing that percentage?
That's an interesting question.
Mm-hmm.
So we do not work based on commissions. We consider commissions gravy. So I will book an Airbnb for people. I'll book apartments. I'll book a pensione that does not give commissions. So I really don't, I charge high enough fees that I don't sell things on purpose that have commissions. Like if an Airbnb is truly a better fit for a customer than a 5-star hotel, I will book the Airbnb for the customer. So I'm not sure. So the dollar amount of my commissions has gone up because my revenues have increased, and it's stayed at 10%. But that's not, I'm not sure that I want to focus on having commissions go up, because then I'm thinking about, then I'm limiting what I'm selling to my customer based on the commissions that I get. And that's not my philosophy.
Perfect. Any other questions that are popping up? Please feel free to write those in the comments. And but we will be wrapping up shortly with Madeline. Madeline, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate your expertise as always. And like I said earlier, if you missed the very beginning, we did a travel agent chatter interview with Madeline a few years ago that goes more in depth kind of on her story and how she does a lot of the SEO and inbound marketing. So there's a little bit of crossover from this, but I would say there's a lot of new information in it. So we will put that link again in the comments for you. If this is something of interest to you, please make sure to listen to that podcast episode. And it looks like we don't have any more questions. So Madeline, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Steph. It's great to see you again. And I hope this was useful for everyone. I'm very gung-ho about all this.
Yes, absolutely. It was. Comments, lots of comments and lots of questions, which is great. And it's wonderful to see you soon. Hopefully we'll catch up again soon.
Yes. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, and there we have it, everybody. Another day of Host Week under our belts. So what did you think of today? Yay, nay, hooray? Let us know in the comments. Make sure to give it a thumbs up if you're on YouTube and you're liking what you're seeing. And by the way, if you were on LinkedIn or Facebook when you caught this, It is a little bit of a better experience over on YouTube because you can see the comments we're actually talking about instead of thinking we're making things up on our own. So before we hang up our close sign for today, stick around because I'm going to tell you what is going on tomorrow. And I'm telling you, it's a pretty gosh darn fun day. If you haven't already, make sure you're registered at hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek, because that way we can send you that daily email with a link to where to watch it tomorrow. All right, so what do we have in store for you tomorrow? Well, first of all, we have a really big party, the one that you don't want to miss. We're going to have our annual Luminary Awards ceremony, and it is going to be a ton of ton. Because I did not have my cookies this morning. I was telling the team, I was like, I did not have any cookies today, and I'm so out of it. We're going to have a ton of fun recognizing the best of the best in the industry. And you'll also hear the HAR team answer the question that we've been asking all the host agencies and consortia this week, which is the snack food one. We've been brainstorming on it last night for quite a while, way longer than we should have been. So another thing to note is that we are starting things a little bit early tomorrow. So we are starting at 11:40 a.m. Central Time. Every week we do our Friday 15 podcast where we answer your industry questions. This week is going to be no different, except for that instead of 12 p.m. like we normally do, we're going to start it at 11:40 Central Time to kick off our host week schedule. Now, if you want to know the rest of the agenda tomorrow, it will be popping up on the slides after I finish, or you can always see the full schedule at hostagencyreviews.com/hostweek. And so glad people loved another day. Love that you guys are involved. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, the HAR team is here if you have any questions or if things aren't making ton of sense to you and you need a little bit more clarification. That's what we're here for. So drop us a line anytime at hello@hostagencyreviews.com, or you can leave a note in the comments. So from all of us here at Host Agency Reviews, both on the screen and the rest of the team behind the screen, I need a cookie screen. Thanks again for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow at 11:40 Central Time.